Our Incarnation of the Strongest Sword, God audiobook by Kevin. Chapter 1441, Treasure of Time. Shi Feng was shocked when he saw the items on the table. In the past, the only item the Countess had offered for trade was the temporal sand, yet now she had offered over 10 items. Moreover, none of these items were any less valuable than the temporal sand, as expected of the proprietress of Abyss City's black market shop. She even has an item like this. Shi Feng's gaze couldn't help but drift to a leaf of lambskin parchment. Although the temporal sand was very valuable, players could obtain it from other sources. However, encountering the lambskin parchment on the table depended on luck. This parchment was none other than the magic thruster design. The various large guild would go crazy over this item. The magic thruster was capable of increasing a ship's movement speed by 30%. To naval players, this item was a godsend. Unlike on land, there were far fewer teleportation points available out at sea. If players wished to travel to a particular island to level, they generally had to travel by boat. A 30% increase to movement speed would undoubtedly save players a lot of travel time. Moreover, there were many sea monsters in the ocean. If an ordinary boat encountered a boss-grade sea monster, escape was practically impossible. With a magic thruster, however, even an ordinary boat had a high chance of getting away safely. Players were even more likely to escape if they had an ordinary speedboat or better. Hence, magic thrusters were highly sought after. Even players with cheap ships would be desperate for one. The magic thruster's only drawback was that it was a consumable item. It would disappear after being used for a certain amount of time. Moreover, depending on how much mana it uses, the magic thruster's duration would differ. The smaller a ship was, the less mana it would cost to enhance its movement speed, and vice versa. As an example, on an ordinary speedboat, the magic thruster could last for 48 hours. However, the magic thruster was not cheap. Even once the price had stabilized on the market, each thruster had sold for 1 gold, 50 silver in the past. It wasn't an item ordinary players could afford. Generally, only powerful adventurer teams and guilds had purchased the item to augment their high-quality ships. With a speed boost, they could travel to more dangerous locations and reap greater rewards. Shi Feng had never thought that Countess Katie Green would willingly offer such a precious design for exchange. Only the price was slightly high. The Countess wanted 1,000 mana stones for the design. Even though Shi Feng could synthesize mana stones with the Philosopher's Stone, it wasn't a cheap endeavor. Each mana stone required 50 magic crystals. In other words, that design would cost him 50,000 magic crystals. Although he had accumulated quite a sum recently, he had spent a lot of his crystals during the fight against Crimson Castle. After taking into account his personal expenditures, he only had enough magic crystals to purchase 2 designs. For a moment, Shi Feng wasn't sure what to do. Magic crystals were invaluable to Zero Wing. Without them, its war weapons would be useless. If he spent all of the guild's reserves to purchase the magic thruster designs, he would regret the decision should the guild come under attack. Oh, right. I have another item for sale. Seeing Shi Feng's hesitation, Katie Green smiled. She then retrieved a dark gray bracelet and placed it on the table. I happened to come across this treasure by chance. However, it's no longer useful to me if you can afford it. This item can be yours. This is... Shi Feng was stunned when he saw the dark gray bracelet. The bracelet looked ordinary, like nothing more than a string of dark gray beads. However, the golden stigmata indicated that it was one of the 7 treasures. Unfortunately, due to severe damage, it was only an epic item. Bracelet of Time, epic rank item. This bracelet had once possessed the frightening power of time. Unfortunately, it has sustained heavy damage. Additional active skill, Temporal Sand, can produce temporal sand by absorbing mana stones. No cooldown, each mana stone produces 2 grains of temporal sand. After sustaining damage and being tainted by evil energy, the evil energy within will taint the item's wearer as well. Drops on death. This is one of the 7 treasures? Shi Feng stared at the bracelet of time in shock. Although mana stones were expensive and difficult to obtain, temporal sand was far more valuable. It also had far more uses. Practically every lifestyle class could use it. Meanwhile, by using the Bracelet of Time, one only needed to invest 1 mana stone to obtain 2 temporal sand grains. It was certainly a profitable exchange. He had always wondered how the Countess got her hands on so much temporal sand. It turned out that it was thanks to one of the 7 treasures. However, it seemed that his previous visit had interrupted Katie Green's plans, forcing the Countess to collect a large number of mana stones and convert them into temporal sand as quickly as possible. However, the Countess's asking price was exorbitant. She wanted for 100,000 mana stones for the bracelet. Even if he had the Philosopher's Stone, synthesizing 100,000 mana stones would cost him 5 million mana stones. With Zero Wing's current net income, it would take months to save up that many magic crystals. As for stealing the Bracelet of Time, even if Shi Feng had 100 lives, he would not dare do so. Countess, may I know if I can trade mana stones for these items if I visit you in the future? Shi Feng asked. If Countess Katie Green had only offered this Bracelet of Time on a whim, it would be out of his hands. If she were selling it long-term, however, he would have a chance to purchase it. As long as he obtained the manatite vein on Karna Island and maintained his hold on the rapidly developing Stone Forest town, he could collect 5 million magic crystals, given enough time. He was only afraid that the Countess's offer was a one-time chance. Hearing Shi Feng's question, Katie Green fell silent for a moment, following which she replied, "The other items will be available in the future, but I don't want to hold on to this bracelet for long. I'm prepared to sell it on the black market to the highest bidder in a month. If you can gather 100,000 mana stones before the auction, I'll sell it to you instead." A month, huh? Shi Feng frowned. Although it was good news that the Countess wasn't only offering the bracelet right now, the time limit wasn't. Aside from giants like super guilds, collecting 5 million magic crystals in a month was a dream. The various large guilds spent a large amount of magic crystals every day. Even powerful first-rate guilds could only save 4,000 or 5,000 crystals per day. Unless he could save up around 170,000 magic crystals each day, gathering 5 million in 1 month would be impossible. As Shi Feng racked his brain for a solution, Katie Green smiled and said, "If you are interested in the Bracelet of Time, I can give it to you even if you don't have 100,000 mana stones. You see, I've recently encountered a little trouble. If you help me deal with this problem, I am willing to offer the bracelet as compensation." Chapter 1442, Another Method. "I just need to help you with this problem?" Shi Feng gave the Countess a confused look. He hadn't expected another option to be available. Honestly, even a super guild would be hard-pressed to collect 5 million magic crystals within a month. Even with the manatite vein, it would be a challenge. Sadly, it'd be impossible to obtain 100,000 mana stones any other way. After all, not everyone was lucky enough to have a fragment of the Philosopher's Stone. Without the Philosopher's Stone, a guild's main source of mana stones would be bosses in 100-man dungeons. Having their alchemists synthesize mana stones would be impractical as well. Doing so would even bankrupt a super guild. That's right. I need someone to help me retrieve an item. However, the item is in a somewhat special location. The higher a visitor's tier is, the more dangerous the location is. Since you are only Tier 2, you should have a chance of securing the item, Katie Green said, nodding. Suddenly, however, she chuckled softly and said, "But before you go, you'll have to pass a test of strength. Countess, I am willing to give it a try." Shi Feng agreed without hesitation. This was an opportunity to obtain one of the 7 treasures. Naturally, he couldn't afford to turn it down. Besides, the quest was far more reliable than affording the unrealistic price of 5 million magic crystals. Throughout their conversation, Shi Feng had understood one thing. The later he discovered Countess Katie Green's ownership of the Bracelet of Time, the harder it would be to obtain it. She had already stated that the quest would become more dangerous as one reached higher tiers, lowering the player's chances of success. Good. Follow me. Katie Green then stood and walked towards a dark corridor in a corner of the indoor garden. The corridor was narrow, and the only light came from candles set in intervals. As they ventured further down the corridor, the air became colder. After walking for about 10 minutes or so, they arrived in an empty hall. A set of locked steel doors loomed at the end of the room. The steel doors were entirely covered in frost. Even though Shi Feng's ice resistance was high, he was still cold. If a player with lower ice resistance came here, they'd freeze to death. Not bad. You've endured this far without my help. You have passed the first test. Katie Green nodded in approval when she noticed the cold barely affect Shi Feng. Your second test is next, a test of your combat power. As Katie Green spoke, a silver magic scroll appeared in her hands. She unfurled it and began to chant an incantation. Suddenly, a silver magic array appeared before the Countess, gathering the surrounding mana. A moment later, a 3-meter-tall humanoid creature manifested in the middle of the array. This humanoid figure wore silver armor and carried a greatsword that radiated frosty air. Unlike ordinary humans, dark green flames danced in the figure's eyes. Hell Knight, Undead, Great Lord, level 57, HP 15,000,000, 15,000. 15,000, kill this Hell Knight, and you will pass the second test, Katie Green said as she gestured towards the Hell Knight. System, you have accepted Katie Green's second test. Quest content, clear the second test. Your reward will vary depending on your evaluation. Before Shi Feng could even read the system notification, the Hell Knight roared and unsheathed the greatsword from its back. It dashed straight for Shi Feng, giving him no time to prepare. The Great Lord ranked Hell Knight crossed the 20 yards separating them in the blink of an eye. Upon arriving before Shi Feng, the Hell Knight brandished its greatsword, the weapon transforming into 3 streaks of silver light as they flew towards the swordsman. The Hell Knight had completed the entire process as smoothly as flowing water. The Hell Knight moved like an expert with years of combat experience. There were no excess movements in its actions. High intelligence. Shi Feng was surprised to see the sword lights moving towards him. He had assumed that he'd have to face a weakened Great Lord, but the Hell Knight's combat techniques were clearly superior to ordinary Great Lords. The Great Lord had obviously reached the half-step refinement realm standard. In response, Shi Feng countered with Killing Ray. Dang, dang, sparks scattered as a series of clangs echoed throughout the empty hall. Shi Feng was forced back by 5 steps before he could stabilize his body. Meanwhile, 3 damages of over -100 appeared above his head. In contrast, the Hell Knight remained unharmed. Shi Feng's counterattack had only paused the Great Lord's attack. After the initial clash, Shi Feng knew that he was no match for the Hell Knight's strength. In fact, there was a large gap between them. What power! Shi Feng began to take this fight seriously as the Hell Knight charged towards him once again. Immediately executed, void steps, vanishing. Although Shi Feng had only clashed with the Hell Knight for a moment, he had gained a rough prediction of the monster's standards. Not only did the Hell Knight have the strength of a Grand Lord, but its reactions and speed also ranked near the top among Great Lords of the same level. If not for his 3 fragmented legendary items, it would have already killed him. Not a bad technique. Unfortunately, it is useless against the Hell Knight. When Shi Feng had disappeared, Katie Green had been slightly surprised. However, she shook her head and chuckled. The Hell Knight wasn't a living being, and although it could see, it could also rely on its ability to detect living beings during a fight. Even if Shi Feng's footwork technique removed him from his opponent's sight, he couldn't erase his aura as a living creature. Unless he entered a different space entirely, the Hell Knight could keep track of him. Indeed, even after Shi Feng had vanished, the Hell Knight showed no signs of hesitation. The massive creature thrust its greatsword into the ground. Suddenly, dozens of ice swords rained down from above, targeting a seemingly unoccupied location. Pang! Pang! Before the ice swords struck the ground. Their trajectories diverted as if they had encountered an invisible wall. At the same time, Shi Feng reappeared. Each ice sword carried 100% of the Hell Knight's strength. As a result, Shi Feng lost a little bit of his HP each time he deflected an ice sword. In less than a second, he had lost over 20,000 HP. While Shi Feng dealt with the descending ice swords, the Hell Knight pulled its weapon from the ground and ran at the swordsman. As it reached Shi Feng, it swung its greatsword skillfully, matching the timing of its swings with the final 8 ice swords. Each of the monster's swings targeted Shi Feng's blind spots. This must be his limit. Not bad. His score should be above 70. Seeing Shi Feng's HP near 0, Katie Green prepared to cast a buff. There was no doubt that the Hell Knight was strong. Even a peak, Tier 3 NPC of the same level would struggle in a fight against it, much less a Tier 2 player. She hadn't wanted to lend Shi Feng a hand until now because she wanted to see how long the player would hold his ground against the Great Lord. As for her requirement for killing the Hell Knight, she had merely said that to ensure that Shi Feng would fight with everything he had. Actually, killing the Hell Knight would take a miracle. After all, the Hell Knight was an advanced combat servant she had obtained after plenty of trials. Every count and countess in the Black Dragon Empire longed for one themselves, but only she had control of an advanced combat servant. Just before Katie Green stopped the battle, a blue light flashed before the Hell Knight's descending greatsword. Suddenly, the Hell Knight flew through the air. Its remaining 8 ice swords shattered instantly. Golden, divine runes wrapped around Shi Feng's entire body, and his aura had undergone a heaven-defying transformation. This was none other than the Heavenly Dragon's power. Shi Feng hadn't intended to use Heavenly Dragon's power so soon, but the Hell Knight was far more powerful than he had expected. If he continued to hold back, he would only get himself killed. All right, let's begin the second round. Shi Feng shifted his gaze towards the Hell Knight, which had finally regained its footing, and advanced. Chapter 1443, Advanced Combat Servant. After upgrading Heavenly Dragon's breath, not only did Heavenly Dragon's power increase Shi Feng's strength, but it also increased his agility. Shi Feng reached the Hell Knight almost instantly, brandishing Abyssal Blade and Killing Ray as he executed Sword's Orbit. A galaxy of stars glittered around Shi Feng, intertwining as they bombarded the Great Lord, which had just gotten back on its feet. Although the Hell Knight's combat standards were at the half-step refinement realm, it was a child in Shi Feng's eyes. He easily grasped the monster's blind spots and attack trajectories. Shi Feng could have easily dodged the Hell Knight's attacks, but he had chosen to repulse them instead. Now that he had activated Heavenly Dragon's power, his strength was slightly higher than a Grand Lord's of the same level. Hence, he was stronger than the Hell Knight. If he chose to dodge the incoming attacks, it would only reduce his opportunities to deal damage. Boom, boom. One sword, light after another, clashed with the Hell Knight's greatsword, the resulting impacts forcing the Great Lord back and preventing it from stabilizing its posture. After 6 consecutive attacks, the Hell Knight lost its grip on its weapon as the greatsword flew from the monster's hands. Die! Shi Feng activated Flame Burst, a blinding glow enveloping his blades. He assaulted the defenseless Hell Knight with a series of devastating blows: 164,878, 331,478, 332,015. All 15 attacks found their marks, causing the Great Lord's HP decrease at a tremendous rate. In an instant, the Hell Knight had lost 20% of its HP. Meanwhile, Flame Burst's terrifyingly destructive power sent the Hell Knight crashing into the frozen steel doors, and they shuddered upon impact. Taking advantage of the Hell Knight's incapacitated state, Shi Feng hurriedly activated Lightning Edge. He couldn't normally use the attack in a high-speed battle due to Lightning Edge's 4.5-second channeling time, but the injured Hell Knight had collapsed to the ground. He had more than enough time to activate the skill. Numerous silver sword lights danced before Shi Feng, forming a silver river that flowed towards the Hell Knight: 244,678, 243,167. Lightning Edge's powerful assault incapacitated the Hell Knight once more. The Great Lord was defenseless as the countless sword lights bit into its flesh. After 5 seconds, the Hell Knight only had 2/3 of its HP remaining. Despite dealing 2 successful blows, Shi Feng had no intentions on relaxing his offense. The moment Lightning Edge ended, Shi Feng appeared before the Hell Knight and swung the Abyssal Blade down towards the Great Lord. However, the Hell Knight quickly responded, at a critical moment. It reclaimed its greatsword and used it as a shield, blocking Shi Feng's blade. Unfortunately, while it had held off the Abyssal Blade, it couldn't do anything about the 9 sword shadows that had appeared around it. Tier 2, skill, Shadow Blade. In the end, all 9 shadows carved into the Hell Knight, devouring the Great Lord's HP at a rate visible to the naked eye. He's overwhelmed it. Surprise flashed in Countess Katie Green's eyes as she watched Shi Feng dominate her Hell Knight. She had never thought that a mere Tier 2 player of the same level could surpass her advanced combat servant. Not even she could have done so when she had been Tier 2. Soloing a Great Lord of the same level was difficult for a Tier 2 class. Great Lord's HP was simply too high. These monsters' battle recovery alone was enough to overwhelm a Tier 2 player. However, Katie Green didn't recognize Shi Feng for the monster he was. Despite only being a Tier 2 player, Shi Feng wielded 3 fragmented legendary items. Although none of them were weapons, their overall effects were astonishing. Moreover, the Hell Knight wasn't actually a Great Lord of the same level. After all, it only had 15 million HP. An ordinary level 57 Great Lord should have at least 40 million HP. If not for the Hell Knight's strength and high combat standards, Shi Feng could have easily defeated it without a berserk skill. Now that he had activated Heavenly Dragon's power, suppressing the Hell Knight was a piece of cake. Interesting, truly interesting. He had held back so much of his strength. Katie Green's lips curled into a smile as she watched Shi Feng shave off the Hell Knight's HP. However, I'm afraid that the unstable power of a berserk skill isn't enough to defeat my Hell Knight. When the Hell Knight's HP fell to 30%, it released a sudden and deafening roar. Its silver armor shattered, causing such a powerful shockwave that even Shi Feng had to step back. As the silver armor fell away, it revealed the Hell Knight's crimson skin. Shi Feng also noticed dark blue, divine runes all over the Hell Knight's tough hide, radiating a daunting pressure. The green flames in the monster's eyes also turned dark blue, its chilling gaze causing Shi Feng to shudder. It's gone berserk. Shi Feng went on the defensive as he watched the Great Lord transform. This monster was like a completely different being compared to the Hell Knight from a second ago. Berserk? Katie Green smiled. Shaking her head, she said, "This is not some kind of berserk mode. It is merely liberating its power. I specifically make the creature wear the armor to suppress most of its power. Advanced combat servants weren't like monsters and puppets. They fought their way to victory in the black market's death arena. Servants that won 20 consecutive matches in the arena became basic combat servants, while those that won 50 consecutive matches were intermediate combat servants. A combat servant would only rise to advanced rank after winning 100 consecutive matches. Hence, combat servants were generally stronger than beings of the same tier. Needless to say, a Tier 3 advanced combat servant was extraordinarily powerful. This was why the other counts and countesses in the Black Dragon Empire wanted their own advanced combat servant. However, advanced combat servants were incredibly expensive. Everyone was a combat genius. Most nobles couldn't afford one. They generally settled for a few intermediate combat servants. After the Hell Knight removed its armor, its attributes underwent a qualitative transformation. Its rank had also increased from Great Lord to Grand Lord. Without the armor, the Hell Knight's mobility increased as well. Now its combat standards had reached the refinement realm. I wonder how long you'll last against it? Katie Green chuckled. So far, Shi Feng had displayed more strength than she had expected. He had earned 100 points in his evaluation just by forcing the Hell Knight to abandon its armor. However, this had only fed the Countess's curiosity, and she wanted to see how far this player could go. So, this is the test to obtain one of the 7 treasures. Shi Feng could not help his bitter smile as he watched the Hell Knight slowly approach. Having the power to solo a Grand Lord of the same level was ridiculous. Moreover, this Grand Lord's combat standards were on par with Refinement Realm experts. When the Hell Knight raised its great sword, Shi Feng took in a deep breath. "Come!" Shouting, Shi Feng activated Tier 2 Blade Liberation, his attributes skyrocketing once more. He then swung the Abyssal Blade to meet the incoming greatsword. When the two weapons collided, sparks illuminated the dark hall. The resulting shockwave sent dust and debris into the air. What? The Countess's mouth twitched when Shi Feng blocked the Hell Knight's attack. He was still holding back. After the clash, the Hell Knight was forced to take 5 steps backward. In contrast, Shi Feng hadn't moved an inch. He then dashed at the Grand Lord. Although Shi Feng's strength wasn't as high as mythic monsters of the same level after activating twofold Berserk, he wasn't far from it. The Hell Knight, which was only a Grand Lord, was no match for him. Without using any skills, Shi Feng effortlessly broke through the Hell Knight's defenses with only Sword's Orbit. As slash after slash split the Hell Knight's iron-like skin, the monster's HP plummeted. When only 1% of the Hell Knight's HP remained, a golden light enveloped the monster. The Hell Knight transformed into a stream of blue smoke that flowed back into the magic scroll in Katie Green's hands. System. Congratulations. You have completed Katie Green's second test. Chapter 1444, Rewards of SS Rank Evaluation. Following the system notification of the test's completion, Shi Feng received another system notification. System, Test Evaluation, 200 points. Test Evaluation Rank, SSS Rank. Rewarding, 20 free Mastery Points, 5 Legacy Skill Points, 300 million EXP. And Countess Katie Green's favorability increased by 30 points. It's just a test, yet it awarded so many Legacy Skill Points. The system notification astonished Shi Feng. Generally, players were lucky to get 1 or 2 Legacy Skill Points after completing a high-rank hidden quest, yet he had received 5 points after qualifying for the quest. One could easily imagine the bountiful rewards from the quest itself. To think you would actually defeat my Hell Knight. You really are a shocking adventurer, Katie Green, who stood some distance away, said with satisfaction. I'm even more confident that you can get the item for me. Since you've passed my test, take this as a gift. Saying so, the Countess revealed a blue gemstone with a chilling aura. The moment this gemstone appeared, the already chilly temperature dropped further. The surrounding mana gathered to the stone in a frenzy, forming a vortex. Is that the Azure Source Stone? Shi Feng exclaimed when he saw the mesmerizing gemstone in Katie Green's hand. God's domain had many kinds of attribute gemstones. However, the attribute source stones were a rank above. Attribute source stones were worth thousands of gold, but unlike attribute gemstones, players could only equip 1 of each kind of source stone. Although attribute gemstones only increased a specific attribute, attribute source stones could increase 2 or more. Take the Azure Source Stone, for example. Not only did it increase physique by 5% when equipped, but it also increased ice resistance by 20%. An Azure Source Stone could have easily gone for 6,000 or 7,000 gold in the past, but only a fool would sell 1. Normally, one would have traded an Azure Source Stone for a piece of epic equipment with high attributes. It is indeed. Moreover, it's an intermediate Azure Source Stone, Katie Green said, nodding. With this item, you'll have an easier time fetching my item. You don't have enough ice resistance right now to survive the area. An intermediate Azure Source Stone? Shi Feng could not believe that Katie Green was actually so generous. Attribute Source Stones were divided into 4 ranks: Basic, Intermediate, Advanced, and Peak. Basic Attribute Source Stones alone were incredibly valuable. In the past, a top-tier expert would be lucky to equip 1 or 2 basic Attribute Source Stones. Even after 10 years in God's domain, Shadow had only acquired a single intermediate attribute source stone. Unlike gemstones, one couldn't increase an attribute source stone's rank by synthesizing lower-ranked stones. These treasures could only be obtained from Grade 1 Forbidden Lands. As for basic attribute source stones, they could be found in Grade 2 Forbidden Lands, though only dark gold treasure chests and mythic-ranked bosses and above had a chance of dropping them. Yet Katie Green was generous enough to give him an Azure Source Stone, intermediate Azure Source Stone. Only 1 can be equipped at a time. Equipment requirement, level 50. All attributes plus 120 increases physique by 8%, increases ice resistance by 30%. The attribute bonus from 1 Azure Source Stone was already higher than that of top-tier, level 50 dark gold equipment. Furthermore, it boosted physique and ice resistance. After receiving the intermediate Azure Source Stone, he replaced one of his Tier 3 strength gemstones without hesitation. What Shi Feng didn't know was that the Countess had intended to give him the basic azure source stone before he had surprised her with his performance. Not only had Shi Feng's basic attributes increased after equipping the source stone, but his 5 senses sharpened as well. When he had first entered the hall, he had felt slightly cold, but now he didn't feel it at all. Very good. Now I'll send you to the ice crystal world. Once you're there, collect 10 eternal ice crystals for me. Bring them back, and the bracelet of time is yours, Katie Green explained, nodding in approval as Shi Feng relaxed, no longer affected by the room's temperature. System, you have accepted Countess Katie Green's epic-ranked main storyline quest Ice Crystal World. Quest content, collect 10 eternal ice crystals from the Ice Crystal World. Quest reward, Bracelet of Time. Why is this an epic-ranked main storyline quest? A frown pulled at Shi Feng's lips when he read the system notification. Main storyline quests could significantly affect a kingdom or empire. These effects could be beneficial, but they could also be damaging. They were far more difficult than other quests of the same rank. Although the quest location wasn't a forbidden land on the God's Domain continent, the Ice Crystal World was a forbidden land. Only now did Shi Feng understand why Katie Green had told him that the higher one's tier was, the more danger they would face in the quest location. The Ice Crystal World was a world of its own and highly opposed to visiting life forms. The stronger the life form was, the more rejection they would face. Upon entering the world, various aspects would attempt to suppress the newcomer. At the same time, foreign life forms entering this world would possess unique auras. Meanwhile, the stronger this aura was, the easier it would be to attract the old monsters of the Ice Crystal World. Not even Tier 5 NPCs were a match for those old monsters. Tier 6 gods weren't even allowed to enter. All right, I'll open the teleportation gate now. I can only maintain the gate for 1 or 2 seconds, so you need to be fast. Otherwise, you'll have to wait another month before I can open the gate again, Katie Green warned Shi Feng. In other words, Shi Feng only had one opportunity to challenge her quest. If he failed, he would have to earn 5 million magic crystals to purchase the Bracelet of Time. I understand. Shi Feng nodded. Inwardly, though, he felt some contempt towards the Countess. Other players might not know what eternal ice crystals were, but he did. It was rumored that the eternal ice crystal contained eternal power. Eternal power was crucial in helping NPCs reaching Tier 6. In the past, many players with Dark Gold personal guards had only been able to upgrade their NPCs to Tier 5. It was due to the lack of eternal power that these guards had never crossed that final hurdle. Items containing eternal power like the eternal ice crystal had been priceless in the past. One could only have traded rare materials or items of equal value for them. Yet this woman wanted him to obtain eternal ice crystals from the Ice Crystal World. How could they possibly be that easy to acquire? Moreover, she wanted 10 of them. But Shi Feng couldn't care less right now. Zero Wing simply wasn't equipped to collect 5 million magic crystals. He had no other choice. If he succeeded, he would obtain one of the 7 treasures, and with the golden stigmata, he could use the item better than Katie Green. Once Shi Feng had prepared himself, Katie Green began to chant an incantation. Immediately, mana surged towards the shut, steel gates slowly forcing them open. A stable spatial tunnel formed beyond the open doors. "Hurry!" Katie Green shouted. Ignoring his weakened state, Shi Feng activated Windwalk and jumped into the spatial tunnel, departing the icy hall. Chapter 1445, Ice Crystal World. Inside a snow-capped canyon, a party of 6 fought a level 48, High Lord-ranked Ice-Toothed Tiger. Ice-Toothed Tiger, elemental creature, High Lord, level 48, HP 31,031,000. A level 45 shield warrior wielding a crimson longsword and aqua-blue buckler stood before this 5-meter-tall monster, and despite its size, it was powerless against the player. Regardless of how the ice-toothed tiger tried to attack the shield warrior, the latter blocked the blows and found gaps to strike, using his skills to deal 6,000 to 7,000 damage per hit. The shield warrior's party members were also quite capable. Not only were they all level 44 and above, but their skills and spells also dealt over -10,000 damage. Their normal attacks alone dealt over -3,000 damage. Everyone, the boss is almost dead. Increase your damage output. Make sure you dodge its AoE skill, the shield warrior named Solitary 9 said calmly as he blocked another of the Ice-Toothed Tiger's attacks. Commander, relax. This isn't our first time killing an Ice-Toothed Tiger. A level 44 white-clad summoner a short distance away scoffed. The rest of the party members nodded. When the Ice-Toothed Tiger's HP reached 30%, its snow-white fur turned vermilion as it went berserk. Its size and attack speed increased as well. A moment later, icicles began to rain down from the sky, covering a 50-yard radius around the Ice-Toothed Tiger. Seeing this, Solitary 9 shouted as he activated Shield Wall. He then skillfully dodged the descending icicles and focusing on defense. Despite the boost to the Ice-Toothed Tiger's strength and speed, it still couldn't break through Solitary 9's defense. In the end, all of its attacks met the Shield Warrior's round shield, significantly reducing its damage. At the same time, the female druid in the back waved her dark green staff as she cast Healing Wind. Although the Shield Warrior was her main target, the rest of her party received a healing buff, gaining over 1,500 HP every second. This kept everyone's HP above a safe level. Every player in the party launched a fierce assault. As a result, the High Lord's HP decreased rapidly. From 30%, it very quickly dropped to 15%. When the High Lord's HP reached 10%, these players launched every skill they had. When the Ice-Toothed Tiger only had 2% of its HP remaining, several scorching flame spears flew in from a distance, striking the High Lord and devouring its remaining HP. As the Ice-Toothed Tiger collapsed, it dropped 5 items. Confused, the party members turned towards the flame spear's origin. A 20-man team stood in the snow some distance away. A male elementalist wielding a Tier 2 magic scroll seemed to be its leader. This elementalist smiled at the 6 party members. Featherwind, what is the meaning of this? Solitary 9 demanded with an ugly expression. What is the meaning of this? The elementalist named Featherwind chuckled. Isn't it obvious? I'm kill-stealing. What else would I be doing? Our guild leader admires you and has invited you and your adventurer team to join our matchless family. If you decline, the Aurora Sword adventure team will never again find any success in Coldwind City. The female druid named Ya growled from behind Solitary 9. You guys are going overboard, since Big Brother Solitary has already determined that we won't get involved with the struggle between your guilds. We won't join either side. Because of Matchless Family's harassment, their adventurer team had ventured to this deserted area to level. Yet these people had followed them so far from Coldwind City to steal their boss. Overboard? Featherwind laughed. Winner takes all in this place. Now that the competition over Coldwind City has reached its peak, our guild leader will not allow any mishaps. Of course, our guild leader highly values experts like Brother 9. If Brother 9 joins our guild, he'll at least become the lead MT for one of our main forces. Yet our guild leader has waited for so long, and still Brother 9 refuses. Since we can't recruit you, we'll make sure no one can have you. This is your last invitation. Brother 9, will you join us or not? You? How can you do such a thing? Anxiety tightened Yanya's chest. The Matchless Family was one of Coldwind City's 2 large guilds. It had plenty of experts under its command. If it really decided to move against their Aurora Sword adventurer team, the consequences would be unimaginable. Brother 9, before you answer, think this through carefully. Otherwise, the people around you might have some unexpected accidents. Who knows? If they're not careful, they might even fall back to level 0, Featherwind threatened, smiling. Ya and the other party members' expressions darkened. Although they were strong, Matchless Family had too many experts. If they were ambushed, they would definitely die. But they couldn't leave Coldwind City. In the end, this merciless guild would pick them off. Aren't you afraid that we'll just join Centurion Dynasty? Solitary 9 asked, his tone as cold as the snow beneath his feet. One of Coldwind City's 2 large guilds was Matchless Family, while the other was Centurion Dynasty. It was due to the competition between these guilds for control of the city that the Aurora Sword suffered. You're free to join those bastards, of course, but don't think that you'll leave this place alive. As Featherwind finished speaking, he waves his hand. At the same time, he pulled an ancient pitch-black scroll which radiated a heart-rending evil from his bag. Suddenly, over 100 players from Matchless Family began to appear around Solitary Nine's party. These players had concealed their presence with a group invisibility scroll. However, the shield warrior was far more afraid of the magic scroll in Featherwind's hand than he was of the players surrounding them. To think you even prepared a dead soul scroll, you people from Matchless Family think too highly of me, Solitary Nine said, smiling bitterly as he stared at the black scroll. The Dead Soul Scroll was a special magic scroll that could curse a target player. If the player died within a certain amount of time, their death penalty would multiply, and they would lose between 3 and 5 levels. Most guilds saved the super rare scroll for important targets. Of course. I've already told you how important you are to our guild leader. As proof, he personally ordered me to use this scroll, Featherwind said, chuckling. Well, what is your decision, Brother Nine? However, as Solitary Nine contemplated his options, a black vortex appeared in the sky above him. A black shadow shot down from the vortex, landing between the Aurora Sword Party and Matchless Family's tyrants. This shadow was none other than Shi Feng. This is the ice crystal world? Shi Feng could not help but glance around him. Immediately, he discovered the players engaged in a confrontation. Every one of these players stared at him in shock. Although Shi Feng had heard about the ice crystal world, he had never visited it. However, he wasn't surprised to find players here. After all, it wasn't unusual to find players in other worlds. Take the Dark Den, for example. Despite being home to demons, many players lived there. What did surprise Shi Feng were the players' levels. All of these players were at least level 44. There were even quite a few level 45 players. Who are you? Don't you realize that Matchless Family is trying to conduct business here? Featherwind haughtily demanded. Chapter 1446, Instant Kill. Hearing Featherwind's question, Shi Feng turned to look at the man. Although Featherwind was a level 45 elementalist, his equipment was ordinary for his level. Only half of his equipment consisted of level 40 dark gold equipment, while the other half consisted of level 40 fine gold equipment. As for the other level 44 players, only a small number possessed 1 or 2 pieces of dark gold equipment, while most didn't even have one. It was astounding to see. At this stage of the game, at least half of the equipment worn by the various large guilds' experts should be level 40 dark gold rank. It wasn't even surprising to see an expert in a full set of dark gold equipment. After all, God's Domain's mainstream players were still some distance from level 40, so the demand for better equipment wasn't that high yet. Could the drop rate for level 40 equipment be low here? Shi Feng guessed. God's Domain had many other worlds. Generally, expert players started to encounter these worlds after reaching level 40. Each world had a different development model. In the Dark Den, for example, players used different playstyles from those in God's Domain. Leveling up must be easier in the Ice Crystal world. In return, though, the drop rate for equipment was lacking. Shi Feng glanced around him again. Although he had just arrived, he easily inferred what was going on. Banditry was common everywhere, after all, although large forces fighting over a measly level 48 High Lord were still considerably rare. Of course, Shi Feng was more interested in the ice-toothed tiger's loot than he was in the situation before him. Not a single weapon or piece of equipment lay among the boss's loot. In fact, 4 of the 5 items that had dropped were materials, while the last was a Tier 2 magic scroll. Most players would curse their bad luck for such drops, but the High Lord's loot was shockingly attractive to a master forger like Shi Feng. The 4 materials were extremely valuable, and the most valuable among them was the Arctic Manatite. This treasure was even difficult to obtain from a manatite vein. Single ingot of Arctic Manatite would have sold for over 50 gold in the past. It was a necessary material for producing epic ranked weapons with ice effects. Shi Feng was also surprised to find that his weakened debuff from activating twofold Berserk was gone, though his Berserk skills were still on cooldown. "What? Didn't you hear what I just said?" Featherwind's gaze turned frosty as he glared at Shi Feng. He had only asked for the swordsman's identity due to his sudden appearance. Even with his observation skill, Shi Feng's data listed as unknown. Since he was dealing with an unfamiliar player, he had mentioned his guild's name to gauge Shi Feng's reaction. Matchless Family was one of Cold Wind City's two major guilds. Everyone in the region recognized the name. The only power capable of competing with the guild was Centurion Dynasty. However, Shi Feng seemed unaffected. The man even ignored him, Matchless Family's vice guild leader. This was the first time he had encountered this situation since joining God's domain. Let alone Solitary 9, Aurora Sword's commander, even Sky Slicer, Centurion Dynasty's guild leader, would not dare to disregard his existence. Is this guy a fool? Or is he scared senseless? He actually dares to ignore our vice guild leader. This guy is dead. After angering our vice guild leader, he'll probably have to delete his account. Matchless Family's members watched Shi Feng with ridicule and pity. They still remembered the adventurer team that had refused to leave their guild's leveling spot after Featherwind had warned them not to linger. In the end, Featherwind had led a force to slaughter the adventurer team over a dozen times. Those players had only lingered for about 10 seconds. Now, the mysterious man before them ignored Featherwind entirely. Not even the heavens could save him now. Suddenly, Solitary 9 sent Shi Feng a whisper. "Friend, you best reply to his question and get out of here. He is the vice guild leader of Matchless Family. He can easily eliminate anyone in Cold Wind City." Cold Wind City? The vice guild leader of Matchless Family? Shi Feng turned to Featherwind in surprise. Hearing Solitary 9's warning, he realized that this world wasn't like the Dark Den. This world had NPC cities, and by the looks of it, this Matchless Family Guild seemed to rule over Cold Wind City. However, the fact that a large guild's vice-guild leader wore such poor equipment shocked Shi Feng. Even the upper echelons in Star Moon Kingdom's large guilds were fully geared in level 40 dark gold equipment, much less the vice-guild leaders. It seemed that the equipment standards here were far more than a little inferior to those in God's domain. "It's too late for you to realize your mistake." When Featherwind saw Shi Feng's surprise, he sneered and said, "I'll bury you alongside Solitary 9 and the others." Saying so, Featherwind activated the Dead Soul Scroll. Suddenly, a magic array appeared above Shi Feng and the party from Aurora Sword. They all felt an evil presence wrap around them, and a special debuff appeared in their status windows. Soul Lock, death penalty multiplied. Effect will persist after player has died. Duration: 12 hours. The Dead Soul Scroll? Surprise flashed in Shi Feng's eyes once again when he saw his status window. The Dead Soul Scroll was a super rare magic scroll and the best tool to destroy an enemy. Not only did the scroll lack side effects, but it was also an AoE, which made it impossible to dodge. If players died within the 12 hours, they would suffer a far more severe death penalty than normal. Meanwhile, the more times a player died during the debuff's duration, the heavier the penalty would become. Targets weren't even safe in NPC cities, and when they logged out of the game, the duration would pause until they logged back in. Only after 12 hours in God's domain would players be free of the debuff. Hence, the Dead Soul Scrolls were even as valuable as Tier 3 summoning scrolls. Most players avoid using them unless they had a deep hatred for their target. Friend, I truly apologize for this. I did not expect to drag you into my mess with Matchless Family. I'll do my best to open a path for you. Try to escape, Solitary 9 hurriedly said. He then turned towards his teammates and said, "You guys have to try to get away too." He was a shield warrior. He could never escape so many players without some special tool. He could only help his allies get away. Commander. Big Brother Solitary? The other 5 party members worried for their commander. They were very familiar with Solitary 9's strength. If he focused on getting away himself, he had some hope, but he had given that up to help them escape. Should Solitary 9 die, It would take a very long time to recover the lost EXP and equipment. Escape? Shi Feng smiled and shook his head. He then slowly approached Featherwind. What is he trying to do? Yan Ya watched this newcomer in confusion. He's not trying to beg for mercy, is he? What a fool. That's Featherwind. If begging for mercy worked, he wouldn't have killed so many players in Cold Wind City. Aurora Sword's members were flabbergasted as they stared at Shi Feng. Featherwind was well known for his ruthlessness in Cold Wind City. He was a vicious person that never accepted apologies. What? You want to beg for mercy? Featherwind sneered at Shi Feng as the man moved closer. As everyone waited for the swordsman's reply, Shi Feng vanished. Where is he? Featherwind searched his surroundings. Everyone was stunned. They had never seen a swordsman disappear like an assassin. In the next second, however, Shi Feng reappeared beside Featherwind. Before anyone realized it, 2 sword lights blossomed on Featherwind's mage robes. The man's vision darkened as his lifeless body dropped to the ground. Chapter 1447, Monster-like Mysterious Expert. Silence dominated the area as every player stared at Featherwind's motionless corpse. Although Shi Feng had not used any impressive techniques or skill, everyone was petrified. They even forgot to breathe. What just happened? The Vice Guild leader is dead. Just what did he do? Everything had happened so quickly that by the time they reacted, Featherwind, a top-tier expert and Matchless Family's Vice Guild leader, was already dead. He died. This is impossible. That's Featherwind we're talking about. He might not rank among the top 10 in Cold Wind City, but he is still a top-tier expert in the top 20. How could an expert like that die so quickly? Even Lifeless Thorn, Cold Wind City's #1 expert, couldn't achieve such a feat. Could he be Lifeless Thorn? Lifeless Thorn is a berserker. That guy is a swordsman. There's no way he's Lifeless Thorn. Commander, do you know who that guy is? Even Aurora Sword's members were astonished. One of Cold Wind City's top 20 experts had died in one hit. If news of this matter got out, it would shock everyone in the city. Solitary 9 stared at Shi Feng in confusion, his mind spinning to figure which expert in Cold Wind City this man was. As for the possibility of Shi Feng being from somewhere else, that was practically impossible. The only way in or out of the Cold Wind City region was through the Snow Rift, a forbidden land for players. Current players couldn't even enter the map, much less cross through it. This was why the city's players were so afraid of Matchless Family and Centurion Dynasty. Should they provoke either power, their life in Cold Wind City would become a living hell or end completely. However, no matter how Solitary 9 racked his brain, he couldn't match any of the city's experts to Shi Feng. Even Cleansing Whistle, the strongest swordsman in Cold Wind City, was only ranked 6th. Moreover, Cleansing Whistle was a woman, not a man, making it impossible for her to be the mysterious swordsman expert before him. I'm not sure either, but you should get ready. We'll use this opportunity to escape in a moment. Solitary 9 said in the team chat after pondering the situation for some time. Now that Featherwind was dead, the 100-plus experts from Matchless Family had lost their commander. Hence, they had a high likelihood of escaping. Moreover, they had an expert like Shi Feng to hold the line, which further increased their chances. Featherwind had over 30,000 HP. Although he was an elementalist, the fact that Shi Feng had killed him without using skills meant that he could kill an MT of the same level with a handful of attacks. If Shi Feng's attack speed was high enough, he could even finish off an MT before the enemy healers could react. As long as no one could pin the swordsman down, their party could safely retreat. Suddenly, Matchless Family's members snapped out of their daze. Their leader had died, yet they had stared blankly at the killer for so long. They all discarded their fear and pounced on Shi Feng. Die, brat, you're dead. You dare kill our Vice Guild leader. From today on, we'll hunt you to the end of the world. The Matchless Family's experts charged at Shi Feng. They were so focused on killing the newcomer that they ignored Aurora Sword's members. They all understood that if news of this reached Cold Wind City, they could kiss their lives goodbye. If they let Shi Feng escape after killing Featherwind in front of them, what hope did they have of mingling in Cold Wind City? Fireballs, frost arrows, and arrows flew towards Shi Feng from all directions. Watching from a distance, Solitary Nine's expression darkened. Not even a shield warrior like himself could block so many attacks at a time. He'd be lucky to block 60 or 70% of the attacks. If dozens of attacks hit him at once, he'd only last a few seconds, even with shield wall active. However, a galaxy of stars suddenly formed around Shi Feng. These stars crushed the various spells and arrows as they came within 10 yards of the swordsman. It was as if the stars had formed a magic barrier around Shi Feng. No matter how many attacks flew towards Shi Feng, none of them hit their mark. In fact, the bombardment hadn't even reduced Shi Feng's HP by a single point. What kind of skill is that? Every player watching was stupefied. Meanwhile, after Shi Feng had deflected a volley, Matchless Family's dozens of melee players moved in to strike. Charge, chop, shadow assault, flame, slash. One skill after another collided with Shi Feng's sword's orbit. Pang, pang, bang. The moment these melee players encountered sword's orbit, they were thrown backward like cannonballs. Some nearly lost their grip on their weapons from the powerful impact. Moreover, these melee players had lost a visible chunk of their HPs. Even the Guardian Knights and Shield Warriors lost over 2,000 HP, and they had only received the damage from assaulting Shi Feng with their shields. The other classes lost around 4,000 HP. 4,000 damage would even reduce an MT's HP by 1/10. How is this possible? Solitary Nine and his companions watched, dumbfounded. Don't be afraid of this trash. We have healers to recover our HP. I refuse to believe his skill can last forever. A member from Matchless Family shouted to his team. The other members nodded in response. They eyed Shi Feng from the sidelines, waiting until the duration of whatever skill he was using came to an end. What? You don't want to play anymore? Shi Feng shook his head and chuckled when he saw his opponent's hesitation. Since you won't come to me, I'll come to you. He had simply focused on defense to get a better idea of these players' combat standards. He had only instant-killed Featherwind to instill shock and fear into these players. Now that the enemy commander was dead, the remaining 100-plus experts were little more than test subjects to help him understand players' standards in the ice crystal world. Following which, Shi Feng advanced and instantly appeared before a level 44 shield warrior, the sacred sword in his hand, smoothly descending from an angle that the shield warrior couldn't evade. So fast. The shield warrior raised his shield in a panic. At the same time, his feet also unconsciously took a step back. The instant killing ray met the fine gold-ranked shield. It left a scar in the metal, and the resulting impact threw the player over a dozen yards away. The shield warrior's HP fell by over 2,400. Following which, Shi Feng brandished his swords at the nearby MTs. Without exception, he sent every MT flying, monster. He isn't a player, he's a monster. Matchless Family's members were petrified as they watched Shi Feng toss about their MTs. Normally, they were lucky to land blocked attacks that dealt over -100 damage during duels with these MTs. Yet they received over -2,000 damage from Shi Feng's attacks. It was easy to imagine how horrifying the man's damage would be if they failed to block an attack. It seems the Ice Crystal World's players don't just have inferior equipment, but their combat standards are lower than players in God's domain as well. After clashing with Matchless Family's members several times, Shi Feng gained a general understanding of these players' combat standards. Following which, he stabbed the abyssal blade into the ground and glanced at the frightened players before him, saying, "My experiment is over. Let's start the real battle. Abyssal Curse, Skywheel's Sword." Suddenly, a dark fog bound every player within 30 yards of Shi Feng. As these players tried to activate their control removal skills, countless divine swords descended from above. Shi Feng then followed up with Killing Ray's Summon Lightning, dealing 400% lightning damage to all enemies within a 15-yard radius. In the blink of an eye, almost every player within Summon Lightning's range turned to ash and disappeared, leaving weapons and equipment scattered across the battlefield. Only a few MTs and the players who had fled the attack's radius had survived. Chapter 1448, Shocking Cold Wind City. Who is he? An expert like this guy was hidden in Cold Wind City all this time. The Aurora Sword's party members who had been about to flee were stupefied by the scene before them. They had never seen such a massive gap between players' strength. Even Zerg tactics would crumble against Shi Feng. A second ago, over 100 players from Matchless Family had Shi Feng surrounded. Now, however, only a dozen or so players were still standing. These players were only alive because they had reacted quickly enough, activating their life-saving skills upon realizing the severity of the situation. Otherwise, they too would have been electrocuted and turned to ash with their dead companions. Monster run. No one knew which player had shouted, but upon hearing the word run, every surviving Matchless Family member turned and fled as if a pistol had gone off to sign the start of some race. They all knew that if they fled as a group, none of them would get away, but Shi Feng couldn't catch them all if they ran in different directions. However, contrary to expectations, Shi Feng didn't immediately run after the feeling players. He simply sheathed his two swords and activated Chilling Field. Chilling Field covered a 50-yard radius. Upon activation, the skill enveloped every fleeing player. 9 dark gray swords appeared above the guild players. As Matchless Family's members focused on escape, they did not manage to react to the incoming attacks in time. As a result, the dark gray swords pierced their hearts with zero resistance, plundering the little HP they had remaining. After 2 waves of attacks, the last of Matchless Family's players transformed into particles of white light and disappeared, leaving only weapons and equipment in their places. Is he really a swordsman? Solitary 9 was thunderstruck as he watched the instantaneous slaughter. Among the dozen or so survivors, the closest had been 20 yards from Shi Feng, while the farthest had been over 35 yards away, yet even from such a distance, Shi Feng obliterated them effortlessly. With such attack capabilities, could anyone escape this man's wrath? Solitary 9's party members stared at Shi Feng, shock and fear dancing in their eyes. Although they had encountered plenty of experts before, they had never felt so powerless before one. It had taken Shi Feng only a few moves to wipe out over 100 experts from Matchless Family. When they had first seen the swordsman, they hadn't thought much of him. However, chills crawled down their spines as they watched Shi Feng calmly collect the loot littering the snowy ground. It was as if the thing walking towards them was some prehistoric beast, not a player. As Shi Feng collected the dropped weapons and equipment, each item surprised him more than the last. Only a small fraction of the loot was system-made. Most of the weapons and equipment were crafted items. The lowest rank among these items was secret silver, while the highest quality items were dark gold rank. Every weapon and piece of equipment was level 40, currently. Even Zero Wing's prided Candlelight trading firm could only mass-producing level 40 mysterious iron weapons and equipment. Only the top-ranking lifestyle players were capable of crafting level 40 fine gold weapons and equipment. Moreover, they could only craft a limited amount. One of the reasons for the low production volume was material rarity. Another reason was the low success rate, which resulted in high production costs. Rather than waste time trying to procure rare materials, most players simply purchased their weapons and equipment in the auction house. The fact that the majority of the weapons and equipment Matchless Family's members had dropped were player-made was inconceivable. The development of weapon and equipment production on God's Domain's continent was already quite fast, yet it was nothing compared to Ice Crystal World. While Shi Feng collected the scattered items, Solitary 9 took the initiative to approach the man. Friend, thank you for earlier. If not for you, Matchless Family's members would have killed us. I am Solitary 9, the commander of the Aurora Sword Adventurer team. Solitary 9 introduced himself. If you have any problems in Cold Wind City, please feel free to contact me. Although Aurora Sword wasn't one of Cold Wind City's top adventurer teams, it was relatively well known. The team had over 100 members in total, and although they were strong enough to make major changes in the city, they could deal with minor issues. The other party members nodded eagerly. They both feared and revered Shi Feng. If they spread the news about what had happened here, it would cause chaos in Cold Wind City. Matchless Family was a peerless organization in Cold Wind City, yet Shi Feng had slaughtered over 100 of its experts by himself. It was a monster-like existence. Countless players dreamed of befriending an expert like him. Cold Wind City? After giving the matter some thought, Shi Feng asked, "Can you tell me a little about the situation in Cold Wind City?" He had practically no understanding of the ice crystal world, let alone any clues leading to eternal ice crystals. Now that Katie Green had sent him here, if he did not acquire the required eternal ice crystals within a month, he would have a far more difficult time obtaining the Bracelet of Time. The first thing he needed to do was learn about the situation here. Once he did, he'd have an easier time searching for the eternal ice crystals. "Tell you about Cold Wind City." Solitary 9 was taken aback. He quickly recovered from his surprise and asked, "Could it be that you're not a player from this region?" The others were similarly dumbfounded. Everyone knew that unless one crossed the snow rift, it was impossible to leave or enter the Cold Wind City region. "That's right. I'm not from this area." Shi Feng nodded, feeling no particular need to hide the truth. After all, players in other worlds didn't always stay there. As they reached higher levels, the system would gradually integrate them into the rest of the game. Besides, it's not like they could do anything about his origin. Realization dawned Solitary 9 and the others. It was no wonder why they had never seen a monster like Shi Feng in Cold Wind City. However, Solitary 9 and his companions couldn't help their rueful sighs. Solitary 9 was one of the top 3 MTs in Cold Wind City. He should rank near the top in other regions as well. But they had never imagined that other regions would have experts like this swordsman. It was easy to surmise that the expert standards in other regions were much higher than in Cold Wind City. This revelation was a mental blow. At the same time, though, they were eager to leave their city and explore other maps. Only Solitary 9 and the others did not know that Shi Feng was not from a different region in the ice crystal world. Rather, he had come from God's Domain's continent. Even in his home region, Shi Feng only ranked among the top 100 on the God's Domain experts list, following which Solitary 9 explained some basic details and the general situation in Cold Wind City. Meanwhile, an uproar shook Cold Wind City. Matchless Family's failed attempt to annihilate the Aurora Sword Adventurer team had already reached the public. Not only had the guild member failed to kill a single player from the group, but hundreds of its experts had also been eliminated by some passing swordsmen. Chapter 1449, Becoming Famous in Cold Wind City. Cold Wind City, Matchless Family's guild residence. Over a dozen upper echelons occupied the residence's meeting room, an extraordinarily tense atmosphere. A middle-aged man on the guild leader's throne was the cause for this tension. This middle-aged man wore a suit of azure armor. Although he said nothing, the pressure he radiated chilled the room. Even a passing glance from this man felt like that of some ferocious beast. This middle-aged man was none other than Thundering Sky, Matchless Family's guild leader. In Cold Wind City, one word from him could easily decide whether a player lived or died. Right now, Thundering Sky's blood boiled with rage. "Can someone tell me where this person came from?" Thundering Sky frowned as he watched Shi Feng's battle video. "It's been so long since the incident, yet none of you know anything about him?" "Guild leader, we've launched a full investigation on the player. However, we have yet to uncover any information about him," one of the upper echelons answered, cold sweat chilling his forehead. Immediately after Featherwind died, the Elementalist had sent them an offline message, ordering them to focus all of their resources on investigating Shi Feng. However, no matter how hard they searched, they found nothing about the swordsman. It was as if the man had suddenly appeared. "This player has already killed over 100 of our members, but we don't even know his name." "Garbage, every one of you," Thundering Sky bellowed. "Continue searching. Mobilize everyone. I want this person found. Since he dares to disrespect Matchless Family, then he shouldn't even dream of surviving in Cold Wind City." "Understood." Everyone nodded and notified the guild's members to search for the swordsman. For a time, every member of Matchless family hunted for Shi Feng, killing intent igniting their hearts. Centurion Dynasty also held a meeting to discuss the situation. Interesting, truly interesting. That person actually annihilated Feather Wind's expert team. I don't think even Lifeless Thorn could do that. Sky Slicer, Centurion Dynasty's guild leader, said, laughing as he watched Shi Feng's battle video. Matchless family had been humiliated. Not only had the guild failed to kill Solitary 9, but it had also lost over 100 experts. Most importantly, a single player was responsible for all 100-plus deaths. This had dealt a huge blow to Matchless family's reputation. After all, winning a 1-on-5 expert battle was impressive. Even an expert like Lifeless Thorn should only be able to handle a dozen or so experts at a time. Yet Shi Feng had faced over 100 experts, and his victory had been overwhelming. Naturally, anyone who watched Shi Feng's battle video would realize that the man was very powerful. However, those who had only heard about the massacre would assume that Matchless family's experts were nothing but paper tigers. Suddenly, a female elementalist in white mage robes asked, "Guild leader, what should we do next?" "Since the Matchless family wants to kill this player, we have to do the opposite," Sky Slicer said, laughing. "Rain, find him. Tell him that the Centurion Dynasty would like to welcome him with open arms." "What if he refuses?" Swirling Rain asked. "Refuses?" Sky Slicer snorted. "That's not an option. We're talking about Matchless family, after all. Even if he is strong as an individual, he can't take on the whole guild. He'll only be safe if he joins us. Understood." Swirling Rain then bowed and left the meeting room. Both of Cold Rain City's large guilds began their search for Shi Feng. Meanwhile, the city's players were dumbfounded. What's going on? This person is awesome. Both large guilds are actually offering a high price for information about his whereabouts. Not even Lifeless Thorn has ever elicited such a reaction. There's no helping it. Although Lifeless Thorn doesn't belong to any guild, his adventurer team, Way of Heart, is a top adventurer team with over 3,000 members. It has over 300 experts. 3 of the city's top 10 experts belong to the adventurer team as well. The guilds would have to weigh their options seriously before moving against Lifeless Thorn. That's right. This player is doomed. He killed so many of Matchless family's players. The guild won't rest until they kill him back to level 0. Both guilds are offering such a high price. They're already offering 2 gold for any information about the man's current location. The independent players on Cold Wind City's streets quietly discussed the new player, every one of them admiring Shi Feng's courage. In Cold Wind City, no one, aside from Centurion Dynasty, dared to provoke Matchless family. Independent players often resented the 2 large guilds. Unfortunately, since both guilds were so powerful, they had no choice but to endure their suffering. Hence, when they had heard the news of Shi Feng slaughtering over 100 experts from Matchless family, they quietly celebrated. As the city's players chatted about the recent events, 7 players arrived in the teleportation hall. These players were none other than Shi Feng and the party from Aurora Sword. After Solitary 9 had offered a general explanation of Cold Wind City, Shi Feng had decided to pay the city a visit. Hence, Solitary 9 had given Shi Feng a few return scrolls for Cold Wind City so that he could return via teleportation alongside his people. Cold Wind City was the only NPC city in this particular zone. The city's player population exceeded 2 million act. Each of the large guilds had over 100,000 members. It was why the 2 guilds were able to rule over Cold Wind City. If Shi Feng wanted to find more information about the eternal ice crystals, Cold Wind City's library was undoubtedly the best place to do so. All of God's domain's libraries collected information about their home locations. As soon as Shi Feng's group left the teleportation hall, gasps erupted from the players outside of the building. "Crap! Isn't that the expert that killed the Matchless family's experts? What? Does he not know that the guilds have mobilized their forces to find him? He must be insane. He actually ventured into the city. Does he think Matchless family is afraid of attacking him within the city walls? That might be the case. Unfortunately, he's underestimated the guild. Some time ago, some guy had provoked a few of Matchless family's members. In the end, they killed him over 10 times inside the city. The matter was only resolved after he paid the guild 10 gold and every weapon and piece of equipment he had. Quick, notify Matchless family. These players were stupefied as they watched Shi Feng stroll down the street admiring the scenery. From time to time, Shi Feng even entered a shop to browse its merchandise. After so recently provoking Matchless family, this man dared to show his face in Coldwind City. From a certain perspective, Shi Feng deserved to be called Coldwind City's #1 player. Shortly after Shi Feng's arrival, news reached both large guilds. What? He's shopping in the trade area? Are you sure? Sky Slicer could not help his shock upon hearing the latest report. I'm absolutely sure I've compared his face to the person in the video, the assassin confirmed, nodding seriously. I'll head there immediately, notify the main force members and tell them to gather in the trade area as soon as possible. Sky Slicer hurriedly instructed after digesting the information. Meanwhile, in Matchless family's residence, when Thundering Sky received the news of Shi Feng's appearance, he nearly shattered his desk. Daring bastard, after killing my subordinates, he still dares show his face. Notify every expert in the guild and tell them to hurry over. Halt all operations and quests temporarily. Thundering Sky bellowed. Chapter 1450, City of Crafters. Coldwind City, Trade Area Commander. More people are tailing us now. Matchless families probably found out about our return already. Should we notify Big Brother Ye Feng about? Yanya asked worriedly as she glanced at the players stalking them. News of the slaughter of Matchless family's members had already spread throughout the city. Yet now, the main culprit boldly walked down the city streets without a care in the world. It was a slap in the face to the guild. Once the Matchless family's members arrived, they would not leave without a fight. Thousands of players from Matchless City resided in the city. Killing a single player would be child's play for the guild. Furthermore, their group still had the Soul Lock debuff. Solitary 9 nodded in response to Yanya's question. Based on his understanding of Matchless family, the guild would seek revenge for the smallest of grievances. It wouldn't hesitate to take action against Shi Feng even in the city. Although he trusted in Shi Feng's strength, Matchless family had the home ground advantage. Regardless of how powerful the man was, he was at a disadvantage. Solitary 9 walked up to Shi Feng and whispered, "Brother Yi Feng, why don't we head to the library? I'm afraid that if we linger around here any longer, Matchless family's members will find us. Dealing with them will be troublesome." "Troublesome?" Curious, Shi Feng asked. "Do players have full power over the city?" Solitary 9 hadn't gone into the management style in the Ice Crystal World's NPC cities. If these cities were like the Dark Den's shelters, where players had full authority to determine a city's rules, they would indeed have some trouble to deal with. That's not the case. Matchless family just has a lot of members inside the city, Solitary 9 said, shaking his head. Shi Feng breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Solitary 9's reply. He then pointed at the Coldwind auction house a short distance away and said, "That's all right then. I've already visited most of the shops, so let's make a trip to the auction house before we head to the library." This, Solitary 9 was speechless. The man even wondered if Shi Feng understood what he meant by a lot of members. Coldwind City was the Matchless family's main headquarters. The guild could easily gather over 10,000 players at a moment's notice. Centurion Dynasty was the only existence capable of contending with the guild in the city. "Commander, what should we? Forget it. We'll just accompany him until the end. Hopefully, Thundering Sky can keep his cool and avoid doing anything rash." As Solitary 9 watched Shi Feng leisurely approach the auction house, he struggled with various complex feelings. He could not understand what was going through Shi Feng's mind. However, since Shi Feng had saved his and his teammates' lives, he could not escape by himself. He could only pray that Matchless family did not do anything too reckless. After all, they were currently standing in the heart of the city. Patrolling NPC guards were everywhere. If it really came down to a fight, Matchless family would not have too much of an advantage either. Upon entering the auction house's main hall, the sight of players hawking their items greeted Shi Feng, selling cheap, top-tier level 40 fine gold weapons, 10 gold per item. Get a 5% discount if you buy 2. Selling refined meteorite copper for 3 gold per stack. Selling frost steel ore for 1 gold per stack. The players selling items in the hall outnumbered the shopping players. The items these players were selling shocked Shi Feng. On the God's Domain continent, even the cheapest level 40 fine gold weapon could sell for 15 gold or more, yet players here were offering the same for 10 gold each. Moreover, they were all player-made weapons. With how high current demand was for level 40 fine gold weapons in his world, he could easily turn a massive profit if he bought and resold these player-made weapons. As for the refined meteor copper, the rare forging material currently sold for 30 silver per ingot. Moreover, it was very difficult to purchase. Each stack containing 20 ingots sold for 6 gold, yet these players were selling each stack for half that. The various forging materials sold in the hall were all significantly cheaper than those in God's Domain. In addition, this world had an abundance of forging resources. Even empires famous for producing ores paled in comparison to the ice crystal world. This place is really impressive. It's a pity that I don't have a way to return once I leave. I guess I have no choice but to stock up on rare materials before I depart. Shi Feng sighed ruefully as he looked through the various items these players offered. If he could travel between the ice crystal world and the God's Domain continent, he could earn more income from reselling items than what he earned from Stone Forest Town. Moreover, he could rely on the large quantity of materials to nurture the candlelight trading firm's forgers. If luck would have it, he might nurture a few master forgers. After all, creating new items required experimentation with various materials. With so many rare materials in the ice crystal world, one could experiment to their heart's content. This was most likely the reason that the standard of Coldwind City's forgers was far above those in the candlelight trading firm. Based on Solitary Nine's explanation, the ice crystal world should have other NPC cities. As players reached higher levels, Coldwind City's guilds began to prepare to challenge the Snow Rift. It was only a matter of time before Coldwind City's players encountered cities in other regions. At this point, Shi Feng suspected that the ice crystal world had birthed the game's first master forger. However, purchasing a large amount of materials required a lot of coins, but he hadn't been carrying many when he had come to the ice crystal world. His only option was to make money by selling the Matchless family's secret silver and fine gold items for a low price. Unfortunately, the dark gold items were precious to Zero Wing, so Shi Feng intended to hold on to them for now. After Shi Feng finished putting the loot from Matchless family up for sale, he left the auction house and made his way to the library. Seeing Shi Feng finally willing to leave this risky location, Solitary Nine and the others breathed a sigh of relief. However, as soon as they left the auction house, they were greeted by a shocking scene. Players crowded the street, and every one of them wore Matchless family's guild emblem. With a rough glance, they easily counted over 10,000 players. Matchless family's members radiated killing intent as they glared at Shi Feng's group, scaring off any unrelated players. What's going on? Does Matchless family plan to monopolize the auction house? You don't know? Some expert killed a bunch of their members. They've come to deal with him. Do they need to go to such lengths, though? Why would they dispatch so many people just for one player? The domineering display frightened the independent players on the street. Among the Matchless family members present, the lowest leveled member was level 43. Their equipment was awe-inspiring as well. Has the Matchless family lost its mind? Solitary Nine felt an unprecedented pressure. He had thought that at most, Matchless family would send around 1,000 experts. He hadn't expected Thundering Sky to be mad enough to dispatch a 10,000-man army. Not even Lifeless Thorn, Coldwind City's #1 expert, could elicit such a reaction. However, after Matchless family's members had gathered in front of the auction house, another commotion shook the street. Another player army slowly approached from the other end of the street, and although this army was smaller than Matchless family's, it still included around 3,000 players. These new arrivals wore Centurion Dynasty's guild emblem. For a time, experts from both of Coldwind City's large guilds stood before the auction house's entrance, following which both guilds' leaders pulled away from the crowd. Both men looked at Shi Feng. "You're the expert that killed Featherwind?" Thundering Sky and Sky Slicer asked in almost perfect unison. The spectating players were stupefied. Chapter 1451, Obliterated. That guy is so amazing. Both guild leaders actually came looking for him. Just who is he? The distant spectating players were shocked to see the two men. Solitary Nine, who stood behind Shi Feng, was at a loss for words. Both Thundering Sky and Sky Slicer were top-tier existences in Cold Wind City. Normally they were very difficult to meet. Yet these two had gathered here due to Shi Feng. "That's right. What business do you have with me?" Shi Feng calmly replied to the guild leader's question. An army of 10,000 players might be shocking to ordinary players, but not even a 1,000,000-player army could surprise Shi Feng. Besides, they were still inside an NPC city. "Good. I never thought you would have the guts to admit it." Thundering Sky's face twitched in anger as he glared at Shi Feng's calm composure. "I am Thundering Sky, the guild leader of Matchless Family. Since you admitted to killing my guild's experts, that makes things simple. Hand over every item and piece of equipment you have, and let me kill you once, then we'll consider the matter settled. Otherwise, bear the consequences at your own risk." "Guild leader, aren't you letting this brat off too lightly?" The guild leader's demand confused his upper echelons. They had assumed that Thundering Sky wouldn't rest until he forced this newcomer to delete his account. He had just offered to let Shi Feng off with such a light punishment. "Enough! I have my reasons." Thundering Sky shot his subordinates a withering glare, immediately silencing them. What these guild upper echelons did not know was that Thundering Sky was far more interested in Shi Feng's weapons and equipment than he was in avenging Featherwind. After watching the swordsman's battle video, he realized that the man's basic attributes were ridiculously high. Not even Thundering Sky was confident of killing Featherwind in one hit. After all, Featherwind's weapons and equipment were considerably good. The Elementalist's HP was also over 30,000. PvP battles were different from those with monsters. A player's damage would scale down when they struck another player. Killing expert players of the same level was very difficult. Yet Shi Feng had done it. Moreover, he had thrown level 44 and 45 shield warriors with his normal attacks. His strength could definitely rival that of a great lord of the same level. With such powerful attributes, Shi Feng had to have more than one top-tier weapon or piece of equipment. He might even have something Thundering Sky could use. However, if they killed this man while the Soul Lock debuff was active, Shi Feng would only drop a few pieces of equipment. On the off chance that he had stored his items in the bank, they would lose any chance of obtaining them. Ha ha ha! Fellow friend, ignore this man's foolish demands. If you join Centurion Dynasty, I guarantee that no harm will come to you within the Cold Wind City region, Sky Slicer said as he sent a contemptuous glance at Thundering Sky before turning back to Shi Feng. In addition, I'd like to offer you the position as our guild's main force vice commander. Insane. This is madness. I didn't hear wrong, right? Sky Slicer actually offered so much to an unknown expert? They haven't even been that generous to Lifeless Thorn. Sky Slicer's voice had been quite loud, so the spectating crowd had heard every word. The offer confused them. A guild's main force was a guild's core of power. The main force generally only answered to the guild leader. Not even vice-guild leaders had the authority to mobilize the main force. Hence, the main force's commander was even more important than the vice-guild leader. Although the vice-commander wasn't as important, it was still a crucial role. Sky Slicer had offered Shi Feng such an important position right off the bat. "Slicer, do you intend to make an enemy of Matchless Family?" Thundering Sky shouted, enraged. Although he had expected Sky Slicer to oppose him, he hadn't expected the man to be so brazen about it. "Have our guilds ever been friendly?" Sky Slicer sneered. Their two guilds had fought countless battles against each other, and neither feared their rival. Now that he had an opportunity to suppress his rival's momentum and recruit a powerful expert, he couldn't miss the chance to kill two birds with one stone. "Good. I'll take care of your Centurion Dynasty as well." Thundering Sky's expression darkened. Immediately, he commanded, Everyone, attack. Yes, let's see who is afraid of whom. Sky Slicer also commanded his guild members to fight. For a time, the Matchless family and Centurion Dynasty's members slaughtered each other inside the city. Due to so many players involved, the NPC patrols couldn't quell the incident quickly. They could only clear out the fighting players little by little. Both guilds' members fought with everything they had, fully intent on annihilating their enemy. Now that players were reaching higher levels, it was only a matter of time before they could raid the Snow Rift. To compete with guilds in other NPC cities, they first needed to deal with Cold Wind City's problems. Otherwise, they would have to face enemies on both fronts. The entire street had transformed into a battlefield. Spells and arrows blotted out the sky, and explosions and screams filled the air. Unfortunately, as Centurion Dynasty had brought fewer members, Matchless family quickly suppressed its players. As a result, the former guild's members were forced to retreat. Of course, Matchless family couldn't eliminate their rivals' members as Centurion Dynasty's reinforcements began to arrive. All Matchless family could do was push the other guild back. Shortly after the battle had begun, the dead players' weapons and equipment littered the street. Even experts were forced to use their life-saving skills. The weaker players died before they could even react as numerous attacks struck. The spectators were stunned. This fight helped them realize just how weak an individual was compared to a guild. Even the well-known adventurer teams were nothing. Very quickly, Sky Slicer was forced into a corner. Meanwhile, Matchless family's members surrounded the auction house. Do you think that we can't touch you just because Centurion Dynasty wants to lend a helping hand? Thundering Sky sneered at Shi Feng, who had not participated in the battle. I guarantee you that no one can protect you in the Cold Wind City region. If you hand over all of your weapons and equipment now, I can still let you off the hook. If you try to retaliate, I'll eliminate you, Solitary 9, and his group hiding behind you. The watching crowd gasped when they heard Thundering Sky's threat. They all knew that Thundering Sky was a man of his word, but they hadn't expected him to be ruthless enough to target Solitary 9's group as well. However, as soon as Thundering Sky finished speaking, Shi Feng, who had maintained a relaxed posture, unsheathed Killing Ray. He then casually walked towards Thundering Sky, who stood 50 yards away from him, as if he were just taking a stroll through his own backyard. What? He actually dares to defy Thundering Sky? Is he insane? Even Matchless family's members were stunned. Setting aside Thundering Sky's individual prowess, the man was surrounded by hundreds of his experts. These subordinates would likely kill the swordsman before he got close to their guild leader. You asked for this? Thundering Sky frowned. He hadn't thought this newcomer would be so foolish. He gestured with a hand and ordered, "Kill him!" The instant Shi Feng was within the ranged player's reach, over 100 spells and arrows flew towards him, forming a tight wall that left no room for Shi Feng to dodge. However, Shi Feng raised the sacred sword and swung it forward, lightning edge. Suddenly, countless arcs of blue lightning streaked towards the incoming spells and arrows. In the blink of an eye, the lightning destroyed everything in a 50-yard cone. I am only one person. However, you can't just kill me because you want to, Shi Feng calmly stated as he watched Thundering Sky and his numerous subordinates transform into particles of white light. Chapter 1452, Overwhelming Difference. Silence. It seemed as if time had stopped. The fighting players from both guilds froze as they stared at the particles of light that had once been Thundering Sky and his subordinates. All of a sudden, a large empty space had opened on the crowded street. Even now, faint arcs of electricity flickered around the clearing. In a single move, Shi Feng had killed hundreds of Matchless family's players. Thundering Sky, who ranked among Cold Wind City's top 10 players, had died before their eyes. He hadn't even put up the slightest fight before he had died. It was hard to believe that an ordinary-looking swordsman with a blue longsword had been responsible for this. When Solitary 9 and the others who stood behind Shi Feng saw this, they could not help but gasp, the corners of their lips twitching slightly. They already knew that Shi Feng was very powerful, But it now seemed that Shi Feng hadn't taken his fight with Featherwind seriously. Just who is this guy? The corners of Sky Slicer's eyes twitched as he stared at the empty clearing a short distance away. He wouldn't have been so surprised if Shi Feng had been a magical class player. However, this was the first time he had seen a swordsman in God's domain possessing such a powerful skill. Moreover, this skill had such a short channeling time, giving the skill's targets no time to react. How is this possible? The guild leader died. Matchless Family's members were at a loss. Everything had happened too quickly. He killed our guild leader. We can't let him get away. That skill must have a long cooldown. He can't use it again anytime soon. Kill him. Suddenly, Matchless Family's members turned their attention away from Centurion Dynasty as they charged at Shi Feng. A guild leader was directly connected to the guild's reputation. The fact that this man had killed their guild leader instantly humiliated every one of them. If they did not kill Shi Feng right now, Matchless Family's reputation would suffer. This would severely impact their guild's development.
Damn it!
Matchless Family's players have lost their minds. Tension gripped Solitary 9 as he watched the players swarm towards him. However, before the Matchless Family's members reached their group, Shi Feng pointed Killing Ray at the approaching crowd. Dragon Breath. Suddenly, a beam of white light shot forth. The white light vaporized any player it touched. In the blink of an eye, several hundred more players had died after using Dragon Breath. Shi Feng followed up with Dragon's Authority, inflicting the fear debuff on all enemies within a 50-yard radius, reducing their movement speed and attack speed by 40% for 1 minute. Everyone within the skill's range felt as if they had plunged into a muddy swamp, following which Shi Feng activated Defensive Blade, increasing his attack range. He then took a step forward and vanished. Where is he? As the crowd recovered from the shock and fear Shi Feng's Dragon Breath had inflicted, the man had disappeared. They could not help their growing confusion. However, before anyone had realized it, Shi Feng had reappeared among Matchless Family's members. He lightly swung his 2 swords at the nearby enemies. Boom! A tornado formed around Shi Feng, following which all players within 15 yards of Shi Feng collapsed, staring at their empty HP bars in a daze. Not even the MTs with high HP had escaped Shi Feng's wrath, following which Shi Feng advanced once again. This time, however, he didn't execute void steps. Instead, he left numerous afterimages trailing behind him as he moved forward. At the same time, he brandished his swords without a care in the world, slaughtering every player that came within 15 yards. None of the players within his range escaped death's embrace. In fact, they couldn't even block or dodge the swordsman's attacks. One after another, Matchless Family's members transformed into particles of light. Shi Feng looked like a god of death as he claimed these players' lives. Nobody could even slow him down. Although the guild's ranged players tried to stop Shi Feng, their attempts were little more than a joke. They couldn't even keep up with Shi Feng's movements with their eyes, much less land an attack. They could only watch as particles of light floated in the air. He can't be a player. He must be a demon in disguise. He's a monster. A monster in human skin. We need to run. After a brief moment, Shi Feng had killed another several hundred players. Panic overwhelmed Matchless Family members as they watched Shi Feng reap their allies' lives. At this point, they had forgotten about avenging their guild leader and restoring their guild's reputation. They could only think of getting as far away from Shi Feng as possible. They had never seen such a terrifying player before. Compared to Shi Feng, the strongest boss monster they had ever faced looked cute. After all, they had some hope of damaging a boss against Shi Feng. However, they couldn't even resist. How was this supposed to be a PvP battle? This was just a one-sided massacre, like frightened rats. The thousands of Matchless Family members scattered and fled in all directions. The players watching from a safe distance were stupefied. Before today, they had seen thousands of players pursue a single person. They had never watched one player chase after a 10,000-man army. This scene had shattered everything they had thought they knew about God's domain. Isn't he a little too strong? Just who is he? Solitary 9 was beyond shocked. An individual having the power to suppress an entire guild only ever happened in his dreams, yet he watched as that dream became a reality. What Solitary 9 did not know was that, while Cold Wind City's players might be stronger than those in God's domain as forgers, their weapons and equipment were nothing in comparison. To prove this point, not one player from Matchless Family dropped an epic weapon or piece of equipment. The best they had was level 40 dark gold equipment. On the other hand, Shi Feng wielded 3 fragmented legendary items. He was also a Tier 2 player. With both advantages, the difference between Shi Feng and his opponents was horrifying as the other players from Aurora Sword watched Shi Feng's massacre, and indescribable excitement bloomed in their chests. They were fully aware that Shi Feng was a player. They fully intended to boast to their friends that they had met such a powerful expert. After around 30 seconds, the originally clogged street was empty of players. Only Shi Feng and a bunch of weapons and equipment remained. The survivors from Matchless Family had long since fled the battlefield. Despite so many items covering the street, none of the spectators moved forward to steam them. On the contrary, they distanced themselves from the loot, making sure that at least 100 yards lay between them and the nearest item. As for the NPC guards, they spared Shi Feng little more than a glance before pursuing Matchless Family's surviving members. In NPC cities, the NPC guards would target the side that attacked first. Matchless Family members had teamed up before surrounding Shi Feng. If any member of the team attacked, they would implicate the entire team in the crime. Hence, within a fixed amount of time, Shi Feng could kill as many members of the team as he wanted without receiving any punishment from the system. Even if this mechanic hadn't existed, Shi Feng could have simply found a secluded location and altered his appearance with the demon mask. With Nightwalker Cape's passive concealment effect, not even high-tiered NPC guards could touch him. After crushing Matchless Family members, Shi Feng didn't hurry to collect his loot. Instead, he smiled as he turned to Sky Slicer, who stood a short distance away, saying, "Guild Leader, Slicer, now that the problem has been dealt with, may I know what business you have with me?" Chapter 1453, Unexpected Harvest. As Centurion Dynasty's members watched Shi Feng walk towards them, their breath caught and cold sweat drenched their backs. It felt as if a prehistoric beast approached, not a player, and they desperately wanted to turn and flee. One man had inspired thousands of Matchless Family's members to run like frightened rats. If someone had told them of such a thing happening in the past, they would have laughed it off. Now, however, they could not find it in themselves to laugh. They had clashed with the other guild many times, and both were roughly on the same level. Since Shi Feng could suppress Matchless Family by himself, naturally he wouldn't have any issues doing so to Centurion Dynasty. Sky Slicer wore an ugly expression. Had he known something like this would happen, he would not have poked his nose into the situation. "Brother Expert, I believe there has been a misunderstanding. I only came here to recruit you because I have a grudge against Matchless Family. If I had known that Brother Expert was so powerful, I would not have meddled in your affairs. For this offense, I am willing to pay 10,000 magic crystals as compensation," Sky Slicer respectfully told Shi Feng. His previous pride had faded like smoke. "What a generous offer," Solitary 9 quietly exclaimed. In his opinion, Sky Slicer was insane to offer 10,000 magic crystals as an apology. Even a well-known adventurer team like Aurora Sword had only accumulated 2,000 magic crystals thus far. Meanwhile, magic crystals were an indispensable resource in Cold Wind City, for example. Lifestyle players needed the crystals when producing weapons and equipment. To increase their production success rate, they would spend magic crystals on renting special workshops in their respective lifestyle associations. There was also the Divine Colosseum, and training there cost a lot of crystals. Magic crystals were nearly impossible to save, although there were quite a few ways to obtain magic crystals in Cold Wind City. Handing over 10,000 magic crystals would deal a considerably painful blow to Centurion Dynasty. However, Solitary 9 wasn't a guild leader, so he couldn't understand Sky Slicer's thought process. If an expert of Shi Feng's caliber decided to target Centurion Dynasty and randomly ambush its main force or elite members, the guild would break under the loss. Moreover, Centurion Dynasty couldn't do anything to Shi Feng. If such a situation lasted for a long time, it could cripple the guild. The 10,000 magic crystal offer also served to put some distance between Centurion Dynasty and Shi Feng. 10,000 magic crystals? Shi Feng was slightly confused. The resources in Coldwind City were far more abundant than he had assumed. Both Centurion Dynasty and Matchless Family would only be third-rate guilds on God's Domain's continent. Giving away 10,000 magic crystals would likely bankrupt the guild. However, based on Sky Slicer's expression, he only felt a slight pang at the loss. When the guild leader saw the small frown forming on Shi Feng's face, he realized that the other party wasn't particularly satisfied with the compensation. Gritting his teeth, he said, "If Brother Expert doesn't find the compensation satisfying, I can include this map as well." Saying so, Sky Slicer took out an ancient, tattered animal skin. Although the hide was quite old, it emitted a faint pressure. Although there was only a trace of this pressure, everyone seemed to fear it. "This is divine might?" Shi Feng stared at the animal hide in Sky Slicer's hands in surprise. Divine might was an aura unique to gods. Any item that radiated the energy wouldn't be ordinary. Furthermore, this item had manifested in the ice crystal world. Although this otherworld's rank was quite high, it could only accommodate up to Tier 5 creatures. Tier 6 gods were barred from this world. The fact that such an item, once used by God, had manifested here made it even more valuable. "Brother Expert, what do you think?" Sky Slicer asked, smiling when he saw Shi Feng's interest in the animal hide. He had obtained this animal hide some time ago, but although he recognized it as valuable, he had no way to reveal its secrets. Using it to appease Shi Feng and improve his relationship with the man wasn't a bad trade. "Deal." Shi Feng nodded. His goal in traveling to the ice crystal world was to obtain eternal ice crystals, not to dominate Coldwind City. He had no reason to clash with the local guilds. If not for Matchless Family's determination to pick a fight, he wouldn't have bothered with them. Hearing Shi Feng's reply, Sky Slicer breathed a sigh of relief. He then handed over the 10,000 magic crystals and the animal hide. As for the weapons and equipment littering the street, Shi Feng decided to sell the items to Sky Slicer for coins and various rare materials. Weapons and equipment took up an entire slot by themselves in a player's bag space. However, materials didn't. One slot could hold multiple articles of the same item. By selling the weapons and equipment for materials, Shi Feng could maximize the number of items he brought back to God's domain. Naturally, Sky Slicer was more than happy to accept Shi Feng's offer. The Matchless Family members that had cornered Shi Feng earlier consisted of the guild's elites and experts. Most of the players that had fallen to Shi Feng had been experts. Hence, the weapons and equipment they had dropped were considered top tier in Coldwind City. Through this transaction, Shi Feng had obtained close to 8,000 gold in rare materials. If he resold these materials in his home world, he could easily earn over 20,000 gold. However, Shi Feng wouldn't sell all of the materials even for a single payment of 20,000 gold. These rare materials could help the Candlelight trading firm's forgers improve quickly. The trading firm might even manage to nurture a master forger. After obtaining the materials, Shi Feng quickly made his way to Coldwind City's library. Meanwhile, news of Shi Feng's triumph over the Matchless Family quickly spread throughout Coldwind City, shocking the resident players. "That guy is so awesome. Not only did he suppress Matchless Family by himself, but even Centurion Dynasty treated him with respect. I wish I had half his strength." After this, Lifeless Thorn will have to relinquish his position as Coldwind City's #1 expert. I wonder if this expert is accepting disciples. If he is or plans to start an adventurer team or guild, I'll be the first to apply. For a time, Coldwind City's players heatedly discussed this newcomer. Meanwhile, a man wearing ice-blue armor and wielding a purple spear faced off against a level 54 Great Lord-ranked demonic frost wolf in the Snow Rift, Coldwind City's forbidden land. Despite the frost wolf's upper hand in speed and strength, it was helpless against this indifferent man. On the contrary, the player repeatedly restricted its movements. Because of this one man, the 20-man team following him easily dealt with the demonic Frost Wolf. Less than a minute after the fight had begun, the demonic Frost Wolf collapsed and dropped several items. The team members watched as their experience bars rose quite a bit. While the team rested, a heroic-looking female swordsman turned to the indifferent man who rested with his eyes closed. Giggling, she said, "Lifeless, didn't you say that you're the strongest player in Cold Wind City? It seems that you have a rival now." "A rival?" Lifeless Thorn's eyes opened when he heard these words. Shaking his head, he said, "Cold Wind City's experts are clueless. They're nowhere near being a suitable rival for me." "I'm not talking about them," the female swordsman, cleansing whistle, responded. Revealing a leisurely smile, she said, "Weren't you boasting about how powerful you are? Do you think you can stand against 10,000 elites from Matchless Family?" "You've got to be kidding. You're talking about 10,000 elite players." Lifeless Thorn rolled his eyes. "Then why do you claim to be invincible in Cold Wind City? Here, take a look at this." Not long ago, a swordsman expert single-handedly suppressed Matchless Family's army. Centurion Dynasty even offered him a gift as an apology, Cleansing Whistle said, giggling as she sent a copy of Shi Feng's battle video to Lifeless Thorn. This is, although Lifeless Thorn wanted to refute Cleansing Whistle's words, he couldn't help his shock as he watched the battle video. How can there be such a powerful expert in the city? Well, hadn't you said something earlier about the swordsman class being crap? Now you know how powerful swordsmen are? Cleansing Whistle said, feeling a little proud when she saw the man's shock. He is powerful. He is on an entirely different level than I am, Lifeless Thorn straightforwardly admitted. The assassin's admission stunned Cleansing Whistle. She had thought the news would shake Lifeless Thorn's confidence, allowing her to get some payback for his insults towards her class. Before Cleansing Whistle could say more, Lifeless Thorn stood and took a return scroll from his bag. "What are you doing?" Cleansing Whistle asked curiously. "Do you really have to ask?" "I'm going to look for that expert," Lifeless Thorn said, excitement flashing in his eyes. "Are you mad? We wasted all that time to get here, yet you're going back just like that." Cleansing Whistle was astonished, however. Ignoring her words, Lifeless Thorn activated the return scroll. He then transformed into a streak of light as he left the snow rift. Seeing this, Cleansing Whistle and the other team members had no choice but to take out return scrolls and head back as well. Meanwhile, in Cold Wind City's Nobles District, Shi Feng impatiently took out the animal hide Sky Slicer had given him and carefully inspected as he traveled in an advanced carriage. Chapter 1454, Treasure That Surpasses Epic Rank. It's no wonder why Sky Slicer couldn't do anything with this. When Shi Feng tried to inspect the hide, he was only able to learn its name, Tattered Animal Hide. The item displayed no further information. Although this animal hide radiated a faint trace of divine might due to time, it was damaged beyond recognition. The images and words that had been inscribed on the item were nearly impossible to discern. Fortunately, Shi Feng was confident that he was even more skilled at analyzing items than a master appraiser. I wonder what this item is? Exactly. Shi Feng then activated Omniscient Eyes and inspected the hide once more. The moment he tried to do so, a loading bar appeared above the item. Watching the loading bar, Shi Feng was astonished. How is this possible? Just what kind of item is this? When he used Omniscient Eyes to appraise dark gold items, the process took no more than 10 seconds. Yet this scrap of hide required 30 seconds. Not even epic items took so long to appraise. As the seconds ticked by, the process restored the images and words on the animal hide. By the time the loading bar was full and disappeared, the originally tattered hide seemed as if it had regained its vitality as it began to restore itself. In the blink of an eye, the tattered animal hide looked brand new. This is an ancient shrine? Shi Feng gave the leather an incredulous look. "Big brother Ye Feng, has something happened?" Yan Ya asked from beside Shi Feng. Everyone in the carriage was curious, looking to Shi Feng for an explanation. This man had remained calm even when he stood against an army of 10,000 players. Yet he stared at the hide Sky Slicer had given him in surprise. "It's nothing. "I'm just satisfied with the transaction with Sky Slicer," Shi Feng said, chuckling. Although Shi Feng had brushed the matter off verbally, inside he was ecstatic. Ancient shrines were considerably old in mysterious locations. No one knew who had built them, yet every large-scale otherworld had them. Ancient shrines were extremely dangerous, guarded by powerful monsters. They were also crowded with traps. Even so, players residing in large-scale otherworlds swarmed to these ancient shrines like madmen. This was because ancient shrines housed the passage to travel from their otherworlds to God's domain's continent. As otherworlds experts grew more powerful, they would find clues leading to these ancient shrines. They would then search for the shrines' locations before exploring their interiors. Eventually, they would find God's domain. However, this process normally only started after players reached level 100. The maps that contained these ancient shrines were generally high-level areas. Moreover, the ancient shrines themselves were very well hidden. The animal hide Sky Slicer had given him was a record of all of the locations of and information about the Ice Crystal World's ancient shrines. This item would save players a lot of time. Only now did Shi Feng understand why it had taken an unusual amount of time to appraise the animal hide. There was no doubt that the ancient shrine map in his hand was worth far more than a measly epic item. After all, whoever possessed this map would have full access to the Ice Crystal World. As long as he developed the path to one of the ancient shrines, he could freely transfer resources between the Ice Crystal World and his home world. The benefits of reselling these items could even tempt super guilds. The sooner he opened this path, the more benefits he'd obtain. According to the ancient shrine map, the easiest ancient shrine to reach was in a level 50 to 70 map. This map was a forbidden land that connected the various NPC cities in the Ice Crystal World for Cold Wind City. This map was the Snow Rift. Only the map indicated that the Snow Rift's ancient shrine lay under its core region, so it would be extremely difficult to locate. By the time anyone discovered the hidden map, Ice Crystal World's mainstream players would have exceeded the recommended level. With this map, my trip here has certainly been worth it. Shi Feng began to formulate numerous plans as he inspected the ancient shrine's location. He had come to the Ice Crystal World because of a quest originally. He would have had to wait until someone from the Ice Crystal World activated an ancient shrine's teleportation gate to return to this world after finishing his quest. Moreover, that was dependent on whether or not the player who discovered the shrine would publish the teleportation gate's location. After all, he wouldn't be able to return to the Ice Crystal World unless he found another teleportation gate on God's domain's continent. However, things had changed. If he could activate an ancient shrine before he left, he would travel between worlds unhindered. This would give Zero Wing an advantage. Moreover, unlike the Dark Den, where he could only take one person with him, the ancient shrine's teleportation gates wouldn't have such a restriction. Of course, he'd have to pay the teleportation fee. Incredibly powerful NPCs guarded ancient shrine's teleportation gates, and each of these NPCs determined the fees based on how much distance separated the two worlds. Generally, the fee ranged between 20 and 50 magic crystals per person. Although Shi Feng had once encountered a gate that charged 1 mana stone per person, usually only independent elite and expert players could afford to travel back and forth between worlds. However, the cost was nothing compared to the potential profits guilds could gain. After all, every other world had its own specialty resources that were extremely rare in God's domain. If guilds had to pay a small teleportation fee to obtain these precious resources, they would be more than happy to part with the cost. Right now, opening a path to the ancient shrine was far more important than obtaining eternal ice crystals to Shi Feng. As long as he activated the ancient shrine, he'd accept failing the quest and losing his chance to trade eternal ice crystals for the Bracelet of Time. He could simply rely on the Ice Crystal World's resources to earn 5 million magic crystals within a month and purchase the Bracelet of Time for the originally stated price. It seems I'll need to make a trip to this ancient shrine later. Thinking up to this point, Shi Feng carefully inspected the information on the animal hide. No one should ever underestimate an ancient shrine. Based on his memories, an ancient shrine required a considerable amount of time to raid and conquer, and he was alone in the Ice Crystal World. It wouldn't be easy to clear a path. As for the eternal ice crystals, Shi Feng intended to visit the library before making his decision. If he could find a way to obtain the 10 eternal ice crystals, he would save a massive amount of magic crystals. After looking at the ancient shrine map for some time, Shi Feng felt his head ache. The ancient shrine in question would be extraordinarily difficult to raid. Only now did he understand why the various otherworld's large guilds required a month to clear out a single shrine. Even a low-level ancient shrine, like the one located below the Snow Rift, was guarded by a level 70 mythic monster. Even the Snow Rift's final boss was a level 70 Grand Lord ranked 9-headed Earth Dragon. Although only one tier separated the two, the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. Alone, he could never defeat a level 70 mythic-ranked boss. When Shi Feng finished examining the ancient shrine map, he turned to Solitary 9 and asked, "Brother 9, would you to help me with something?" "Help you?" Solitary 9 asked, confused. "Yes, I wish to establish an adventurer team in Cold Wind City," Shi Feng stated. Chapter 1455, Adventurer Team Established. Establish an adventurer team? Big brother Ye Feng, are you joking? For a moment, everyone in the advanced carriage looked at Shi Feng in surprise, wondering if they had misheard. Shi Feng had previously expressed his lack of interest in establishing his own force. He had only come to Cold Wind City from another region to complete a quest. Yet this man had just stated that he wanted to establish his own adventurer team. They were both confused and excited to hear this. If Shi Feng formed an adventurer team, it would undoubtedly flourish. In addition, during the previous battle, Shi Feng had made a name for himself in Cold Wind City. He wouldn't have any issues establishing a guild, much less an adventurer team. They could already see players lining up to apply. "What do you need our help with?" Solitary 9 asked, practically glowing. He had already decided to join any force this man established. After all, Shi Feng's strength and combat standards were far more impressive than his own. Watching Shi Feng's battle had opened the doors to a completely new world for him. Unfortunately, Shi Feng hadn't shown any interest in setting up his own force, so he hadn't asked the swordsman about it. He had only hoped to form a close relationship with the swordsman and find an opportunity to seek Shi Feng's guidance. Now, however, he didn't need to do so. He could simply join Shi Feng's adventurer team. His goal in establishing an adventurer team was to improve his combat standards by delving into God's domain's various ruins and dungeons. He did not like participating in the struggles between guilds. Most importantly, he had always hated the way Matchless Family and Centurion Dynasty had operated. Hence, he had established the Aurora Sword adventurer team. He had thought that he and his companions could join Waveheart, Cold Wind City's #1 adventurer team, if the guilds put too much pressure on Aurora Sword. Fortunately, he didn't have to worry about that anymore. "I'd like to ask your help in advertising and organizing the adventurer team's recruitment." After giving the matter some more thought, he continued, "I don't need a lot of people for the team. 3,000 or 4,000 members will be enough. Official members will have to reach the Trial Tower's 5th floor at the very least, though the requirement will increase as time goes on." Cold Wind City had its own Divine Coliseum, and although it wasn't connected to those in other cities, it wouldn't affect players' evaluations. The 5th floor? Yanya's jaw dropped. "Big brother Ye Feng, very few people in Cold Wind City will be able to meet that requirement. Most experts can only reach the 4th floor. Yanya was one of Aurora Sword's top-ranked experts, but even she had only recently made it to the 5th floor. Quality is more important than quantity. Of course, we could let players take another set of tests before joining the adventurer team," Shi Feng said. He then took out the list of Zero Wing's test criteria when recruiting members, displaying it for Solitary 9 and his party. Not all talents in God's domain were powerhouses. Rather than only recruiting those who were already strong, they could also look for players with potential. Players with potential would become reserve members for the moment. Reserve members would then be tested and judged based on their improvement speed. They could become official members once they reached a certain standard. If not, they would have to resort to the primary test, reaching the Trial Tower's 5th floor. Although this 2-stage process was tedious, It helped Zero Wing avoid missing out on potential experts. Of course, there was a minimum requirement to become a reserve member. Players had to reach the Trial Tower's 4th floor. At this stage of the game, the Trial Tower's 4th floor was still a fairly difficult hurdle for players. However, as player standards continued to improve, more of them would reach the 4th floor. If a player could not even reach the 4th floor, there was no point for them to take the test to become a reserve member. Even so, Shi Feng's requirements stunned Solitary 9 and his companions. In Cold Wind City, players who could reach the Trial Tower's 4th floor were generally recruited to become elite members in one of the 2 major guilds, yet they would only be reserve members in Shi Feng's adventurer team. Once the city's players found out about this, they'd call him a madman. After all, how could an adventurer team offer more benefits than a guild? Convincing 1,000 people to join this man's adventurer team would be immensely difficult, much less 5,000 people. "Brother Ye Feng, what do you intend to call your adventurer team?" Solitary 9 asked. The adventurer team's name? Shi Feng thought about how others had called him an Asura. Being intensely uncreative, he replied, "Let's call it the Asura Adventurer Team." At first, he had considered simply calling it the Zero Wing Adventurer Team. After all, he had planned to use this adventurer team as reinforcements for Zero Wing's core members. However, after giving the matter some thought, he gave up on the idea. After all, many of God's Domain's experts disliked the restrictions guilds imposed on their members. Instead, he could invite the experts that refused to join Zero Wing to his Asura Adventurer team. This way, the Asura Adventurer team could collect independent experts who disliked guilds, forming a symbiotic relationship with Zero Wing. Then, Brother Ye Feng, can my Aurora Sword Adventurer team join yours? Solitary 9 asked anxiously after taking a deep breath. Of course, it'll help me out quite a bit if you join. As long as your team members can meet one of the 2 requirements, they are welcome, Shi Feng said, smiling. He already had a rough estimation of Solitary 9's strength. He had also listened to Yanya's comments on the matter. Not only was Solitary 9 one of Cold Wind City's top 3 MTs, but he had also reached the last stage of the Trial Tower's 6th floor. He was only a step away from the 7th. Although he didn't know any advanced combat techniques, he was not that far from the half-step refinement realm. In Zero Wing, he could easily rank among the guild's top 10 MTs. It was quite impressive. Furthermore, Solitary 9 hadn't received any official training like Zero Wing's core members had. The man had reached that standard of his own power. If Solitary 9 were offered sufficient training and guidance, he could easily reach the half-step refinement realm. Given enough time, reaching the refinement realm wouldn't be much of an issue. As such a capable expert, why wouldn't he welcome Solitary 9 into his adventurer team? Unfortunately, he'd have no choice but to let go the Aurora Sword members who couldn't meet the recruitment requirements. It was important that an organization adhere to its own rules. Otherwise, the organization would lose its members' trust. I understand, Solitary 9 replied. The Asura Adventurer team wanted experts. He'd have no choice but to compensate the Aurora Sword members who didn't make the cut. Following which, Shi Feng and his new companions drew up a list of benefits that the Asura Adventurer team would offer its members. With such a high recruitment requirement, not many players would apply if they didn't offer appropriate benefits. Before they realized it, their advanced carriage had arrived before Cold Wind City's library. What a marvelous library! As soon as Shi Feng alighted from the carriage, he could not help but stare at the mountainous building before him. Compared to White River City's library, Cold Wind City's was a giant. The building was well over 300 meters tall. It was large enough to fill 3 sports arenas. At the same time, the library felt ancient, like some long-lost ruin. Following which, Shi Feng activated his Demon Hunter title and approached the entrance. The 4 NPC guards by the doors glanced at Shi Feng as he passed by, showing no intention of stopping the swordsman. Elsewhere, Solitary 9 published the recruitment information for the Asura Adventurer team on Cold Wind City's official forums. At the same time, Yanya and the others saw to the necessary arrangements to spread the news throughout the city. Very quickly, news about Shi Feng's an adventurer team reached every player in Cold Wind City. What? He's actually trying to establish an adventurer team. When Thundering Sky, who had recently resurrected, received the news, his expression darkened. Chapter 1456, Adventurer Team's Benefits. Guild leader, quite a few of our members have withdrawn from the guild as soon as they heard the news. If we don't do something to stop this, I'm afraid that we'll lose more of our members. Featherwind cautiously reported to Thundering Sky. The battle at the auction house dealt a massive blow to Matchless Family's reputation, and because of that, the guild had lost over 1,000 elites and experts. Yet, despite such huge losses, Matchless Family couldn't do anything about them. After all, the guild was utterly helpless against Shi Feng. To make matters worse, Shi Feng had decided to establish his own adventurer team. They couldn't afford to provoke Shi Feng when he stood alone, but they could still avoid the man. Matchless Family had over 100,000 members. Even if Shi Feng were more powerful, he wouldn't be able to damage the guild's foundations if their members spread out. If he had an adventurer team under his control, however, Matchless Family would likely have to face thousands of players in the future. It had become even harder to deal with this expert. Damn it. Just who is he? Why haven't we heard of this guy before? Thundering Sky's expression twisted as he read the latest report. If not for Shi Feng's sudden appearance, their plans wouldn't have been interrupted, and he would have secured his hold on Cold Wind City. Guild leader, should we contact those people? Featherwind asked softly. It can't be helped. At this rate, Cold Wind City will either end up in Centurion Dynasty's hands or the Asura adventurer teams. Since they've taken Cold Wind City from me, I won't let them have it either, Thundering Sky growled, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Contact them. Tell them that Matchless Family is willing to join their guild. However, we require that they destroy Centurion Dynasty and the Asura adventurer team. Although Cold Wind City's players couldn't travel to other NPC cities right now, they could communicate with players in these cities offline. An upper echelon from Hecate, a large guild in another NPC city, had contacted Matchless Family, stating Hecate's interest in purchasing the guild. Initially, Thundering Sky had hesitated. After all, Hecate was far more powerful than Matchless Family, controlling more than 5 NPC cities. Hecate even ruled over Ice Crystal City, the Ice Crystal world's largest NPC city. Thundering Sky wasn't confident of Matchless Family's survival, should it insult this massive guild. He had hoped to solidify his control over Cold Wind City before anyone cleared the snow rift. Even if his city were connected with other NPC cities, he'd more or less have the power to withstand outside forces, now that he had lost any hope of becoming his city's overlord. Joining Hecate was his best choice. Once the passage opened with Hecate's secret support, Matchless Family would send both Centurion Dynasty and Shi Feng to meet their maker. Understood. I'll see to it right away. Featherwind then logged out of the game and disappeared from the office. Elsewhere, after splitting up, Solitary 9 and the others took the 3,000 gold Shi Feng had given them to purchase a considerably large plot of land from the city hall. They then visited the Adventurers Association to begin their residence's construction. Although the residence was not as luxurious as a guild residence, it could easily accommodate 1,000 people at a time. Hopeful applicants had already surrounded Asura's residence. Over 4,000 players waited for their evaluation, and this was only the beginning. As expected of the adventurer team established by Cold Wind City's #1 expert, Asura's residence is even larger than Waveheart's. That's right. I bet it won't be long before Asura becomes the #1 adventurer team in Cold Wind City. While the crowd waited for the application process to start, Solitary 9 emerged and posted the recruitment requirements at the entrance. Azra's recruitment standards went public. Many players were shocked. Is the Asura adventurer team crazy? Only those who reach the Trial Tower's 5th floor qualify to join. Do they not know what it means to reach the Trial Tower's 5th floor? What? Even those who can reach the 4th floor have to deal with further testing. If I had that kind of strength, I would have joined a guild as a core member. Why would I even bother joining an adventurer team? Is this really an adventurer team? Why do I feel like its recruitment requirements are harsher than a large guild's? With these standards, I doubt that Asura will even recruit 1,000 members. No, it might not even get 500 members. Is the Asura adventurer team toying with us? Crap. Isn't this just an adventurer team? Who would be desperate enough to deal with this crap? When the players outside Asura's residence saw the requirements, some laughed, some cursed, and others simply turned and left. Everyone thought that the Asura adventurer team was mad. As far as they knew, Asura's recruitment requirements were even higher than a first-rate guild's, not to mention Cold Wind City's guilds. With such high requirements, only a small number of players throughout the Ice Crystal world would bother to join the adventurer team. After all, Asura was merely an adventurer team. It couldn't offer any significant benefits. An adventurer team just existed to give players an easier time forming teams and parties to raid dungeons and explore ruins. Expert players never needed to worry about finding party members. Furthermore, the Asura adventurer team had only recently been established. Even with an expert like Shi Feng, without dungeon raid or ruin exploration results, expert players were less inclined to consider an adventurer team. Commander, players have stood outside our doors for quite some time now, yet only a few have applied. What should we do? Yanya stated at the crowd outside in frustration. Yanya, stop calling me Commander. Now that we've joined the Asura adventurer team, Yafeng is the commander. I am simply one of Asura's party leaders, Solitary 9 said. Regarding the recruitment issue, the commander has stated that if people don't apply, we'll reveal this benefit to the public. He had mentioned the possibility of this awkward situation to Shi Feng, and after giving the matter some thought, the man had decided to raise the team members' benefits. Any official member of the Asura adventurer team could use contribution points to purchase dark gold weapons and equipment, as well as the opportunity to learn various combat techniques. What? Coco, Commander, is that true? Yanya exclaimed when she heard this. Being able to purchase dark gold weapons and equipment from the adventurer team was already impressive. Even Cold Wind City's experts only had a few dark gold items on them. Usually only Guild's core members had any access to such items, yet the Asura's official members could bid on these items. However, the dark gold items paled in comparison to the combat techniques. Most players knew something about combat techniques, mysterious techniques that could significantly improve one's combat power. Unfortunately, very few players actually knew any of these techniques. In fact, neither of Cold Wind City's two large guilds had any players that had learned a combat technique. Yet the Asura adventurer team offered to teach its members various combat techniques. This felt like a dream. The commander made the decision, so don't worry about it. In any case, publish the information outside. Solitary 9 nodded. He too had been surprised when he had heard Shi Feng's decision, following which Yan Ya ran to the notice board outside the residence's entrance and published this shocking announcement. Chapter 140-57, Clue to Evolution. Cold Wind City's Library. As soon as Shi Feng entered the library, he felt as if he had just stepped into a different world. The library didn't contain any books whatsoever. Instead, the hall included a starry sky and organized shrubbery. Creeks and bridges snaked through the main hall. From time to time, one caught sight of glittering, translucent balls of water rising from the creeks before they dispersed into tiny drops. All of these creeks originated from a single location, the massive water ball hovering in the center of the hall. Not even Star Moon City's library was this beautiful. What an amazing library. It's fully automated with the use of magic water balls. The mana density is double that of outside. If players could practice their spells in here, their learning efficiency would double, maybe triple. Shi Feng could not help his surprise when he sensed the building's mana. However, Shi Feng was surprised to see only a few magical class players in the library. At a glance, he only counted 200 to 300 players. It was an abnormally small number for a library. What he didn't know was that one had to become a baron before they could enter Cold Wind City's library. If not for Shi Feng's The Demon Hunter title, the level 180 NPC guards at the entrance would have chased him away. He didn't give the matter too much thought, though. He approached the central water ball and began to search for information on the eternal ice crystals. It was far more convenient to search through the magic water ball than it would be to leaf through numerous books. There sure is a lot of information here. Shi Feng was astonished when his search for the eternal ice crystal came back with over 100 results. Normally, he'd be lucky if he got 10 or so results for a particular search. Fortunately, it was usually enough information to find the item they wanted, yet hundreds of entries mentioned the eternal ice crystals. This almost guaranteed that he could find the crystal's location, following which Shi Feng browsed through the information. How is this possible? What Shi Feng found shocked him. The eternal ice crystal was actually a mana crystal. Only, due to the ice crystal world's influence, the power of frost tainted these mana crystals, transforming them into eternal ice crystals. These crystals could be found in the ice crystal world's various forbidden lands, but only Great Lord-ranked bosses and above had a chance of dropping them. Unfortunately, these bosses wouldn't drop complete eternal ice crystals. Rather, they had a very low chance of dropping ice crystal fragments. One had a 50% chance of successfully synthesizing 10 ice crystal fragments into one completely eternal ice crystal. No wonder she gave me a month for this quest. It's certainly not going to be easy. Shi Feng frowned. Although the Snow Rift was a forbidden land, it didn't have many field bosses. Considering the low drop rate and the 50% success rate, it would take a long time to obtain one eternal ice crystal, much less 10. I guess I need to hurry. Now that he knew that eternal ice crystals were actually mana crystals, he had even more reason to obtain them. He also needed mana crystals to evolve the Abyssal Blade. Although the Tier 1 Abyssal Blade was plenty powerful, particularly when it came to compatibility rate, its basic attributes weren't quite on the level of top-tier epic weapons. He wanted to evolve the Abyssal Blade, but he hadn't found any mana crystals, so he had been forced to set the matter aside for some time. If he could evolve the Abyssal Blade once more, he'd be more confident of defeating the Ancient Shrine's guardian boss, armed with this new information. Shi Feng was glad he had decided to establish an adventurer team in Cold Wind City. He wouldn't have had any hope of collecting enough eternal ice crystals in time if he were alone. Following which, Shi Feng left the library and hurried towards Asura's residence. Shortly after the Asura adventurer team had published the new benefits, the crowd outside the team's residence went into an uproar. What? Members can trade contribution points for combat techniques? Asura is actually willing to teach combat techniques. Not even the city's two large guilds offer that benefit. Although Coldwind City had many experts, only a handful had learned combat techniques. These experts treated these techniques like family heirlooms, refusing to teach any outsider. But the general public knew how powerful combat techniques were. A player with a combat technique could easily defeat one without. Moreover, unlike skills and spells, players could improve their combat standards while they learned a technique. This was yet another reason that experts refused to teach others their techniques. They adamantly refused all sorts of payment for the training. Yet the Asura adventurer team wanted to teach its members various combat techniques. The news stunned countless players. None of them doubted the validity of Asura's offer. As Cold Wind City's #1 expert, Shi Feng certainly knew many combat techniques. There wasn't anything surprising about him teaching his members one or two of these techniques. Moreover, the more powerful an expert was, the more they would value their promises. After a short moment, players crowded the previously empty registration area. The crowd even included players who had yet to reach the trial tower's 4th floor. These players begged Solitary 9 to give them a chance and let them become reserve members. For a time, Solitary 9 and the other players manning the registration area were incredibly busy. More players had come to apply than they had expected. Even 5th floor experts were rushing to put in their applications. Among these experts, many had been main force members from well-known adventurer teams or experts from the two large guilds. In less than 30 minutes, Asura had over 100 official members and 500 reserve members. Unfortunately, Solitary 9 rejected every player who hadn't yet reached the trial tower's 4th floor, telling these players to return after they did so. News of the Asura adventurer team's offer to teach its members combat techniques quickly spread throughout the city. It became a hot topic among these players, and many expressed their intention to join the organization. The city's two large guilds suffered headaches because of this. They had planned to ridicule Asura for its high recruitment requirements, but now they were only frustrated over the new adventurer team. If Asura gathered enough experts and taught them combat techniques, there was no doubt that the adventurer team would become Cold Wind City's overlord. Guild leader, I've notified Hecate. However, more than 500 players have already joined Asura. At this rate, Asura will rule the city long before Hecate opens a path to Cold Wind City, Featherwind said, shocked as he overlooked the statistics he had recently received. This won't do. Go and no, we'll go and find Waveheart. Even if we have to pay a high price, we have to form an alliance with the adventurer team and convince them to deal with Asura, Thundering Sky said as he stood. He had hoped to avoid allying with Waveheart to deal with Asura, but it'd be enough if the adventurer team helped Matchless Family survive until Hecate arrived. Guild leader, a report just came in. Waveheart's Lifeless Thorn has led a team to Asura's residence by the looks of it. Lifeless Thorn plans to take action, Featherwind said, smiling coldly at the latest report. Lifeless Thorn was a battle maniac. Since his debut in Cold Wind City, not a single expert he had challenged had lasted more than 5 moves. Eventually, he had become Cold Wind City's publicly acknowledged #1 expert. Not even the city's main guilds could do anything against the man and were forced to ignore his existence. He's making a move? Thundering Sky could not help but laugh. This is going to be interesting. Let's go. We're heading to the residence to watch this play out. Chapter 1458. Demigod Ranked Expert. Cold Wind City, Asura Adventurer Team's residence. As soon as Shi Feng stepped out of the advanced carriage, he was greeted by a sea of people crowding around the residence's entrance. It was even more lively than an imperial capital's auction house. Why are so many people here? Shi Feng was confused to see such a large crowd. Around a dozen people stood before the registration area, the leader of which was a man in icy blue armor, holding a purple spear in his right hand. Although this man stood in silence, the surrounding players had distanced themselves from him, creating a wide, open space clearing. Aside from this man's companions, no player dared to move within 20 yards of him. I hadn't expected Lifeless Thorn to visit. Why do you think he's here? Do you really need to ask? He's here to issue a challenge. Lifeless Thorn was Cold Wind City's #1 expert. Now that someone has usurped his position, he must be here to reclaim his status. Indeed. I've heard Waveheart members talk about how bored he is because he hasn't been able to find someone who can put up a decent fight. He's been spending time in the Forbidden Land to open a path to other NPC cities so he can find new experts to challenge. This is going to be interesting. I wonder which of the 2 experts will win the duel. You can't figure that out on your own. Lifeless Thorn is definitely going to win. He's invincible in Cold Wind City. On the other hand, the mysterious swordsman has only made a name for himself recently. I wonder if that swordsman will accept Lifeless Thorn's challenge. The spectating crowd discussed the potential duel between Shi Feng and Lifeless Thorn. They all anticipated the fight between these 2 powerful experts. Guild leader, Lifeless Thorn has grown stronger again. He replaced his old weapon, too. His last weapon was a top-tier level 45 dark gold spear called Meteor Spear. It had been crimson red, and I've heard that Lifeless Thorn had found it in a dark gold treasure chest. It seems that he had earned quite the harvest from the snow rift, Featherwind said, smiling as he gazed at the purple spear in the berserker's hand. That damnable swordsman is in trouble. Indeed. If Lifeless Thorn gets serious, not even Sky Slicer and I would have any hope against him. That's why Hecate's been urging us to do everything we can to recruit him. It's a pity that he isn't interested in joining a guild. I doubt he even would have joined Waveheart if not for the help in obtaining better weapons and equipment, Thundering Sky said as he tried to sort out a tangle of complex emotions. He had always treated Lifeless Thorn like the biggest thorn in his side, but even Hecate had warned him not to provoke the man. Now Lifeless Thorn would finally be of some use to him. Lifeless. I already told you that our commander isn't here. Standing here is pointless. If you want to challenge the commander, I'll let him know once he's finished his tasks and returns. Solitary 9 growled, frustrated with lifeless thorn obstructing the registration area. Solitary 9 had personally experienced this man's power. The gap between them was massive. Despite being one of the top 3 MTs in Cold Wind City, he had only lasted 3 moves against lifeless thorn. From start to end, he had been powerless to retaliate. Moreover, their duel had been over a month ago. Now, lifeless thorn radiated an even more frightening feeling. With a single glance from the man, Solitary 9 felt as if he trudged through a muddy swamp, his movement growing sluggish. On the surface, the 2 large guilds ruled over Cold Wind City. In reality, however, these guilds only operated as they wished because of Lifeless Thorn's disinterest in struggles over power and resources. Since the Berserker blocked off the registration area, who would be bold enough to come forth to apply to Asura? That won't be a problem. I have plenty of spare time. If I can't face him today, then you can contact your commander and inform him of my challenge, Lifeless Thorn said, smiling. He can choose the time and place. It doesn't matter to me. 9, you know that Lifeless is a battle maniac. Once he has made a decision, nothing can stop him. Just contact your commander, Cleansing Whistle advised. In reality, she too was curious to see who would win a fight between Shi Feng and Lifeless Thorn. Lifeless Thorn might have claimed that he wasn't a match for the newcomer, but he was simply being humble. She was fully aware of the man's true power. Not only had he obtained the top-tier epic weapon, Thunder Spear, but he had also obtained the Lightning Saint's legacy, a peak legacy. Even throughout the Ice Crystal world, Lifeless Thorn could rank near the top. How could he possibly lose to some unknown swordsman? You guys. As Solitary 9 struggled with his frustration, a deep voice reached him from down the hall. All right. I accept your challenge. Everyone immediately turned towards the voice. Commander. Solitary 9 gave Shi Feng a confused look as he approached. Shi Feng had told him that he needed to concentrate on finding certain information, and they shouldn't disturb him unless it were of the utmost importance. Hence, he had avoided contacting the commander. You've finally shown yourself. Lifeless Thorn smiled at Shi Feng, who hid his name and appearance. His eyes shining with fighting spirit, he said. I knew an expert like you wouldn't refuse a challenge. The crowd had gasped when they heard Shi Feng's answer. They hadn't expected the Asura adventurer team to accept the challenge. I'll agree to your challenge, but a simple duel would be too boring. Why don't we make a bet? Shi Feng asked, smiling. Even during his previous life, he had heard of this man. One of the 12 sacred berserkers, Lightning Warrior. Lifeless Thorn had only been a step away from becoming a Tier 6 berserker god. This player had become so famous in the past because he had provoked the Super Guild, King's Return. Although the guild eventually killed him, his defeat had been glorious. During the final battle, King's Return had dispatched 3 Tier 5 players to suppress Lifeless Thorn, yet he had killed one of these Tier 5 players before he had fallen. In the end, a Tier 6, God-ranked expert had joined the fray, and Lifeless Thorn had faltered and died. Lifeless Thorn's rise to prominence had been extremely fast. Although he had been incredibly famous in his own other world, he had only become truly renowned after venturing to God's Domain's continent. Once there, he had caused quite the commotion, as he had challenged and defeated one expert from the God's Domain experts list after another. It hadn't taken him long to rank among the top 50 on the list. If not for the fact that he had remained a solo player, refusing to join any organization, he wouldn't have been stuck at Tier 5. If he hadn't been so stubborn and simply joined some random first-rate guild, he would have likely become a Tier 6 God-ranked expert. Shi Feng had never thought that he'd encounter Lifeless Thorn in the Ice Crystal world. He was truly blessed. In the past, Lifeless Thorn had never joined a guild. But now that Shi Feng had established his own adventurer team, he could attempt to recruit the Berserker. It'd be almost as good as convincing the man to join Zero Wing. If Shi Feng succeeded, he'd have yet another powerful supporter. Chapter 1459, Battle for Number 1. A bet? Smiling, Lifeless Thorn responded without hesitation. That won't be a problem. Even if you hadn't offered, I would have. I just wonder if you're brave enough to accept my wager. When they heard Lifeless Thorn's reply, Waveheart's members sent Shi Feng provocative glances. At the same time, their gazes contained a hint of pity. They acted as if they already knew this bet's outcome. Solitary 9 finally realized what was happening. Quickly, he whispered to Shi Feng, "Commander, you must not agree to his bet. He wants your combat techniques." Not long ago, he had challenged every expert in Cold Wind City who had their own combat technique and forced the defeated to teach him. That's why he's become so powerful. Combat techniques? Realization dawned on Shi Feng. He had been confused by how fast Lifeless Thorn had accepted his offer. Now he knew why the man was so eager. He had proposed the bet to create an opportunity where he could recruit Lifeless Thorn into the Asura adventurer team. He hadn't expected this berserker to have designs on him as well. Combat techniques were precious in God's domain. The various large guilds that had their own only taught their most important members. Everyone else would have to rely on others' battle videos, either mimicking those with combat techniques or creating their own Shi Feng. Now understood why Lifeless Thorn had risen so quickly on God's domain's continent. "You're the one who suggested a bet? Are you chickening out?" Lifeless Thorn ridiculed as he glanced at Shi Feng. "I have no issues. I'll accept your wager as long as it is within my capabilities to fulfill." Every core member in Zero Wing could learn the guild's combat techniques. Even if Lifeless Thorn didn't want to gamble combat techniques, if he joined Asura, he could easily purchase them with enough contribution points. "Good." Hearing Shi Feng's reply, Lifeless Thorn hurriedly said, "My request is simple. If I win, you teach me that special footwork technique you used earlier. If you win, you can ask for whatever you want." Ordinary players would have watched Shi Feng's battle against Matchless Family as entertainment. They wouldn't have examined the swordsman's skills. However, he had realized that Shi Feng's disappearing act wasn't the result of a skill, but due to the man employing a special footwork technique to fool his opponent's eyes. He had never even heard of such powerful footwork before. Compared to this combat technique, those he had learned were garbage. Although Asura had declared that its members could purchase combat techniques with contribution points, he was fully aware that there were differences between techniques. This swordsman would never let his adventurer team's members trade CP for such an effective footwork technique. This guy really has a big appetite. He's actually aiming for Big Brother Yi Feng's unique combat technique right off the bat. He is shameless. Yanya stared at Lifeless Thorn with contempt. Solitary 9 and the others nodded in agreement. They had a rough understanding of combat techniques as well. For example, offensive combat techniques were the most common, while defensive combat techniques were much rarer. Footwork and breathing techniques were the rarest, capable of enhancing a player's maneuverability. If a player learned one of those, their combat power could reach a whole new level. Yet, despite understanding the value of such a technique, Lifeless Thorn shamelessly asked for it. "That's all?" Shi Feng asked. "Yeah, that's all I want. Do you accept?" Lifeless Thorn nodded, curious about Shi Feng's calm reaction. "I don't have any problems with that. My request is pretty simple as well. If I win, you have to join the Asura adventurer team," Shi Feng said, smiling. "Deal. I'll join Asura if you can defeat me." Lifeless Thorn agreed without hesitation. However, he continued, "To ensure that our duel is fair, we'll use balance mode." An uproar ripped through the crowd when they heard this. "Lifeless Thorn, aren't you asking for too much? Not only have you asked for a powerful combat technique if you win, but you dare to ask for balanced mode? You're Cold Wind City's #1 expert. How is this fair?" Solitary 9 cursed. In a balanced mode PvP, the opponent's basic attributes would equalize, and any level or tier suppression would be rendered useless. Normally, players only used this mode if they wanted to compare their techniques. "Although I like PvP, I have no interest in one-sided oppression," Lifeless Thorn declared righteously. After watching Shi Feng's battle video, he realized how high the swordsman's basic attributes were. It definitely wasn't a match for the swordsman. Although he was proud of his strength, he wasn't blindly confident. "All right, let's use balanced mode." The suggestion didn't particularly surprise Shi Feng. If Lifeless Thorn could not tell the difference between their basic attributes despite watching his battle video, he wouldn't want to recruit the man for the Asura adventurer team. Good. Let's sign a contract, then. Hearing Shi Feng's consent, Lifeless Thorn pulled out a contract he had prepared earlier. All it was missing was Shi Feng's signature. After reading through the contract, Shi Feng signed it. With the main god system as the judge, no one could deny the duel's outcome. Following which, Shi Feng and Lifeless Thorn headed to one of the Divine Colosseum's combat rooms. The combat room, which could accommodate up to 10,000 spectators, was full. The large screen in the main hall would live stream the duel. Almost every player in Cold Wind City with nothing better to do made their way to the Divine Colosseum to watch the match. This duel would determine Cold Wind City's true #1 expert. No one wanted to miss this. Asura's commander is pretty arrogant. He dares to face Lifeless Thorn in balanced mode. He'll humiliate himself, Cleansing Whistle stated, smiling faintly at Shi Feng, who stood in the arena. That's right, Brother Lifeless's split spear is no laughing matter. Even Shadowless, the city's second-ranked expert, couldn't evade it after activating a berserk skill, now that Brother Lifeless has the Thunder Spear. His split spear is even stronger. He can probably instant-kill Shadowless now, a level 45 shield warrior said, nodding. While Wave Heart's members merrily chatted, the timer above the stage began to count down as if he had become someone completely different. Lifeless Thorn began to release a bone-chilling killing intent. The look in his eyes had changed as well. He felt like a ferocious beast. Tension gripped the stage as the seconds ticked by, and the players in the stands felt stifled. The moment the timer reached 0, Lifeless Thorn activated twofold Berserk, his aura becoming explosively intense. The Berserker knew he couldn't afford to be careless against Shi Feng. If this fight had happened before he had obtained the Lightning Saint's legacy, he would have hesitated to challenge Shi Feng. The swordsman's combat techniques were clearly superior to his. He would have been asking for a beating if he had challenged the man to a balanced mode duel. However, Peak Legacies granted Legacy Berserk skills, which could be used in conjunction with ordinary Berserk skills. If he activated twofold Berserk, his basic attributes would exceed Shi Feng's by leaps and bounds. Even if Shi Feng's combat standards were superior, the swordsman could never make up for the gap in attributes. I have a hidden class. Don't blame me for hiding it. You only have yourself to blame for being careless. I'll gladly take that footwork technique now. Lifeless Thorn smiled at Shi Feng before activating charge and advancing. Chapter 1460. Complete Suppression. After activating charge, it took only an instant for Lifeless Thorn to cross the 20-plus yards separating him and Shi Feng. As soon as Lifeless Thorn reached his opponent, he thrust Thunder Spear at the other player, sending over 20 after-images at Shi Feng from different angles. It was impossible to find the real weapon among the fakes. How has his split spear become so much stronger? Solitary 9 could not help but gasp. When he had dueled Lifeless Thorn, the Berserker had only produced over a dozen spear images. Even with his shield, he hadn't been able to block every spear image. Forced to rely on luck and hope, he blocked the real weapon. Yet, the Berserker could now produce over 20 images, nearly double what he had previously been capable of. Just watching the images was confusing, not to mention trying to block the attack. Brother Lifeless's twofold Berserk is impressive. Not even an MT can block so many images. The attack surprised Wave Heart's members. Lifeless is taking this too seriously. Cleansing Whistle revealed a helpless smile as she watched the Berserker fight with everything he had. His opponent is doomed. Throughout her time raiding dungeons and adventuring with Lifeless Thorn, this was the first time she had seen him go all out. Moreover, in a balanced mode duel, the player with higher basic attributes would be suppressed to match the opponent's. Since Lifeless Thorn's attributes weren't affected, he wouldn't feel awkward as he moved. In contrast, Shi Feng would need some time to get used to the lower attributes. It was clear that Lifeless Thorn realized this, yet he refused to give Shi Feng any time to adapt with so many advantages. The Berserker would have an easy time winning this duel. As the numerous spear images were about to devour Shi Feng, a blue light flashed before him, following which a loud explosion shook the arena, followed by a powerful shockwave radiating across the stage. Lifeless Thorn's thunder spear had stopped an inch from Shi Feng's neck. Impossible. Cleansing Whistle shot up from her seat, shock flashing in her eyes. Lifeless's split spear, why did it stop? What? Brother Lifeless messed up? The other Wave Heart members were similarly stunned. Lifeless Heart had rarely ever failed to hit his target with split spear. His opponent could only block the attack if they were lucky. Of course, nobody was more surprised than Lifeless Thorn. However, the Berserker didn't give up after his first attack had failed. Immediately, he executed Split Spear again, sending another 20+ spear images thrusting at Shi Feng. Before the spear images reached Shi Feng, another blue light flashed. This time, the thunder spear stopped several centimeters away from Shi Feng's right shoulder. There was more distance between the weapon and the swordsman than before. Did it hit? What's going on? Waveheart's members watched Shi Feng in confusion, realizing that golden scales covered the man's body. He actually deflected Lifeless's split spear. Is he some kind of monster? Cleansing Whistle's expression darkened as she watched the fight. Split spear was so impressive because it was nearly impossible to pinpoint the real weapon, which confused the opponent as they tried to defend themselves. But in the brief moment before Lifeless Thorn's weapon reached Shi Feng, the swordsman located the real thunder spear and properly deflected it. His grasp of strength and timing was simply godlike. Before Cleansing Whistle could overcome her shock, Shi Feng took a step forward and disappeared. He vanished. Lifeless Thorn immediately responded by executing Whirlwind / his spear sweeping horizontally to slice everything within 10 yards of the Berserker. Dang! Loud clang echoed throughout the venue, following which Shi Feng reappeared as he flew over a dozen yards backward before landing. Despite being knocked back so far, Shi Feng hadn't lost a single HP. He had nullified Lifeless Thorn's horizontal slash with parry. As expected of the Lightning Warrior, his reactions are so fast, Shi Feng smiled faintly as he glanced at the still vibrating killing ray. Split Sword was Lifeless Thorn's trademark combat technique. He had used it plenty of times against the experts on God's Domain Experts list. However, the technique was still immature right now. Although he could create over 20 spear images, his attacks were monotone against Shi Feng, who was capable of pushing his 5 senses to their very limits and had a perfect grasp over his environment. The immature technique was useless. Moreover, although balanced mode would equalize the combatant's basic attributes, it wouldn't affect the player's physiques. To Shi Feng, whose physique exceeded that of an ordinary Tier 2 player, Lifeless Thorn's split spear was a joke. Meanwhile, the Berserker felt an unprecedented pressure weigh down on him as he watched his opponent. In a clash of techniques, the player that used a skill first would lose. Although this duel wasn't a pure exchange of techniques, it was the first time he had encountered a player who could treat his split spear like a normal attack. You are incredibly strong. Despite the minor loss, Lifeless Thorn wasn't discouraged. Instead, he smiled as he said, I admit that I am no match for you in terms of technique, however. Combat techniques aren't the only factor that determine a player's strength. One must also take into account attributes and skills. Saying so, Lifeless Thorn's thunder spear shuddered slightly. Suddenly, 6 golden replicas of the weapon appeared around him. This move was Adjudication Spear, one of Thunder Spear's skills. Every Adjudication Spear carried 100% of Lifeless Thorn's strength. Moreover, he had complete control over the weapons and could use them alongside his Split Spear. The only downside was its 10-second duration. However, in a fight between experts, it was more than enough time. Guild Leader, Lifeless Thorn is really scary. Asura's commander will definitely lose, Featherwind excitedly announced. Good. As expected of the publicly acknowledged #1 expert. If Shi Feng lost, Lifeless Thorn would be Cold Wind City's undisputed #1 expert. The Asura adventurer team's reputation would plummet, and although it would still pose a threat to Matchless Family, it wouldn't rule over Cold Wind City. As the upper echelons of Cold Wind City's large guilds sighed with relief, Shi Feng walked towards his opponent. You are correct. A player's strength doesn't solely depend on their combat techniques. Attributes and skills do play a factor, Shi Feng said, nodding. He then activated Tier 2 Blade Liberation and Nine Dragons Slash. Suddenly, the intensity of Shi Feng's aura skyrocketed. At the same time, 12 abyssal blade phantoms manifested around him. You? You have a hidden class as well? Lifeless Thorn was dazed as he felt the power of Shi Feng's aura, his heart pounding madly. Suddenly, he lost his previous confidence. Twofold Berserk was his biggest trump card. With absolute power, he could easily overwhelm his opponents, even if his techniques were inferior. However, based on the man's aura, Shi Feng's basic attributes were now much higher than his. His opponent's 12 phantom swords even outnumbered his prided adjudication spears. As Lifeless Thorn stared, Shi Feng appeared before him and lightly swung Killing Ray. Tier 2 Legacy Skill, Shadow Blade. Although Lifeless Thorn tried to defend himself, he was too slow, and 10 streaks of light, 1 blue and 9 black, struck him. Instantly, Lifeless Thorn's HP vanished, his body transforming into particles of light as he disappeared. As if time had frozen, silence dominated the combat room. Lifeless Thorn, Cold Wind City's #1 expert, had been defeated. Thank you for listening to the story on KevinAudio.com. Chapter 1461, Abyssal Blade Evolves. Only after the system had announced the duel's outcome did the audience react. He won, just like that. So fast, I couldn't even see what he did. Is this really a balanced mode PvP duel? Why do I feel like that guy is much stronger than Lifeless Thorn? Most people weren't surprised by the battle's outcome. After all, both Shi Feng and Lifeless Thorn gave the city's large guilds headaches. It wasn't surprising to discover that one was stronger than the other. Rather, they were shocked over the battle's process. After watching the duel, the expert players that had hesitated over joining the Asura adventurer team swore that they would join.
Just who is this guy?
Despair tore at Thundering Sky's heart as he watched Shi Feng descend from the stage. He had hoped that even if Lifeless Thorn weren't a match for the swordsman, the difference between them wouldn't be so great. However, that clearly wasn't the case. Even an amateur could tell that Shi Feng and Lifeless Thorn were on completely different levels. Thundering Sky could already foresee the Asura adventurer team lording over Cold Wind City within a short time. His only choice was to rein in his members, avoiding provoking Asura's members as he bided for time until Hecate arrived. He had no other options. The commander is so amazing. I want to see what Waveheart intends to do now. Yan Ya and the other Asura members were ecstatic. They had personally watched as Lifeless Thorn's undefeated legend was shattered and a new legend was born in Cold Wind City. Asura could become one of the top adventurer teams in the Ice Crystal world, not to mention becoming Cold Wind City's overlord. Below the stage, Lifeless Thorn wore a blank look as he resurrected. I lost? He couldn't help but recall the final scene of the battle. Although Shi Feng had used the opportunity to attack while he had been stunned, he wasn't sure that he could have blocked all 10 attacks as they aimed for his blind spots, even if he hadn't been dazed. Even with his adjudication spears, he would have been lucky to block half of those attacks. In the end, nothing would have changed. He would have died all the same. He now realized that, aside from inferior basic attributes and combat standards, he didn't even have enough combat experience to stand against Shi Feng. The man had the kind of combat experience that only came from risking one's life in one battle after another. Taking a few deep breaths, Lifeless Thorn approached Shi Feng. I sincerely accept my defeat. I will adhere to my promise and join Asura. However, I'd like to ask you about something. Of course, you may also refuse to answer, Lifeless Thorn said. Ask away. I'll answer as best as I can, Shi Feng offered. If I'm not mistaken, you should be a player from another region, correct? Lifeless Thorn asked, a hint of excitement coloring his voice. That's right. I'm not from the Cold Wind City region, Shi Feng acknowledged, not bothering to hide the truth. The conclusion was easy to reach if one watched carefully. God's domain had launched some time ago, and experts who were capable of becoming famous had already made a name for themselves. Even if they weren't well known, there should be some news of their achievements. It simply wasn't possible for such a terrifyingly powerful unknown expert to pop in out of nowhere. The only explanation was that he had come from another region. If an ordinary player's arrival from another region were discovered, it could cause the player a lot of trouble. Shi Feng, however, wasn't worried. Cold Wind City didn't have a player who would dare cause him trouble. "I knew it," eagerly, Lifeless Thorn asked. "Are there a lot of experts where you come from?" "A lot. Too many to count," Shi Feng responded after giving the matter some thought. Shi Feng realized what Lifeless Thorn was trying to say. To put it simply, the Berserker wanted to know if there were a lot of experts who were stronger than him. In reality, Lifeless Thorn was a refinement realm expert. However, he lacked combat experience. There weren't enough experts in Cold Wind City to spar with. As a result, his combat style was monotonous. Although it was effective against weaker players, experts of the same caliber could easily overcome his attacks. Of course, Lifeless Thorn wasn't the only person in such a predicament. Solitary 9 and the other experts faced the same problem. Unfortunately, there was nothing they could do about it due to the Ice Crystal World's unique rules. Fortunately, if Lifeless Thorn and the others were trained properly, they could increase their strength in a short amount of time. Currently, Zero Wing was expanding on two fronts. Although the guild seemed strong on the surface, it sorely lacked experts. Recruiting Lifeless Thorn and these other experts would be of great help. "Then can you take me there?" "I promise that I'll fully devote myself to the Asura Adventurer team. I won't join any other power." Hearing Shi Feng's words, fighting spirit burned in Lifeless Thorn's gaze. He wanted to rush out of the Ice Crystal World and face those experts as soon as possible. "Not now. I still have some matters that I need to deal with. Once I've finished, I'll lead the top-ranking experts in Asura to develop elsewhere," Shi Feng said, shaking his head. In reality, he wanted to leave this place as soon as possible as well, but he couldn't return to God's domain until he collected the eternal ice crystals. And unfortunately, he didn't have a strong enough team to raid the Snow Rift's ancient shrine yet. "We'll leave once you finish your task." Lifeless Thorn's excitement grew. "Commander, just tell me what you need. My team will accomplish it for you. I need to collect a sufficient number of ice crystal fragments. The more, the better. Only the Snow Rift's boss monsters, Great Lord rank and above, have a chance of dropping them," Shi Feng explained. "Understood. I'll lead a team and kill those bosses right away." Lifeless Thorn nodded, turning to prepare to depart. "Hold on a minute before you go. Take a look at these." Shi Feng snatched the impatient Berserker's collar. First, he added Lifeless Thorn as a friend. He then sent the man a tutorial video for Void Steps. "This is only a tutorial. How much of it you learn depends on you." Void Steps was an advanced footwork technique which Shi Feng taught Zero Wing's core members. Even if a player failed to learn the full technique, they could grow stronger by studying it. Now that Lifeless Thorn had officially joined Asura, it was best that he learn the technique as quickly as possible. This is shock-colored Lifeless Thorn's face as he watched the tutorial video. He had never expected Shi Feng to give it away so nonchalantly. His heart warmed, and his respect of this swordsman grew. After the duel, Cold Wind City's experts surged towards Asura's residence. In a few short hours, Asura's member count shot past 5,000. Although only 1,000 or so were official members, the rest became reserve members. Even so, so many experts made it easier for Shi Feng to kill the Snow Rift's field bosses easily. He split the 5,000-plus Asura members into 50-man teams and sent the teams to various locations of the Snow Rift. Any team that encountered a Great Lord or higher boss was to contact him immediately. This way, he could use space movement to transport Lifeless Thorn, Solitary 9, and the others' help. Their grinding efficiency was leaps and bounds above what Shi Feng could accomplish on his own. In addition, he activated Divine Providence before landing the final blow, using the skill to increase the drop rate for ice crystal fragments. He had to admit again that Icarus's heart was a godly tool. With Divine Providence, he claimed one ice crystal fragment from every 6 or 7 Great Lords. He also obtained a fragment from every 3 or so Grand Lords he killed. Unfortunately, Snow Rift had a limited number of Grand Lord-ranked field bosses on the bright side. Since no one had pioneered the Snow Rift yet, plenty of bosses were available in the Forbidden Land. Their spawn rate was incredibly fast as well. As a result, Shi Feng constantly slaughtered bosses. Shi Feng only gathered 100 ice crystal fragments after 3 days of grinding. By relying on divine providence, he transformed those 100 fragments into 10 eternal ice crystals. During this period, Shi Feng had also risen from level 57 to level 58. Naturally, Lifeless Thorn and the others' levels skyrocketed, rising from level 45 to level 48 in just 3 days, pulling far ahead of Cold Wind City's other experts. Although Shi Feng had achieved his goal, he didn't rush to turn in his quest. Rather, he ventured to a deserted location and took out the Abyssal Blade. He then attempted to evolve the magic weapon with the Eternal Ice Crystals. I hope this will work. Shi Feng took in a deep breath and clicked the Evolve button on the Abyssal Blade's attribute panel. He chose the Eternal Ice Crystals as the evolution material. Chapter 1462, Tier 2, Magic Weapon. Even after Shi Feng selected the evolution material, the Abyssal Blade didn't react. Must it be mana crystals or nothing? Shi Feng frowned. The last time he had found a mana crystal, it had been a coincidence. They were practically impossible to hunt down. As Shi Feng was about to give up, the sound of a system notification reached his ears. System, replacement evolution material detected, Eternal Ice Crystal. Do you wish to abandon the power of frost contained within the Eternal Ice Crystals and evolve the Abyssal Blade? Abandon the power of frost? Although he was confused, Shi Feng ecstatically clicked Continue. Suddenly, the 10 eternal ice crystals in Shi Feng's hands shattered, 2 clouds of smoke, one black and one white, emerging from their remains. Following which, the black smoke entered the Abyssal Blade. In response, the Abyssal Blade leaped from its sheath and hovered before Shi Feng, trembling as it released dragon roars that echoed throughout the wilderness. At the same time, blood-red runes began to surface around the weapon. When the blood-red runes covered the sword entirely, the weapon began to release a rapidly growing pressure. Rather than a sword, Shi Feng felt as if he stood before an angry dragon. The pressure was so great that he even struggled to breathe. The phenomenon only began to weaken after about 10 seconds. Eventually, the Abyssal Blade returned to its peaceful state. After evolving, the Abyssal Blade's appearance had transformed slightly. Now the sword was entirely pitch black. It also radiated a faint trace of black miasma. A black dragon coiled around the sword's hilt, and blood-red runes had carved themselves into the blade. Overall, the Abyssal Blade's new appearance looked evil. What powerful attributes, Shi Feng exclaimed when he inspected the attribute panel. Abyssal Blade, one-handed sword, magic weapon. Attack power plus 1,720. All attributes plus 130 Berg. Attack speed plus 24. Ignore levels plus 18 attacks have 60% chance to cause 220% damage, 37% chance to cause 300% damage. Every attack increases damage by 2% to a maximum of 20%. If wielder belongs to a swordsman-related class, all skill levels plus 5. Increase free ability points received for every increase in level by 2 points. Equipment level 45 can be upgraded. Devour 100, level 50, fine gold weapons, and 30 level 50, dark gold weapons to upgrade to level 45. Equipment Tier 2 can be evolved. Devour 100 mana crystals or eternal ice crystals to evolve to Tier 3. Additional active skill 1, Phantom Kill, Tier 2. Instantly creates a doppelganger under the wielder's control. Doppelganger has 90% of the wielder's attributes and all skills. The wielder can swap positions with the doppelganger at any time. Duration 1 minute, 30 seconds. Cooldown 5 minutes. Additional active skill 2, Abyssal Bind, Tier 2. Binds up to 3 enemies simultaneously and prevents movement, reducing defense and magic resistance by 100%. The higher tiered the target is, the weaker the effect will be. Duration 5 seconds. Cooldown 40 seconds. Additional active skill 3, 9 Dragons / Tier 2. instantly creates 16 phantoms of the abyssal blade for wielder's use. Each phantom sword deals up to 80% damage. 30 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Additional active skill 4, Abyssal Curse, Tier 2, prevents all targets within a radius of 50 yards from moving or attacking for 6 seconds, and reduces their attributes by 20% for 10 minutes. Effect doubles if there's only one target in range. Cooldown, 20 minutes. Additional passive skill, Abyssal Will. Improves wielder's physique depending on the surrounding mana density. The higher the mana density, the greater the improvement. Additional Profound Inheritance, Black Emperor, Tier 2. When activated, every critical hit will accumulate 1 stack of Death Aura. Each stack can be used to increase all attributes by 2% and attack speed and movement speed by 1% for 12 seconds, or to reduce the cooldown of a skill by 4 seconds. Maximum of 30 stacks of Death Aura. Duration, 10 minutes. Cooldown, 8 hours. The famed smith Ulysses personally created the Abyssal Blade using the Black Dragon King's fangs as material. It is one of 36 famed swords, ranking 31st. However, the Black Dragon King himself has cursed this sword. Beyond the immense strength the blade offers, the wielder must face a backlash after a certain amount of time. However, after Jack had remodeled the Abyssal Blade with a star crystal, the strength of the backlash has been reduced greatly. If the wielder is unable to suppress the backlash, the wielder will receive the Black Dragon King's curse, permanently reducing all attributes by 50%. Unable to be dropped. Unable to be traded. Unable to be destroyed. After evolving to Tier 2, both the Abyssal Blade's basic attributes and skill effects had become much stronger than in epic weapons. The Abyssal Bind's strengthening made it particularly effective against Tier 3 bosses. Although it would be weaker against Tier 4 bosses, the skill would at least be somewhat effective now that it had reached Tier 2. With this, my chances of clearing the ancient shrine have increased by 10%. Shi Feng was very satisfied with the Abyssal Blade's upgrade. As for upgrading the Abyssal Blade to Tier 3, he decided not to worry about it for now. Even with Icarus's heart, gathering 100 eternal ice crystals would require more than a month of effort. Besides, it was only a matter of time before more players raided the Snow Rift. Their grinding efficiency would fall. Now, all he had to do was collect the required 10 eternal ice crystals for his quest. Once he had them, he needed to help his adventurer team's members level quickly to prepare them for the raid on the ancient shrine. After Shi Feng returned the Abyssal Blade to its sheath, he noticed that the white smoke had gradually crystallized, eventually becoming a shard of clear crystal. When Shi Feng held the crystal, he felt a chill passing through him. He began to lose 1,000 HP each second. What is this thing? Shi Feng was shocked. Hurriedly, he stored the crystal in his bag. Despite the brief moment he had held the crystal, his right arm had completely frozen. Had he held it for a few more seconds, the ice might have consumed his entire body. Fortunately, only his arm had frozen. Without the crystal present to absorb heat from his body, his arm quickly recovered. What a strong frost power! Fortunately, my ice resistance is high. Anyone else might have frozen to death instantly. Shi Feng looked at the crystal in his bag. He then clicked to inspect the item. Although Shi Feng could not say for certain if he had the highest ice resistance of any player in God's domain, there was no doubt that he was close. Moreover, he had an intermediate Azure Source Stone equipped. Tier 1 Ice-type spells and skills shouldn't affect him whatsoever. Only Tier 2 Ice-type attacks should harm him. Yet this measly crystal had nearly turned him into an ice sculpture, devouring 1,000 HP every second. An ordinary player would likely lose over 10,000 HP per second just by touching the crystal. If held for 4 or 5 seconds, even a level 45 MT with 100% of their HP would freeze to death. After Shi Feng clicked to inspect the crystal's attribute panel, a loading bar appeared, notifying him that he needed to wait for 10 seconds to inspect the crystal. After the loading bar filled, one system notification after another reached his ears before Shi Feng could even glance at the attribute panel. System announcement. A player has activated the new expansion pack Ice Crystal Awakening. System announcement: this new expansion pack requires a system upgrade. Please prepare to log out. The estimated duration is 4 hours. System: you have 5 minutes to log out. Please prepare to log out. What is this item? Shi Feng was stunned. No matter how he looked at it, this new expansion pack had to be related to this strange crystal. There was no way for the system to announce a new expansion pack the moment he tried to inspect it otherwise. Moreover, this expansion pack required an offline update. However, Shi Feng didn't give the matter too much thought. He then clicked to inspect the item's attributes, hoping to discover what kind of amazing item this crystal was. Chapter 1463, Origin Weapon. When Shi Feng tapped on the crystal, a brief introduction opened before him. As he read the text, Shi Feng was stunned. This is an elemental source. Shi Feng couldn't believe his eyes. Source of true frost contains the purest frost power. Although the introduction was simple, almost everyone had known about elemental sources in the past. Any elemental source was valued more than an epic item. In fact, most people offered 2 epic items for a single crystal. However, players almost never sold them. The elemental mana within elemental sources was even purer than 7 luminaries crystals, and these items had a wide variety of uses. They could be used in forging, alchemy, engineering, magic arrays, and so on. If one used an elemental source while crafting a weapon or equipment, said item would obtain the power within the elemental source. Not only would this strengthen the item's attributes, but it would also carry a powerful original skill. If one could produce an epic weapon or equipment with an origin skill, its value would only be second to fragmented legendary items. Fragmented legendary items were extremely rare in God's domain. Even first-rate guilds were lucky to have a handful, much less second- and third-rate guilds. Hence, in the past, epic origin weapons and equipment became some of the best the various large guilds could procure in large quantities. The epic weapon Shi Feng had used in the past had been refined by a Grand Master forger who used an elemental source to obtain the weapon. He had spent more than half of the wealth he had accumulated throughout playing God's domain. Although hiring a master forger would have been cheaper, it was much safer to hire a Grand Master. He had never expected to get his hands on an elemental source this early. Shi Feng now understood how he had activated a new expansion pack that would require a 4-hour-long update. When elemental sources had made their appearance in the past, it had started a new era for lifestyle players that had been due to the various uses for these crystals. Elemental sources could even help lifestyle classes improve their abilities. Hence, a lot of changes had to happen to the game. After the first elemental source had appeared in the game, the crystals became more common. If one were lucky, they could even obtain one from a dark gold treasure chest. No one knows the elemental source's true value yet. I can use this opportunity to send Melancholic Smile to purchase them. Thinking up to this point, Shi Feng realized that he had to purchase the crystals in bulk. At first, everyone would treat the elemental source as some kind of rare material, selling it for several hundred gold apiece. By the time they realized its true value, they'd regret selling the items. Conversely, many large guilds would make a huge profit from hoarding the elemental sources. Shi Feng then found a safe location and logged out of the game. The new expansion pack had been too sudden. When Shi Feng opened his eyes inside the virtual gaming cabin, the sun outside the window was just beginning to set. Before Shi Feng had the chance to climb out of the gaming cabin, a series of notifications bombarded his senses. They only stopped after the notification sound repeated several dozen times. Taking his time, Shi Feng left to get something to eat and drink. He only read through the messages after settling down to eat at the table. Contact between the ice crystal world and the continent of God's domain was not possible. Hence, he had instructed Melancholic Smile and Gentle Snow to keep him up to date via offline messages. However, to obtain the required elemental ice crystals as quickly as possible. He had remained in the game for 3 days straight. They're finally willing to let go, huh? Shi Feng smiled as he read a message from Gentle Snow recently. Nothing major had occurred in God's domain. The most noteworthy development was that gentle snow had finally captured Hidden Fog Town. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's branch guild in the Black Dragon Empire had recruited 70,000 additional members. The number might not be significant for a first-rate guild, but it was a different story for Zero Wing. After all, Zero Wing's recruitment requirements were quite strict. Players capable of passing the entrance test would be elite players in the public's eyes. It was impressive that a branch guild had recruited so many members so quickly. But Shi Feng wasn't surprised. What made him smile was the news that the companies that had supported Ouroboros had finally agreed to sell the training center to Gentle Snow. She had already begun the price negotiations. Once both sides finished signing the necessary contracts, Ouroboros' training center would become Zero Wing's main headquarters. In the future, Zero Wing could recruit large batches of internal members without worrying about space. As Shi Feng browsed through the other messages, his virtual gaming cabin's offline communicator rang. The caller ID belonged to Phoenix Rain. Shi Feng reconnected to the game and entered his offline rest space. After doing so, he accepted the call. Immediately, a virtual screen appeared before him. The screen showcased Phoenix Rain, who currently wore a set of exquisite blue mage robes. She had already reached level 48, and excluding Zero Wing's members, she could hold the top position on the Black Dragon Empire's ranking list. Phoenix Pavilion Master, to what do I owe the pleasure? Has something urgent happened? Shi Feng asked curiously. Indeed, something has happened. I've been competing with 9 Dragons Emperor on a quest, but for some reason something has changed on his side. Not only did he complete the quest before I did, but he's also completed the quest much sooner than expected. Many of the guild elders have begun to side with him. Now the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion just so happens to be activating some ancient ruin. I hope that guild leader Black Flame can lend me a few experts on the raid. Phoenix Raid said straightforwardly, not bothering to hide anything from Shi Feng. As for the remuneration, I'll sell you a high-potential shop in the Apocalypse Empire's capital. What do you say? She had an acute understanding of Zero Wing's experts. This was especially true for Zhao Yuaro, who had participated in the Black Dragon Empire's ranking competition. There was also Aqua Rose to consider, who had put on a shocking performance during the siege war in Green Rain Town. If experts like these women joined her team, she'd have a much higher chance of successfully raiding the ancient ruin her guild had found. Shi Feng was surprised to hear Phoenix Rain's offer. He had never thought that this woman would be generous enough to sell an imperial capital shop for a handful of experts. Such shops were incredibly hard to come by. Many organizations offered 2 or 3 times the market price for them, but only a fool would willingly sell an imperial capital shop so early in the game. Ancient ruins? Can you tell me which ancient ruins you intend to raid? Shi Feng asked after calming down. We've activated the Apocalypse Empire's Sunset Forest, Phoenix Rain answered, confused as to why he'd asked such a question. I see. Realization immediately dawned on Shi Feng. After giving the matter some thought, he said, If you wish to borrow some manpower, then you shall have it. However, I have a better proposal. I'll help you clear the ruins. In return, I want 20% of the resources we obtained during the raid. God's domain had countless ancient ruins, many of which stored various items and materials that had been hidden since before the Great Destruction. Normally, these items wouldn't surface on the market. Meanwhile, the Apocalypse Empire's Sunset Forest had been particularly famous in the past due to its ancient origin wood, a top-tier material used in ships' construction. Phoenix Rain couldn't help but frown when she heard Shi Feng's counteroffer. Seeing the man's confidence, she had to ask, That's a level 50 to level 60 grade 1 ancient ruin. Are you confident in clearing it? Will you believe me if I say that I'm 60% confident? Shi Feng understood that she had many questions, but he had no solid explanation. After all, he couldn't possibly tell her that he had learned about the Sunset Forest during his previous life, or that he knew certain tricks to raid the ruin. Chapter 1464, Mutated Magic Array Scroll. Phoenix Rain hesitated for a moment after hearing Shi Feng's answer. 9 Dragons Emperor had activated the quest for the ancient ruin before she could, so he had a considerable advantage in the raid. She had decided to borrow experts from Shi Feng, After all, the resources inside the ancient ruin would be of considerable help to the contest on Thunder Island. An ancient ruin was like a land of treasure. It was a type of secret land. By completing special quests, one could obtain a key to open the secret land's gates. Since Nine Dragons Emperor had completed the activation quest, he had obtained the first key. As a Grade 1 ancient ruin, the Sunset Forest only allowed each team to enter with 1,000 members. In addition, there was a time and level limit. The ancient ruin hid bountiful treasure, and one could obtain as many items as they wanted within the allotted time. Players raiding the ancient ruin for the first time would gain the most. Only, Shi Feng's asking price was a little too high. She had already invested a lot of manpower and resources, yet this man wanted 20% of the harvest. Most importantly, the Sunset Forest was a Grade 1 ancient ruin. It would be far more difficult to raid than a 100-man Hell Mode team dungeon of the same level. She wasn't confident that Zero Wing had the strength to raid the ancient ruin. Take some time to consider the matter. In any case, Sunset Forest will activate on the same day as the contest for Thunder Island, with one in the morning and the other at night. There's still some time, Shi Feng said. You know the activation time? Phoenix Rain asked, confused. Sunset Forest's activation time was a secret. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had only learned about it after obtaining the secret land key. The activation time was also the reason that she was so anxious. If she could claim the ruin's treasures, she could boost her force's combat power, increasing her chances of success on the island. Otherwise, she wouldn't be in such a rush to gather experts. I've read about it in an ancient tome. The tome also mentions something about the final guardian boss, Shi Feng said casually. In reality, he had never read about the ancient ruin in any book, but certain ancient tomes did mention various ruins in the game. He had used the lie as a way to convince Phoenix Rain that he had a method to raid the Sunset Forest. An ancient tome? Realization dawned on Phoenix Rain. The great pavilion master had learned about the Sunset Forest from some ancient book as well. Only after his research had the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion investigated the ancient ruin and its activation quest. It wasn't unusual to learn that Shi Feng had learned about the Sunset Forest in the same way. All right, I agree to your offer. However, the precondition is that you can actually raid the Sunset Forest. That's only natural. Shi Feng nodded. All right. We'll meet up tomorrow in Apocalypse City, Phoenix Rain responded before disconnecting the call, following which Shi Feng started to prepare. First, he sent Melancholic Smile a message, getting her to send some people around the continent to purchase elemental sources, through they couldn't spend more than 300 gold per item. That price was the equivalent of an epic-ranked material item. If the price exceeded that amount, others could become suspicious. After taking care of that, Shi Feng notified Aqua Rose to lead a team to a neutral map, the Flaming Rain Mountains, to grind for flame potions. The potion was necessary to raid the Sunset Forest, as Shi Feng finished delegating and waited patiently for God's Domain system update to finish. A call came in from Liang Jing. Head Instructor, the White Tiger Dojo has sent someone to see you again. The representative has stated that the White Tiger Dojo has agreed to your conditions and would like to invite you to discuss the details, Liang Jing reported. They've agreed? Shi Feng suddenly remembered his conversation with the White Tiger Dojo's Jiang Tianyuan regarding his price for nurturing their experts. He then revealed a smile and said, "Tell the representative that I've doubled my price. They can take it or leave it." Even if the White Tiger Dojo had talented members, training them to take on the Trial Tower's 6th floor wouldn't be a simple task. Nurturing 500 6th floor experts for 50 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid wasn't a worthwhile trade. Had the White Tiger Dojo agreed to his offer earlier, he would have stayed true to his word. However, times had changed. Understood. Liang Jing nodded, following which Liang Jing conveyed Shi Feng's decision to Xie Qiwen, who had waited in a reception room. What? Double the price? Xie Qiwen was dumbfounded when he heard the decision. He shouted, "Why doesn't he just rob a bank instead? Does he really doubt that the White Tiger Dojo can train its own experts?" I apologize, but this is our head instructor's will. I can't do anything about his decisions, Liang Jing said. In reality, she was curious about what business Shi Feng had with the White Tiger Dojo to warrant one visit after another from a genius like Xie Ye Qin. Good, just wait. He'll regret this decision. Xie Qin then left in a fit of rage. After 4 hours, Shi Feng returned to his virtual gaming cabin and logged back into God's domain. Upon entering God's domain, Shi Feng contacted Lifeless Thorn, Solitary 9, and the others, having them select experts from the adventurer team to form a 100-man team. He then used a return scroll to teleport to Cold Wind City. He had planned to help Lifeless Thorn and the others level up some more before raiding the ancient shrine, opening the teleportation channel. But Phoenix Rain's request had forced him to move his plans up a few days. While he had been out killing the Snow Rift's field bosses, he has sent some people to the library to research the ancient shrine. Because of them, he now had a better understanding of the area. After returning to Cold Wind City, Shi Feng returned to the adventurer team's residence and retrieved a large amount of materials. He then began to produce the 9-star polar domain magic array. He and his team had 0 chance of defeating the Guardian boss in a head-on confrontation. He had planned to use magic arrays to suppress the boss and rely on Zerg tactics to distract it while damaging it with miniature ballistas. However, the situation had changed. He now had the source of true frost, which was also why he had made his promise to Phoenix Rain. Elemental sources contained a purer energy than that in 7 Luminaries crystals. Naturally, said energy was useful in many aspects, the most beneficial of which was in forging weapons and equipment. Similarly, elemental sources could be used in crafting magic arrays. A magic array would receive a massive power boost if crafted with an elemental source. Unfortunately, they were one-time use items, and using such a rare material was the epitome of extravagance. But Shi Feng couldn't care less. The sooner he opened the teleportation channel, the sooner he could open trade between God's Domain's continent and the Ice Crystal world. Doing so would be far more profitable than Stone Forest Town. In the quiet workshop, Shi Feng retrieved one material after another. He then began to produce magic array scrolls very quickly. Shi Feng had a stack of 9 magic array scrolls. When he reached the final step, adding magic crystals to the scrolls, Shi Feng stopped abruptly and took a deep breath. Rather than selecting the magic crystals, he retrieved the source of extreme true frost from his bag. The moment Shi Feng did so, his arm froze solid. He very quickly placed the elemental source in the center of the scrolls. The source of extreme true frost gasified rapidly. Streams of cold mist flowed into the stack of magic array scrolls, following which the scroll's power began to increase. By the time the magic array scrolls absorbed every drop of power from the elemental source, the workshop's temperature had dropped drastically. Even with his high ice resistance, Shi Feng couldn't help but shiver. The originally dark purple magic array scrolls lightened to an icy blue. Had Shi Feng not been prepared using Earth Dragon's skin as the scroll's base material, the magic array scrolls would have exploded from so much energy. Shi Feng waited until the turbulent power within the magic array scrolls calmed before storing them. Magic array scrolls produced with elemental sources are pretty impressive. I wonder how the effects have changed. Shi Feng clicked to inspect the new 9-star polar domain magic array scrolls, Chapter 1465, top tier, 8-piece set. So this is the power of an elemental source. Shi Feng stared at the icy blue scroll's attribute panel in shock. The 9-star polar domain was an intermediate magic array. Normally, it had no problems containing and suppressing Great Lord-ranked monsters. It was even somewhat effective against Grand Lords. Of course, mythic monsters could easily break free with a few attacks. However, after improving the 9-star polar domain with the source of extreme true frost, the magic array had undergone a heaven-defying change, although it still required 9 players to activate and maintain it. Now it could suppress trapped enemies' attributes by 70%. It could even weaken a mythic monster by as much as 50%. Most advanced magic arrays could barely suppress a mythic monster's attributes by 30%. Now, the mutated 9-star polar domain magic array could rival a master magic array. It's a pity that it's only a one-time use item. It would be great if I could use it a few more times. Shi Feng was slightly disappointed. With such a powerful magic array, he could lead Zero Wing's main force to a neutral map, hunting its various mythic-ranked field bosses. The harvest they could gain from securing the first kills would be beyond imagination. However, Shi Feng only played with the idea. He knew full well that the main god system would not permit such a thing. After he finished the scrolls, Shi Feng hurried to Coldwind City's Forging Association, intending to upgrade his team's equipment. The Forging Association in Coldwind City was different from those on God's Domain's continent. Similar to Coldwind City's library, the Forging Association was ancient. It was likely older than Starmoon Kingdom itself. However, it was due to this Forging Association that the Ice Crystal world's crafting standards were significantly higher than in his home world. At first, Shi Feng had assumed it was due to the abundance of rare materials in the Ice Crystal world, but in truth, that was only part of the reason. The real reason for these players' success was the Forging Association. The Forging Association here could rival Titan City's Lifestyle Association, only it lacked the massive databank and high mana density. In addition, the Forging Association in Coldwind City had the Forging Guidance System, which allowed players to purchase one-time use forging designs with magic crystals. For level 45 fine gold forging designs, the prices ranged between 10 and 50 magic crystals. For level 45 dark gold forging designs, the prices ranged between 100 to 150 magic crystals. Although these one-time use designs were expensive, they gave players an advantage that wasn't available to those who learned from the real forging designs. These players could increase their success rates with magic crystals. For fine gold weapons and equipment, players could increase their success rate to a maximum of 25%. As for dark gold weapons and equipment, players could increase it to 15%. This was a considerable boon to advanced forgers. With the 15% bonus on top of their original success rate, an advanced forger could easily achieve an overall success rate of 30% or above when forging a dark gold item. If one avoided mistakes during the forging process, they could craft one dark gold weapon or piece of equipment for every 3 tries. However, while mass-producing fine gold items was easy, the same couldn't be said for dark gold items. It was far more difficult to obtain the necessary materials, which generally dropped from high-level Great Lords and Grand Lords. Not every team could kill monsters of such caliber. It was also more difficult due to the required amount of magic crystals to increase one's forging success rate with dark gold weapons or equipment by 15%. They'd have to pay an additional 100 magic crystals. Including the cost of the forging design, each attempt could easily cost anywhere from 200 to 250 magic crystals, and that was excluding any magic crystals required to produce the item itself. While coins were easy to earn at this stage of the game, magic crystals were not. Although Coldwind City's players had an abundance of fine gold weapons and equipment, they lacked dark gold ranked items. Only the city's 2 large guilds had a substantial stock. Fortunately, Shi Feng wasn't concerned about either issue. During the last 3 days, he had spent his time killing level 50-plus Great Lords and Grand Lords, obtaining a large stock of materials. As for magic crystals, he still had over 30,000 on him. That was more than enough to produce weapons and equipment. "Hello, sir. How may I be of service?" An NPC receptionist greeted Shi Feng sweetly. "I wish to rent a special mana forging room for 2 hours, Shi Feng stated. The mana forging rooms had greater mana density than the average forging room. Though they weren't on the level of a meditation room of the same rank, they could improve a player's concentration. "Understood, sir. That will be 50 silver, the NPC receptionist said as she offered Shi Feng a key. Handing over the 50 silver coins, Shi Feng grabbed the key and went to the Forging Association's top floor. The Ice Crystal World's forging guidance system is amazing, Shi Feng thought as he opened the forging guidance system for the special mana forging room. Previously, he had thought that the forging guidance system only offered fine gold and dark gold weapon and equipment designs. Now, he discovered that it also sold set equipment designs. As Shi Feng wondered why he hadn't seen anyone in Coldwind City wearing fine gold or dark gold set equipment, his eyes fell on the design's price tags. The designs for level 45, dark gold equipment only cost 100 magic crystals. To purchase the designs for 6 pieces, one would have to spend 600 crystals. However, the design for a 6-piece, level 45, dark gold set equipment cost 1,800 crystals, 2,500 crystals for an 8-piece version. Moreover, the design was a one-time use item. It would disappear regardless of the player's success. Not even a first-rate guild's leader would mess around with so many magic crystals, much less guilds like Centurion Dynasty and Matchless Family, based on magic crystals' market price. Each attempt to forge an 8-piece dark gold set equipment would cost over 700 gold. Moreover, the forging success rate for set equipment was much lower than that of individual items of the same level and rank. Even the forging guidance system only allowed players to temporarily increase their forging success rate by 7% for a price. An advanced forger would be lucky if their base success rate reached 8% with level 45 dark gold set equipment. Most would have a total success rate of only 15%. With such a low chance, it'd be a miracle if a forger succeeded once with every 10 tries. Even wealthy guilds and players wouldn't dare waste their money so extravagantly. With this, my trip has definitely been worth the trouble. Shi Feng's eyes glittered as he gazed at the various dark gold set equipment designs the forging guidance system displayed. It would be very difficult for an advanced forger to produce a dark gold set equipment, but to a master forger such as Shi Feng, it'd be easy. His base success rate had already reached 20%, including the Book of Forging, the Mysterious Flame, the Master Forger's Insignia, and the Black Steel Insignia. He could easily achieve a success rate of more than 35%. With the forging guidance system, that would put his forging success rate at over 42%. Following which, Shi Feng bought the design for an 8-piece, level 45, dark gold set equipment for shield warriors, and began to craft. Shi Feng started to refine and shape one material after another. Due to the abyssal blade, the density of the ambient mana rose even higher, increasing his concentration. Before Shi Feng knew it, he had produced the Protector set. This set's attributes are really powerful. No wonder it costs 2,500 magic crystals per attempt. Shi Feng was astonished as he inspected the Protector set's attributes. The set's basic attributes could already rival that of individual level 50, dark gold equipment. The set effects would greatly enhance a shield warrior's skills as well. Following which, Shi Feng forged one of each of the following sets: Burning Fire set, Courage set, and Icicle set. All 3 were 8-piece, level 45, dark gold set equipment, and were meant for the Berserker, Guardian Knight, and Swordsman classes, respectively. After producing the 4 sets, Shi Feng couldn't bear to push his luck. Producing the 4 sets had already cost him over 15,000 magic crystals. If he tried to forge more, he'd run out of magic crystals. He could only select a few level 45 dark gold weapons and equipment to craft at this point. After forging over 40 items, Shi Feng noticed that his 2-hour session was almost over. He packed up and hurried to the snow rift to meet up with Lifeless Thorn and the others. The snow rift's core was in the middle of a mountainous region. Solitary 9, Lifeless Thorn, and the other team members had gathered there. "Commander, I've selected the required members. We are ready to move out on your command," Solitary 9 reported upon seeing Shi Feng approach. "We have also investigated the cave entrance's guardian boss. It is a level 67 Grand Lord. Its speed, attack power, and perception are extraordinary. We sent one of our scouts ahead, and the boss discovered him before he was within 150 yards of the monster. He died instantly. Even though our MTs tried to tank it, we only lasted 2 hits. With our team's current strength, I'm afraid." Fear filled everyone's hearts. The strongest boss they had ever fought was only a level 60 Grand Lord, and they had already witnessed this level 67 boss's power. To put it simply, its destructive power was terrifying. "I understand," Shi Feng said after watching the battle video Solitary 9 had sent him. He then took the weapons and equipment he had forged from his bag and said, "For now, put these on. We'll raid the boss once you've gotten used to them." "We're replacing our equipment?" Every member of the team stared at Shi Feng in confusion. They didn't understand why he wanted them to replace their equipment. They already wore the best in Cold Wind City, and they were used to their old weapons and equipment. These are, Commander, how did you get these? However, when these players saw the items Shi Feng had given them, their eyes widened in shock. Chapter 1466, First Kill Jackpot. How is this possible? Both Lifeless Thorn and Solitary 9 were stupefied by the items Shi Feng had brought them. If Shi Feng had revealed a bunch of level 45 dark gold weapons and equipment, they would have only been surprised at how many dark gold items he had obtained. But when they saw the 4 dark gold sets, as far as they knew, Cold Wind City didn't have a single available dark gold set, not to mention level 45 dark gold set equipment. Not even Centurion Dynasty or Matchless Family had succeeded to forge a full set, yet Shi Feng had brought 4. Moreover, they were all 8-piece sets. 9, Lifeless, Whistle, and Madness. You 4 will be the team's main force. So put these sets on, Shi Feng instructed his players after glancing over the team. After the Asura Adventurer team had developed for some time, Lifeless Thorn had finally persuaded Dark Madness, Waveheart's commander, to join. As a result, the rest of the Waveheart Adventurer team had followed his lead, helping Asura become Cold Wind City's bona fide #1 adventure team. At this point, Asura had over 2,000 official members with over 10,000 reserve members. Not even Centurion Dynasty or Matchless Family had so many experts. Moreover, due to Dark Madness becoming a member, they had solved the problem of Asura's main force lacking MTs. Dark Madness. The city's #1 Guardian Knight was the reason Waveheart had become Cold Wind City's #1 adventurer team. Due to his presence, Waveheart had easily raided one powerful dungeon and field boss after another. Hearing Shi Feng's orders, the 4 nodded enthusiastically before joyfully replacing their old equipment with the 8-piece sets. No one on the team complained. After all, these 4 players' strength was irrefutable. If their team wanted to get the most out of the dark gold ranked sets, the best players among them should use the items. Don't be jealous. I will reward whoever reaches the refinement realm with even better dark gold set equipment, Shi Feng said, smiling when he saw the other team members' envious expressions. Commander, are you serious? Everyone breathlessly turned to Shi Feng. These 8-piece dark gold sets were the best available in Cold Wind City. They dreamed of obtaining such a set, not to mention even better equipment. Of course, I always keep my word. As long as you reach the refinement realm, you can come to me directly, Shi Feng said, nodding. He wasn't lying. The sets he had given to Lifeless Thorn and the others were merely level 45 dark gold set equipment. Meanwhile, he could head to Titan City and purchase the level 50 dark gold ranked magic light set equipment design. In the past, he had only been an advanced forger, so it would have been very difficult to forge the set. But no, he was a master forger. It'd be easy as long as he had enough materials. When the team members heard Shi Feng's confirmation, an intense fighting spirit burned in their eyes. They were even more inspired to reach the refinement realm. After a quick break to switch out the old equipment with the new, Shi Feng prepared his team to raid the 3-headed Frostwolf, the cave entrance's guardian boss. 3-headed Frostwolf, elemental creature, Grand Lord, level 67, HP 130 million, 430 million, 130 million Quist. Despite the upgrade to better weapons and equipment, these players stared anxiously at the 3-headed Frostwolf standing over 20 meters tall as their hearts began to pound. Although their basic attributes had increased, defeating a Grand Lord that was over 20 levels higher than they were was unrealistic. 9. Dark, you'll be on support. Everyone else spread out alongside the boss. Shi Feng commanded the team as he watched the sleeping Frostwolf. He then took out the Bible of Darkness and activated demon summoning. With the team's current strength, it was impossible to raid the ancient shrine. However, he had the Bible of Darkness, so he could, more or less, make up for the lack, following which a massive demon gate appeared before Shi Feng. A Tier 3 demon wielding a dark blue greatsword then emerged. Fear Demon, Dark Creature Demon, level 73, HP 23,500,000, 500,000, 20 free 500,000. When the fear demon arrived, Lifeless Thorn and his companions gasped, wary of the human-like creature. Although the fear demon wasn't as powerful as the three-headed Frostwolf in terms of attributes, its intellect was much higher. To players, a high-intellect monster with low attributes was far more frightening than a dumb monster with high attributes. "Don't be afraid. This demon is under my control," Shi Feng hurriedly explained. "The fear demon will tank the Frostwolf. You just need to deal as much damage as possible. Commander, this is your summoned creature?" Solitary 9 and the others were astonished. Shi Feng had already impressed them when he had defeated Matchless Family's 10,000-man army by himself, and now they found out that he could summon such a powerful demon. These players only recovered their wits after some time. They then moved into position. Once everyone was where they needed to be, Shi Feng commanded, "Charge." Suddenly, the fear demon's wings shuddered. It moved within the three-headed Frostwolf's perception range in the blink of an eye. Taking advantage of the opportunity while the Frostwolf woke, Shi Feng's directed the fear demon to use the Tier 3 skill Darkness Blade 3. Massive blades of shadow appeared above the guardian boss, smashing into the drowsy Grand Lord's heads a moment after. 1,576,487, 1,754,374, 1,945,344. Subsequent blade dealt more damage than the previous, slamming the boss who had just stood up back to the ground. "So powerful. Why does it seem like the commander doesn't need us to deal with this three-headed Frostwolf?" The team members gasped when they saw the damages above the Frostwolf's heads. In a single attack, the boss had lost nearly 5% of its HP. A woo. The three-headed Frostwolf opened its eyes after it hit the ground, revealing 3 pairs of menacing crimson eyes. Glaring at the fear demon, the guardian boss spread its jaws. Each of the three-headed Frostwolf's mouths fired a beam of frost simultaneously, freezing everything before the Grand Lord. The fear demon froze instantly, losing over 2 million HP. To demons who possessed very high magic resistance, the damage was horrific. The three-headed Frostwolf then advanced, quickly reaching the demon and swiping its claws. Boom! As the dust cleared from the explosion, it revealed a massive crater where the fear demon had stood. The Frostwolf's attack had shaken the Asura member's willpower. Fortunately, the fear demon had broken free from the ice and used its greatsword to defend itself in time, only receiving several tens of thousands of damage. Seeing this, Asura's members grew nervous. Compared to the battle before them, their previous fights had been child's play. Only a few players on the team had remained calm. Lifeless Thorn had even made his way to the three-headed Frostwolf's rear, using Chop with his Thunder Spear. As Lifeless Thorn attacked, one instance of over 10,000 damage appeared above the Grand Lord's head after another. Meanwhile, Solitary 9, Dark Madness, and Cleansing Whistle dealt around many 8,000 damage with their attacks. Although they couldn't compare to the Fear Demon's damage, theirs was better than their companions, who only dealt around minus 4,000 damage. Meanwhile, Shi Feng arrived by the three-headed Frostwolf's side. Thundering Flash, Thunder Flame Explosion, Shadow Blade, Flame Burst. Shi Feng landed a series of skills, each of his attacks dealing over minus 100,000 damage. His damage was only second to the Fear Demons. For a time, the three-headed Frostwolf and Fear Demon fought fiercely. Although the Fear Demon was no match for the Grand Lord, it received constant healing from the healers at the rear and could continue to tank the Guardian boss, allowing everyone else to chip away at the Grand Lord's HP. 70%, 50%, 30% time passed quickly. From the beginning of the battle to its end, the Fear Demon kept the three-headed Frostwolf occupied, preventing the Grand Lord from dealing any significant damage to the rest of the team. Even when the boss entered its berserk state, the team easily coped, with the Guardian Knights casting Protection Blessing on the Fear Demon. When the three-headed Frostwolf had less than 1% HP remaining, Shi Feng activated Divine Providence and ended its life with Flame Burst. When the three-headed Frostwolf's HP reached 0, its 3 heads released agonizing wails that echoed throughout the canyon. The boss then disintegrated into countless particles of light. leaving behind over 100 items in its place. The Grand Lord's death also granted more EXP than Shi Feng had expected, and several team members leveled up on the spot. System: congratulations. You have obtained the first kill of the three-headed frost wolf, the king of the ice fields. Rewards doubled, Chapter 1467, skill that overcomes tears. The boss dropped so many items. We hit a jackpot. Is this for real? This is the first time I've seen a jackpot. Look, there are weapons and equipment among the loot. Centurion Dynasty and Matchless Family will die from envy when they hear about this. Everyone gaped at the miniature mountain of items. Although they were shocked that they had actually killed the three-headed frost wolf, its loot was even more astounding. In God's domain, monsters at level 50 and above would have drastically reduced drop rates. Even the monsters in Forbidden Lands, like the Snow Rift, usually dropped 4 or 5 items. Moreover, the majority of those items were materials. When they had farmed level 60 Grand Lords, they had only obtained 10 or so items from each boss. Yet this Grand Lord ranked three-headed Frostwolf had dropped over 100 items. Why wouldn't they be surprised? Everyone rest up. We'll enter the cave soon, Shi Feng said. He could not help but shake his head and chuckle when he saw his team members' excited expressions. The weapons and equipment a level 67 Grand Lord were about as tempting as a level 45 Dark Gold set equipment. It was common knowledge that monsters beyond level 50 rarely dropped good weapons or equipment. This was particularly true for the Ice Crystal world. Although the forging guidance system offered forging designs for level 50-plus items, they were far more expensive than the level 45 variants. Most importantly, one's forging success rate would drastically decrease when attempting to craft such high-level items. It was already far more difficult to forge level 50 fine gold equipment than it was to forge the level 45 version, much less level 50-plus dark gold equipment. Among the 100-plus items, over 60% consisted of materials for forging level 50-plus weapons and equipment. There were also over a dozen Master Mana Recovery Potions, Master Recovery Potions, and Attribute Gemstones of various kinds, 5 Tier 2 Magic Scrolls, and 2 Tier 3 Magic Scrolls. One of the Tier 3 Magic Scrolls was a group instantaneous teleportation scroll, and the other was a defensive magic scroll. 5 pieces of level 60, fine gold equipment, and 2 pieces of level 60 dark gold equipment had also dropped. However, among these dropped items, one caught Shi Feng's eye, a thick, golden book. The book's cover didn't offer any clues about its contents. However, when Shi Feng examined the book, he was ecstatic. What a surprise. I never thought that a mere gatekeeper would drop this thing. My trip to the Ice Crystal world has been pretty profitable. Shi Feng's eyes shone as he gazed at the golden book. The book was neither a design nor a recipe. It wasn't some sort of treasure map or special item either. It was only a skill book. However, despite being only a skill book, it was even more valuable than the super rare Berserk skill books. Players had collectively referred to this kind of book as a combination skill book in the past. Combination skill books had been as valuable as epic items. Shi Feng had tried to bid for a combination skill book in the past, but in the end a first-rate guild had won the book for 50,000 magic crystals. Shadow had only saved 30,000 magic crystals. Shi Feng had never expected to obtain a combination skill book from killing the three-headed Frostwolf. Multiple players could learn from a single combination skill book. Some only allowed 2 players to learn the skill, while 3 to 5 players could learn from others. If players activated a combination skill with the specified number of players, they could exert frighteningly destructive power with the skill. In the past, this had been the various large guilds' main method of dealing with powerful bosses. After all, God's domain had many incredibly powerful monsters. Even with the aid of magic arrays, players were no match for these bosses. During these situations, combination skills worked wonders. However, combination skills' strength and effects varied. For example, combination skill books that could sell for tens of thousands of magic crystals generally contained skills that required 4 or 5 players to activate. With such combination skills, Even Tier 1 players could severely injure mythic monsters, becoming far more powerful than Tier 3 magic scrolls. Generally, one could only obtain combination skill books from mythic monsters or dark gold treasures found in level 60 maps and above. He never thought that he would actually get one from a Grand Lord, following which Shi Feng inspected the skill book. Triple Frost Moon combination skill requires 3 melee classes to activate. A single target attack. Skill that requires 3 players. Shi Feng's excitement grew after reading the introduction. Normally, 2-man combination skills only allowed players the power to overcome a single tier. Meanwhile, Tier 1 players could even injure Grand Lords with a 3-man combination skill. Based on the market prices in Shi Feng's previous life, the Triple Frost Moon skill book could easily sell for over 20,000 magic crystals. Combination skills were different from magic scrolls in that they were not one-time use items. They could be used indefinitely, although they did have a cooldown. 3 Tier 1 players using a combination skill were as powerful as a Tier 3 spell. The skill could even be used multiple times during a boss battle. A skill like this could significantly increase a team's overall combat power. However, Shi Feng had no intention of learning this combination skill himself. Instead, he gave it to Lifeless Thorn, Solitary 9, and Dark Madness. "Commander, if we learn this skill, what about you?" After Solitary 9 read the Triple Frost Moon's introduction, he realized how powerful the skill was. It was the equivalent of Tier 1 players being able to use Tier 3 skills limitlessly. If Shi Feng took the lead during the activation process, he could exert even more power with the skill. "I have a Tier 3 demon. Moreover, I can't always accompany you in dungeon and boss raids. If you 3 learn the skill, the team will be even stronger. So it's better if you learn it," Shi Feng explained. The Triple Frost Moon needed 3 people to activate. It wouldn't work if one of the players were missing. Meanwhile, he frequently operated solo, which made it impossible for him to exhibit the combination skill's true potential. He had no choice but to pass the skill up. Lifeless Thorn and the others were already considerably strong. Their lack of suitable weapons, equipment, and combat experience were the only things holding them back. However, after spending time under his guidance and watching his demonstrations over the past few days, Lifeless Thorn and the others had significantly improved their monotonous attack methods, raising their combat standards by leaps and bounds. Right now, Lifeless Thorn's combat standards were nearly on par with Aqua Rose and Gentle Snows. With a combination skill, his ability in dungeon raids might surpass the 2 women's. Hearing Shi Feng's explanation, Solitary 9 and the others finally agreed. To someone who could summon a Tier 3 demon, a 3-man combination skill was superfluous. After everyone in the team had rested, Shi Feng led them into the cave and followed the map towards the ancient shrine. The shrine's exact location was hidden, although the map indicated that it was within the cave. The cave's interior was complex. The cave system was like a natural maze. If not for the map, Shi Feng might not have found the ancient shrine's cave in the first place, much less locating the shrine itself. The team frequently ran into frenzied monsters that attacked without hesitation after they entered the cave. They even ran into the occasional Grand Lord. Although these Grand Lords weren't as strong as the 3-headed Frost Wolf, they weren't easy to deal with. The team had to bide their time as they slowly whittled down the bosses' HPs after 10 hours of exploring the cave system. Shi Feng and the others finally reached a dark cavern. During their journey, they had killed 8 level 65 Grand Lords and countless chieftains and lords. These monsters had done nothing but provide an abundance of EXP. At this point, Lifeless Thorn and a few others were level 50, and Shi Feng was only a step away from reaching level 59. However, this was all due to the team securing these monsters' first kill. Disappointingly, these monsters hadn't dropped as much loot as the 3-headed Frost Wolf. They had only dropped level 60, secret silver, and fine gold weapons and equipment. Combined, these items' total value was nothing compared to the Guardian boss's loot. Towering purple gold shrine sat in the center of the dark cavern. It radiated a sacred aura, and as players gazed up at the shrine, they shuddered. When Shi Feng and his companions moved within 500 yards of the shrine, they heard the sound of a system notification. System, you have discovered an ancient shrine. As they were alerted of the system notification, a magic array appeared on the ground in front of the shrine, illuminating the cavern, following which a 10-meter-tall humanoid robot emerged. The instant this humanoid robot appeared, everyone, including Shi Feng, felt a stifling pressure weigh them down. Even an expert like Lifeless Thorn paled under this pressure. The weaker team members nearly lost their footing. Chaptering 1468, Raiding a Mythic. Mythic. Before they even checked the Titan warrior's statistics, the pressure it radiated overwhelmed the team. Now that they had seen its information, they were shocked. No one throughout Cold Wind City, not even an expert like Lifeless Thorn, had ever seen a mythic monster. Now that they stood before one, they were terrified to stand within 500 yards of the Titan warrior, not to mention attempt to fight the thing. This was the first time they had felt anything like this since they joined God's domain. Their minds screamed at them, warning that if they proceeded, they would dance with death. Commander, this monster is too powerful. We can't afford to provoke a monster like this yet. Do we have to fight it? Solitary 9 asked, his complexion ashen. Before he had encountered the Titan warrior, he had thought that it might be possible for their team to defeat a mythic monster. However, after experiencing the Titan warrior's near-tangible killing intent and absolute power, he knew that Tier 1 players had no hope against it. The Titan warrior's battle recovery alone would regenerate 3,600,000 HP every 5 seconds. If their team couldn't deal over 720,000 damage each second, their team would never kill it, even if the Titan warriors stood there and watched them try. This wasn't a battle. This was a suicide mission. A mechanical life form? Shi Feng fell into deep thought as he watched the Titan warrior. Although he had known that the final Guardian boss would be a mythic monster, he hadn't expected it to be a mechanical life form. Mechanical life forms were famed for their high defense, strength, and magic resistance. Because of these stats, they were known to be the best guard monsters available. Even super guilds struggled against mechanical life form bosses since they couldn't take advantage of their collection of high-tiered magic scrolls and mana pulse cannons. Even magic arrays had little effect against these creatures. Players could only defeat a mechanical life form with brute strength. There simply weren't any loopholes. Commander, are we still going to fight that thing? Lifeless Thorn asked hesitantly. Before they had come here, Shi Feng had told Asura's upper echelons that they could travel to another world if they finished this quest. They wouldn't have to stay cooped up in Cold Wind City. But as they faced an insurmountable mythic monster, even Lifeless Thorn felt helpless. This wasn't some random dungeon. If they died in this cave, they would lose an entire level. At their level, recovering the lost EXP would take a lot of time. Let's make an attempt, Shi Feng said, after giving the matter some thought. The attempt? Lifeless Thorn and the others were slightly confused. Shi Feng took a Tier 2 summoning scroll from his bag and summoned a Tier 2 Gale Cheetah. He then used Phantom Kill, sending his doppelganger forward while he directed the Gale Cheetah to circle the boss. He wanted to test the Titan warrior's reaction and turning speed. Although mechanical life forms had high defense and strength, they also had a glaring weakness: slow reaction and turning speed. Of course, this was only compared to monsters of the same rank. A mythic ranked mechanical life form's reaction and turning speed should be higher than a Grand Lord's of the same level. As his doppelganger approached the Titan warrior, Shi Feng sat down and focused on controlling his summoned twin. 400 yards, 300 yards. When the doppelganger moved within 200 yards of the Guardian boss, the previously immobile mythic monster abruptly opened its eyes, revealing 2 dazzling crimson orbs. It advanced on the doppelganger so quickly that by the time the watching crowd reacted, the boss had crossed 40 yards. When the boss had moved, it had created a massive crater where it had originally stood. It looked like a cannon had bombarded the area. So fast! Upon seeing the Titan warrior approach, Shi Feng immediately had his doppelganger activate Defensive Blade. In the blink of an eye, the boss reached the doppelganger, swinging its colossal greatsword down at the invader. The moment the greatsword began to descend, the doppelganger jumped out from the weapon's path. However, the Titan warrior nimbly adjusted its attack trajectory halfway through the swing, slicing at the doppelganger who had yet to land. Boom. Immediately, a deep gash over 30 yards long tore through the ground. Although Shi Feng's doppelganger had nullified the attack with the defensive blade, the boss's strength was overwhelming. The impact threw the doppelganger over 20 yards away. Asura's members gasped. Even lifeless Thorn wore a grim expression. It was just too fast. His eyes couldn't keep up with the Titan warrior's speed. Even against the three-headed Frostwolf, lifeless Thorn had been able to keep up with the Grand Lord's attacks, but he couldn't even see the Titan warrior's after-images. He had no doubt that he wasn't capable of dodging an attack if he were on the receiving end of that mythic monster's greatsword. Its reaction speed is quite impressive. At the very least, our reaction speed will have to be on par with the Grand Lord to block and dodge its attacks. The outcome hadn't particularly surprised Shi Feng, and he continued to analyze the Titan warrior. After he tested the boss's reaction speed, he controlled the Gale Cheetah to attack the mythic monster from behind with a Tier 2 skill, Gale Blade. Numerous blades of wind assaulted the Titan warrior's backside, each dealing over 10,000 damage. The Guardian boss instantly shifted its attention to the Gale Cheetah. The Titan warrior spun around in less than half a second. It raised its weapon, cleaving down at the summoned creature. Although Shi Feng had tried to direct the Gale Cheetah to circle the Titan warrior as soon as it finished its attack, he was too late. He couldn't even control the feline to defend itself in time. In the next moment, a streak of white light struck the Gale Cheetah, throwing it, and devouring several millions of HP. Shi Feng's doppelganger then appeared behind the Titan warrior, activating Shadow Blade. After landing a barrage of attacks, the doppelganger reclaimed the boss's aggro. After a split second, the boss tossed the doppelganger again. After repeating this process several times, the Titan warrior killed both the doppelganger and the summoned creature. After killing the trespassers, the Titan warrior calmed and returned to its original position. Everyone was stunned, speechless. The Titan warrior was too fast and too powerful. Even with their life-saving skills active, this Guardian boss would likely kill Solitary 9 and Dark Madness instantly. We'll need to be roughly as fast as a Grand Lord to avoid its counterattacks. After watching the monster for some time, Shi Feng had analyzed all of the Titan warrior's aspects. He then turned to his team. Although raiding this Titan warrior will be dangerous, our chances of defeating it aren't non-existent. He then pulled 10 miniature ballistas from his bag. Unfortunately, since the war weapons were precious to his guilds, he hadn't brought too many with him. War weapons? The Asura team members were dumbfounded to see the miniature ballistas. Guilds generally reserved these weapons for guild wars, yet Shi Feng intended to use them to kill a monster. He had even brought 10 of these war weapons with him. Let my demon tank the Titan warrior. The rest of you will attack from 500 yards away. Try to move around and attack from behind it as much as possible, Shi Feng said. He then pointed to a group of magical class players and instructed, "You 9, come to me. Each of you will take one of these scrolls and stand in these locations. When the fight begins, move within 100 yards of the boss and activate the magic array." Following which, each player began to prepare for the battle. As for Shi Feng, he used the Bible of Darkness to summon a second demon. The mutated 9-star polar domain magic array should significantly lower the Titan warrior's attributes. With 2 Tier 3 demons keeping it busy, they might just be able to kill the mythic monster. Of course, it was only a theory. Whether or not they actually succeeded would depend on the magic array's effect. If the Titan warrior were still too powerful, he'd have no choice but to give up and wait until his team members completed their Tier 2 promotions. A moment later, everyone moved into position. Taking a deep breath, Shi Feng controlled the 2 Tier 3 demons to charge at the Titan warrior from different directions. In response, the Titan warrior charged towards the first demon that entered its perception range as quickly as a violent gale. "Move out," Shi Feng commanded. Following his commands, the 9 magical class players closed in on the Titan warrior. Chapter 1469, Godly Control. As soon as the summoned tomahawk demon moved within the Titan warrior's perception range, the mythic monster rushed up to meet the demon, its greatsword rapidly descending. Even though Shi Feng saw the weapon through the tomahawk demon's vision, it was too fast to evade. He could only direct the demon to lift its battle axe to block the greatsword. Peng! The impact instantly threw the tomahawk demon over 30 yards away, and although it had blocked the attack, it still lost tens of thousands of HP. Before the demon could land, the Titan warrior had appeared behind it, swinging its greatsword once again. Although Shi Feng had tried to maneuver the demon to defend itself, it suffered a brief numbness from the first impact. As a result, its reaction speed had fallen considerably, and it couldn't keep up with the Titan warrior. As the greatsword descended, the weapon tore through space itself. Tier 4 Skill, Spatial Rend. This time, the Titan warrior's attack struck the tomahawk demon squarely. In a single attack, the tomahawk demon, which had over 25 million HP, lost nearly 1/5 of that total. The watching players were stupefied to see such destructive power. Even a Tier 3 demon was powerless against the Titan warrior. If they fought the mythic monster, the consequences would be unimaginable. Only Shi Feng remained unfazed. A battle between monsters wasn't like one between monsters and players. When monsters fought players, their attacks would deal less damage to make up for the difference in HP. However, there was no such dampening effect during a battle between monsters. Naturally, the Titan warrior dealt horrific damage to the summoned demon. It was a system mechanic that prevented players from using summoned creatures or NPC guards to toy with powerful bosses. Moreover, the tomahawk demon was only Tier 3, whereas the Titan warrior was a Tier 4 mythic. Due to the tier suppression, the Titan warrior's attacks were enhanced to a certain degree. There was also the fact that demons generally had much lower HP than monsters of the same rank, so he really wasn't surprised to see a Tier 4 skill destroy 1/5 of the tomahawk demon's HP, following which the Titan warrior dealt one blow after another. Despite the tomahawk demon's attempts to defend itself, its HP fell rapidly. In seconds, the demon had less than 50% of its HP remaining. Fortunately, the 9 magical class players had surrounded the Titan warrior. "Begin!" Shi Feng shouted. With Shi Feng's command, the 9 players unfurled the magic array scrolls and began to chant the required incantations. Suddenly, an icy blue magic array appeared above all, enveloping the Titan warrior inside it completely. The cavern's mana rampaged as it surged towards the array's core, following which a blue magic barrier manifested, enclosing the Titan warrior within. Boom! The instant the barrier took shape, a layer of mist wrapped around the guardian boss's body. Its joints began to freeze, and its basic attributes rapidly decreased. 90%, 80%, 70%. So this is the power of an origin magic array? Shi Feng could not help his surprise at seeing how much the barrier weakened the mythic monster. In the blink of an eye, the Titan warrior's basic attributes had fallen to 60%. Although it wasn't as high as the stated 50%, it was impressive. After all, mechanical life forms had very high magic resistance. In fact, Shi Feng hadn't expected to reduce the Titan warrior's attributes by as much as 40%. Even better, the magic array's freezing effect had slowed the boss's movements. Unfortunately, despite the suppression, the Titan warrior still overwhelmed the tomahawk demon. Only its HP didn't fall as fast. That didn't even do much. Lifeless Thorn and the others stared at the boss, dumbfounded. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before the tomahawk demon died, as expected of a mythic monster. Even with the suppression, a Tier 3 demon still can't put up much of a fight. Shi Feng smiled bitterly. However, this wasn't unexpected, following which he took out the Ring of Gospel and fed it 5,000 magic crystals to activate world projection. The Ring of Gospel's skills were not considered magic arrays and could stack with the 9-star polar domain. The Titan warrior's attributes fell further. However, the decrease wasn't as significant as the first. In the end, the Titan warrior still had 50% of its original attributes. Titan warrior, ancient shrine protector, mechanical life form, mythic level 70, HP 180 million, 18 million. Continuing its assault, the Titan warrior brandished its greatsword, sending several sword lights at the tomahawk demon. Suddenly, the fear demon flew into the fray, meeting the Titan warrior's greatsword with its own. Dang! 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 A series of clangs shook the cavern. Although both the tomahawk demon and the fear demon were forced to retreat over a dozen yards, they had blocked the boss's attacks. The two demons had only lost a few tens of thousands of HP, which wasn't considerable when their maximum was over 20 million. They blocked every attack. Shocked gripped Solitary 9 as he watched the battle between the demons and the mechanical life form. Logically, the two Tier 3 demons shouldn't be able to keep up with the mythic monster, even if the Titan warrior's attributes had been suppressed by 50%, yet they had blocked every one of its attacks. "The commander is awesome." Lifeless Thorn glanced at Shi Feng in shock, watching him control the two demons from afar. The other team members might not have realized what had just happened, but he had caught a glimpse. Although the Tier 3 demons weren't a match for the Titan warrior, and even began to show signs of momentary paralysis after blocking the attacks, Shi Feng had controlled them to alternate. Doing so had allowed the paralyzed demon a split second to recover. Although the technique sounded simple without a precise grasp of the Titan warrior's timing and perfect control of the two demons, it was impossible to perform. Shi Feng's control was godly. Lifeless Thorn had neither seen nor heard of such a combat technique. After training under Shi Feng and improving drastically, he had thought he was close to reaching the swordsman's standards. But seeing the man in this fight, he realized that the gap between them was much larger than he had expected. What he didn't know was that blocking the Titan warrior's attacks was impossible for the demons if they simply alternated. Their performance had only been possible due to world projection weakening the mythic monster's physique, slowing its reaction speed. If not for world projection, the demons would have been defeated despite working together. Once the demons secured the Titan warrior's aggro, Shi Feng commanded, "Everyone, attack." Immediately, Lifeless Thorn and the others who operated the miniature ballistas fired one exploding arrow after another at the guardian boss. Sew. Sew. The arrows crossed the 500 yards between the miniature ballistas and the boss in a breath. In the end, all 10 exploding arrows pierced the Titan warrior's back and sides. Damages of over 100,000 appeared above the Titan warrior's head, significantly reducing the mythic monster's HP. Although the sight overjoyed Asura's members, Shi Feng couldn't bring himself to celebrate the outcome. Even after losing 50% of its attributes, the Titan warrior's battle recovery restored 1,800,000 HP every 5 seconds. Although the miniature ballista attacks had dealt more damage than that, it hadn't been by much. At this rate, it would take the team hours to whittle down the Titan warrior's HP. Meanwhile, world projection only lasted 10 minutes. While Shi Feng tried to think of a solution, the Titan warrior didn't wait around. Abruptly, it thrust its greatsword into the ground. 4-meter-tall figures then began to rise, one after another. Earthen Spirit, Elemental Creature, Grand Lord, level 70, HP 10 million. His seconds, 4 Earthen Spirits, stood before the team. Crap. How is this even fair? Is this a joke? We're doomed. Asura's members gaped when, as the boss summoned reinforcements, the Titan warrior was already terrifying on its own, yet it could summon 4 Grand Lords. Suddenly, the 4 Earthen Spirits dashed for the miniature ballistas, 500 yards away. Sure enough, the main god system won't let players easily exploit a loophole. Shi Feng frowned at the Earthen Spirits, gritting his teeth. He took 2 Summon Guard scrolls from his bag, Chapter 1470, Slaying a Mythic Monster. Anna and Kite appeared shortly after Shi Feng activated the Summon Guard scrolls. Although it had been some time since Shi Feng had last summoned the NPCs, neither personal guard had leveled up much. Anna was only level 76, whereas Kite was level 75. Kill those Earthen Spirits, Shi Feng commanded. Although Anna and Kite were only Tier 2 NPCs, one was an Epic Guard, and the other was Dark Gold rank. On their own, they were more than capable of soloing a Great Lord of the same level. Although the Earthen Spirits were Grand Lords with a 9-star polar domain and world projection suppression, they were only as strong as ordinary Great Lords. Neither of his personal guards should have any issues dealing with the earthen spirits. Following their master's command, Anna began to chant an incantation while Kite dashed towards the closest earthen spirit. While inside the 9-star polar domain, the earthen spirits were trapped. They could only bombard the magic barrier. But even the Titan warrior would struggle to destroy the strengthened 9-star polar domain, much less these weakened elementals. When he arrived before an earthen spirit, Kite swung one of his longswords. Dozens of wind blades bombarded the earthen spirit, each dealing 40,000 damage. By the time Kite's attack ended, the elemental had lost 1/10 of its HP. As a result of this attack, all 4 earthen spirits shifted their attention to the NPC. Although Kite's combat standards were superior to the earthen spirits, the latter had the advantages of higher attributes and numbers. Kite had no choice but to focus on defense. As he was forced to retreat one step after another, Anna finished her chant. Suddenly, a Tier 3 golden giant and 10 Tier 2 rock guardians appeared around Kite. These summoned creatures easily pulled 2 of the earthen spirits' aggro, alleviating the pressure on the NPCs. With both guards working together, they quickly got the upper hand in the fight. It was only a matter of time before the 4 earthen spirits died. Just what rank are those personal guards? They can actually suppress 4 Grand Lords. How are those NPCs' levels so high? Just who is the commander? Asura's members who had begun to despair were dumbfounded. Although they had seen players with personal guards in Coldwind City before, those NPCs had been very weak and of little use to players. They couldn't compare to Anna and Kite's strength. Everyone prioritize the earthen spirits. We'll deal with the Titan warrior afterward, Shi Feng hurriedly instructed as he glanced at the elementals. Lifeless, move your group forward and use your combination skill from the side. Tier 1 skills and spells were almost no threat to the earthen spirits and the Titan warrior, but the combination skill was a different story. If Lifeless Thorn, Solitary 9, and Dark Madness used Triple Frost Moon, the skill would be as powerful as a Tier 3 spell. It should be able to deal a considerable amount of damage to the weakened mechanical life form, let alone the elementals. The players manning the miniature ballistas turned the weapons towards the earthen spirit Kite tanked, launching a volley of exploding arrows at the Great Lord. When the exploding arrows struck, the earthen spirit instantly lost 1/5 of its HP. Meanwhile, Lifeless Thorn, Solitary 9, and Dark Madness led 3 healers as they advanced. Unlike ordinary skills, a combination skill had an optimum formation. The closer the users were to that formation, the stronger the skill would be. Lifeless Thorn's group were among Coldwind City's top experts. The trio quickly reached Kite's earthen spirit, forming a triangle around it. They then activated Triple Frost Moon simultaneously. Immediately, 3 crescent beams of light converged on the earthen spirit. Boom! The moment the 3 beams collided, they created a towering pillar of silver light that extended to the cavern's ceiling, devouring the elemental. The earthen spirit, which had less than 1/4 of its HP remaining before the attack, transformed into particles of light and disappeared. Every player that saw the attack was stunned by its power. Lifeless Thorn's group was no exception. Only Shi Feng remained unfazed. In fact, he had expected the result. Combination skills were extraordinarily rare. If a team had one, it would elevate the team's damage output to a whole new level. Needless to say, the effects of such a skill against the earthen spirit, which had been suppressed to a Great Lord's standard, would be marvelous. However, although combination skills were very powerful, their cooldowns were long. These cooldowns generally lasted a minute or longer. The earthen spirit's death granted the team members a large amount of EXP. Unfortunately, the Grand Lord hadn't dropped any items. On the bright side, with 1 earthen spirit down, it became much easier to deal with the remaining 3. Less than 1 minute had passed between the first elemental's death and the last. When the team saw their overall damage, they felt as if they were dreaming. "Everyone focus your on fire the Titan warrior," Shi Feng shouted once the earthen spirits were gone. "Lifeless only jump in after Triple Frost Moon's cooldown has ended." "Understood." The team turned towards their last and largest target. With Anna and Kite's help, the team's overall damage output increased by a large chunk. As a result, the Titan Warrior's HP steadily fell. 98%, 95%, 90% time passed quickly. Throughout the battle, Shi Feng focused on controlling the two demons, distracting the Titan Warrior. When the demon's HP fell below 30%, he moved forward and activated Life Domain, healing all allies within a 50-yard radius by 10% every second for 30 seconds. The rest of the team bombarded the mechanical life form with attacks. While Triple Frostmoon was on cooldown, Lifeless Thorns group used Tier 2 magic scrolls to attack by the time World Projection's duration ended. The Titan Warrior only had 63% of its HP remaining. Shi Feng then fed the Ring of Gospel another 5,000 magic crystals and activated the skill once more. However, with this investment, Shi Feng ran out of magic crystals. When the Titan Warrior's HP reached 30%, the mythic monster bellowed and tossed its greatsword away. It then retrieved the two crimson sabers from its back and changed its attack pattern. Although its attack power had declined, its attack rate had doubled. Shi Feng had already struggled with maneuvering the two demons to block the Titan Warrior's attacks, but the sudden change overwhelmed him. As a result, the demon's HPs began to plummet. Even when Kite and the Golden Giant tried to help, they only slowed the draining HP slightly. When one demon's HP fell below 50% and the other fell below 30%, the Titan Warrior merged its twin sabers. It pointed its weapon at the demon with less than 30% of its HP. Suddenly, a scorching red beam of light shot forward, tearing through the demon and only stopping after it crashed into the magic barrier. Even the magic barrier trembled when the beam struck. The Fear Demon died on the spot. The Tomahawk Demon received some damage from the resulting shockwave as well, its HP falling to 31%. With only one demon remaining, Shi Feng had a harder time blocking the Guardian Boss's attacks. The Tomahawk lost 2% of its HP or more every second. Seeing this, Shi Feng realized that this fight had reached a critical moment. He immediately turned to Anna and commanded, "Activate Angel Summoning." The NPC didn't hesitate to start the incantation. When the Tomahawk Demon's HP fell below 10%, a white-winged Valkyrie descended onto the battlefield. Her wings shuddering slightly, she arrived before the Titan Warrior, her golden spear sweeping towards the mythic monster. A golden flash blinded the players, and the impact threw the incomparably powerful Titan Warrior over 30 yards away, a damage of over -1 million appearing above its head. Before the Titan Warrior could react, the Valkyrie stood before it again, thrusting her spear of thunder into the mythic monster's heart, devouring a large chunk of its HP. "Attack with everything you have," Shi Feng shouted in the team chat. Abandoning his control over the Tomahawk Demon, he activated Heavenly Dragon's power and Blade Liberation before dashing towards the Titan Warrior. Following suit, Lifeless Thorn, Solitary 9, and Dark Madness also activated their Berserk skills and charged towards the boss. With the Valkyrie as the team's MT, they overwhelmed the Titan Warrior. The mythic monster couldn't even defend itself, much less retaliate. The Valkyrie could only join the fray for 10 seconds. Hence, holding nothing back, she used one powerful skill after another against the Guardian boss. Shi Feng and the other Asura members used every skill and spell they had alongside her. The Titan Warrior's HP fell rapidly. 20%. 15%. By the time the Valkyrie disappeared, the Titan Warrior had 3% of its HP remaining. Lifeless Thorns trio then executed Triple Frostmoon, destroying a little over 1% of the mythic monster's HP. Following which, Shi Feng activated Divine Providence before he and his doppelganger activated Flame Burst and Shadow Blade. By the time Shi Feng's attacks ended, the Titan Warrior had stopped moving, its HP gone. Chapter 1471, Mythic Monster's Loot. Success. We won. We actually killed a mythic monster. Despite their miserable state, when these players looked at the Titan Warrior's corpse, excitement welled within in them. For a moment, they even felt as if they were dreaming. Even the Snow Rift's gatekeeper had only been a level 70 Grand Lord. Even so, it was invincible to Cold Wind City's players. Yet they had just defeated a monster even more powerful than that gatekeeper. Why wouldn't they be excited? Shortly after the Titan warrior's HP reached 0, it collapsed to the ground before transforming into numerous large particles of light. As the light faded, they revealed many dazzling items. System, congratulations. You have obtained the first kill of the Ancient Shrine Protector. Rewards doubled. Rewarding Shrine Warrior title. After the announcement, the team members' experience bars rapidly increased. What bountiful EXP! Shi Feng was astonished at how much his experience bar grew. After all, he had already reached level 58. He needed a tremendous amount of EXP to level up, yet even after it had risen from 95% of level 58 to level 59, it continued to increase. Level 59, 10%, 30%, 60%. His experience bar only started to slow after it passed 85% of level 59. It gradually increased until he eventually reached level 60. Shi Feng wasn't the only one to experience the sensation. Everyone else had leveled up at least twice. Both Solitary 9 and Dark Madness had reached level 53, whereas Lifeless Thorn, who had a peak hidden class, had only reached level 52. After so many evolutions in God's domain, a team's EXP distribution had changed. If high-level players attempted to power-level low-level players, the newer players would receive a much smaller share of the EXP. Even with this new system in place, the Asura Adventurer team members, who were 10 levels lower than Shi Feng, still received so much EXP. However, Shi Feng was more interested in the Titan warrior's loot and the title from securing the first kill than he was in the EXP. Shrine Warrior? Shi Feng then clicked to inspect the title. Shrine Warrior grants wielder the ancient shrine's favor. Reputation gain increased by 20%, and teleportation fees halved. It halves teleportation fees and increases. Reputation gain by 20%? No wonder so many guilds had eagerly hunted ancient shrines' guardians in the past. Shi Feng was slightly astonished. In Shi Feng's previous life, ancient shrines had been very popular as many players loved to visit other worlds. Other worlds had a lot of money-making potential since they all had their own unique resources. Unfortunately, ancient shrines' teleportation fees had been quite high. Not even elite players could afford to teleport to and from other worlds frequently. However, traveling to an ancient shrine was typically more troublesome than the teleportation fees. Although ancient shrines had teleportation gates, these teleportation gates only allowed teleportation between a specific otherworld and the continent of God's domain. They wouldn't teleport players to specific locations like the local NPC cities. Players couldn't travel to the teleportation gates from the city's teleportation halls either. If players had wanted to visit or leave another world, they had to travel to an ancient shrine by foot. However, these shrines were usually tucked away in remote locations, and players had to face many monsters on the way. As a result, getting to a shrine had been very time-consuming, but there was a solution. Players could increase their reputation with specific ancient shrines. When a player earned 1,000 reputation points with a particular ancient shrine, they could purchase its ancient shrine emblem. Players could then use this emblem to teleport directly to the shrine, saving a lot of time. Because of this, many players had tried to grind reputation with ancient shrines. Unfortunately, doing so was no easy feat. Most players had been lucky to earn 500 reputation points after 1 or 2 months of hard work. Meanwhile, the Shrine Warrior title could increase players' reputation gain by 20%. Closing off the title's attribute panel, Shi Feng began to organize the loot. As a mythic monster, the Titan Warrior dropped far better items than a Grand Lord of the same level. Moreover, the loot was even more impressive since they had gotten the first kill. With a quick glance, Shi Feng spotted over 150 items, seeing the small mountain of treasure, passion burned in Lifeless Thorn and his companions' eyes. They all wanted to dive into the pile. How bountiful. Even a super guild would be tempted to trying robbing us. Shi Feng's excitement grew as he looked at the items in his bag. Although he had killed a lot of mythic monsters in his previous life, the difference between their loot and that of the Titan Warrior was like heaven and earth. Generally, mythic monsters had a high chance of dropping epic items, Some special mythic monsters could even drop fragmented legendary items. For example, the final boss in the Dragon's Graveyard, a forbidden land in the Black Dragon Empire, had a chance of dropping a fragmented legendary item. Although the Titan Warrior wasn't as powerful as the Dragon's Graveyard's final boss, its loot was quite impressive. The majority of the 150-plus items were rare materials for crafting epic weapons and equipment, all of which could easily fetch over 100 gold on the market. Among them, a particular item was an important component for forging the epic ranked broken steel set equipment. Nucleus of Life. Epic set equipment had been out of Shi Feng's reach in the past. The best he had equipped were individual epic weapons and pieces of equipment. It was common knowledge that set equipment was half a rank stronger than individual pieces of the same rank. If he had worn an epic set equipment back then, he would have had an 80% chance of completing his Tier 4 promotion. If he could forge the broken steel set now, he would become invincible. Although he had thought of doing so, the materials required to forge the broken steel set were simply too rare. Aside from the required mana stones, he had no way to collect the Titan ore or the flame, water, wind, and earth source crystals. And then there was the Nucleus of Life. One could only obtain a Nucleus of Life if they were lucky. There was no set method to obtain it. One could say that it was the most difficult material to obtain among the various required materials. Shi Feng had never expected a Nucleus of Life to drop. Although he knew where he could obtain the rest of the materials, he wasn't strong enough to reach them yet. The Titan Warrior had also dropped plenty of master-ranked potions and magic scrolls of various tiers. Among the most precious scrolls was a Tier 4 magic scroll, Titan's Wrath, a Tier 4 large-scale destruction magic scroll. In a guild war, it would be a nightmare for the enemy. There were also quite a few Tier 2 skill books for various classes. The system only allowed players to learn low-tiered skills from NPCs during the early stages of the game to help them adapt to the game's environment. Players could only learn Tier 2 and above skills or spells from loot, or purchasing them with legacy skill points. Skill books containing Tier 2 skills were incredibly rare, and many players in the past had only found a handful after reaching Tier 2, obtaining most from completing their promotion quest. As a result, those players hadn't been able to exhibit the true strength of their Tier 2 classes. The Titan Warrior had dropped over a dozen Tier 2 skill books. It had even dropped the popular Tier 2 spell for healers, Combat Resurrection. With this skill, healers could resurrect a fallen companion even while still in combat. It also reduced the normal death penalty by 40%. The only downside was the spell's 12-hour-long cooldown. There were also 2 combination skill books. However, one particular item had caught Shi Feng's attention, a shield radiating a faint trace of divine might. It was the most eye-catching item among the loot. A shield? Shi Feng activated omniscient eyes and began to appraise the item. Chapter 1472, Titan Guard. In God's domain, any item that radiated divine might was extraordinary. Even more so were the weapons and equipment pieces that emitted the energy. After Shi Feng scanned the shield with omniscient eyes, the system informed him of appraisal time. 20 seconds, Shi Feng rejoiced. Normally, epic items only took a dozen or so seconds to appraise. Since the shield had a 20-second appraisal time, it must be particularly high quality. Shields were very important to a team. If a team's MT had a powerful shield, the team would have a much easier time against boss monsters. Because of their importance, they were hard to find on the market. Furthermore, these shields were generally worth twice as much as a weapon of the same level. Once Omniscient Eyes finished appraising the Crescent Shield, the shield's attribute panel revealed itself to Shi Feng. What an awesome growth-type shield! Shi Feng was ecstatic when he saw the shield's statistics. Titan Guard Shield Bronze rank can grow. Minimum equipment level 50 equipment requirement. Strength 800. Attributes adjust according to user's level. Defense plus 3,550, level 50. Block rate 32%. Strength plus 33. Endurance plus 47. Agility plus 29. Defense skill plus 1 levels. When equipped, All magic damage received reduced by 30%, reaction speed increased by 20%, paralysis effects reduced by 30%. Additional passive skill 1 Guardian Shield. Automatically generates a layer of guardian energy which can block an attack every 30 seconds. Additional passive skill 2 Iron Wall. Reduces the impact from incoming attacks by 30% and damage received by 10%. Additional active skill 1 Titan's Heart. Generates a layer of protective energy that absorbs damage equivalent to 5 times of wielder's maximum HP for 30 seconds. During this time, players' battle recovery improved by 500%, and healing received increased by 50%. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Additional active skill 2, Titan's Will. Becomes immune to all control effects. Reduces all damage received by 80%, increases attack speed by 50% and movement speed by 20%. Starting movement speed set at 70% of maximum movement speed. Duration, 15 seconds. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Can it stack with other defensive skills? Additional active skill 3, Titan's Domain. Every non-friendly target within a 30-yard radius will increase wielder's basic attributes by 1%, reduces damage received by 1%, and heals wielder by 0.1% HP every second. Duration, 1 minute. Cooldown, 2 hours. Maximum number of targets, 50. This shield can grow to Fragmented Legendary rank, currently at Bronze rank. Growing to Mysterious Iron rank requires 1,000 magic crystals. This was the first time Shi Feng had ever seen a growth-type shield that could reach Fragmented Legendary rank. Although the Titan Guard was a Bronze-ranked shield right now, its skills were even more powerful than a dark gold shield of the same level. And these skills would become even more formidable as the shield's rank rose. Just thinking about how powerful the Titan Guard would become once it reached Fragmented Legendary rank made Shi Feng shudder with anticipation. Fragmented legendary shields were extremely rare, arguably more so than legendary items. Any team with a shield of that rank would become famous throughout God's domain. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the team would be akin to an unkillable cockroach in boss raids. A Tier 1 MT wielding a fragmented legendary shield could easily tank a mythic monster 10 levels lower than them. After reaching Tier 2, said MT could even solo a mythic monster 5 levels higher. With an MT of that caliber, raiding a 100-man Hell Mode team dungeon would be a piece of cake, even if the team's DPS and coordination were lacking. It might even have a chance of raiding high-difficulty, super large-scale team dungeons. With this, we won't need to worry about raiding super large-scale team dungeons. Shi Feng's lips curled into a grin as he gazed at the Titan Guard, following which Shi Feng examined the other weapons and equipment that had dropped. The next best item was an Epid-ranked cape, the Titan Mantle, which focused on strength. There were also 8 pieces of level 60, dark gold equipment. Since Shi Feng already had the Nightwalker's cape, he gave the Titan Mantle to Lifeless Thorn. Now the Berserker's equipment could rival that of peak experts in God's domain. "Commander, what about you?" Lifeless Thorn asked, giving Shi Feng a concerned look. If he had claimed not to be excited about obtaining the cape, he would have been lying. Every expert dreamed of epic items, after all. "Mine's even better. Besides, this is a loan. It'll only truly be yours after you've accumulated enough ACPs," Shi Feng said, chuckling. Nurturing powerful experts was more important than some epic cape right now. Had Solitary 9 or Dark Madness reached the refinement realm, he might have given them the item. "I understand. I won't disappoint you." Lifeless Thorn nodded, not arguing. Shi Feng then awarded the rest of his team with the corresponding contribution points, which they could use to purchase various weapons and equipment from the Asura adventuring team. Now that the Titan warrior was dead, Shi Feng could finally breathe. Once the team had rested, they proceeded to the ancient shrine itself. When the team entered the shrine, they felt as if they had just stepped into another world. The shrine's interior was resplendent, a stark contrast to the bleak cavern. They spotted elves and mechanical NPCs going about their business. The place looked nothing like a desolate location. Aside from NPCs, the ancient shrine had various shops selling all sorts of items. There were even places for players to rest and repair their weapons and equipment. Asura's members excitedly looked around, but Shi Feng didn't give his team time to digest their new environment. Instead, he led them to the teleportation hall on the shrine's second floor. When the team reached the teleportation hall, they were greeted by rows of mechanical NPCs guarding the space-time teleportation gate. These NPCs were all level 200, and the weakest among them was Tier 3. Anybody that dared to cause trouble here would die instantly. "Hello, sir. If you wish to leave the Ice Crystal world, each member of your party must pay 1 mana stone or 100 magic crystals," the NPC elf standing before the teleportation gate explained, smiling when he saw Shi Feng's group. "However, since you are one of our ancient shrine's shrine warriors, your travel will only cost 50 magic crystals." "How expensive?" Shi Feng frowned slightly. Among the various other worlds he had visited in the past, the most expensive had cost him 80 magic crystals, yet leaving the Ice Crystal world cost 50 after his 50% discount. Asura's members, who had been elated to leave Cold Wind City's region, were stupefied by the price. Although they could afford it, they would only have a few magic crystals left. "Here's 50 mana stones." Shi Feng didn't hesitate to hand over the mana stones he had prepared to trade for the temporal sand. As for the Countess's quest, he could send the Asura adventurer team to grind for the remaining ice crystal fragments. He still had enough time before the deadline. After Shi Feng paid the teleportation fees for 100 people, the space-time teleportation gate slowly opened. Under Shi Feng's lead, the team entered the gate and vanished from the ancient shrine's teleportation hall. Chapter 1473, Shocking Wealth. Black Dragon Empire, Black Dragon City. Inside the congested teleportation hall, a constant stream of players appeared and vanished via the teleportation arrays. With every passing moment, new players arrived in Black Dragon City. The city's population grew by the day as one of the teleportation arrays lit up. A 100-man team emerged. "Why are so many people here?" "So, this is Black Dragon City? The players here really are well equipped. Cold Wind City is no match for this place." These new arrivals stared at the gorgeous and spectacular teleportation hall as if they had just arrived in a new world. These people were none other than the Asura adventurer team's members who had just crossed over from the Ice Crystal world. "You must be tired after grinding for so long. We'll disband for now, so get some rest. You can also use this opportunity to explore. I'll notify you through the team chat when it's time to meet back up," Shi Feng said, chuckling as he watched his curious teammates. After leaving the Ice Crystal world's ancient shrine, their group teleported to an ancient shrine in the Great Thorn Forest, a neutral map not far from the Black Dragon Empire. Although that shrine had lacked a guardian boss, players couldn't teleport well in the Great Thorn Forest. They had no choice but to fight their way out of the map. Fortunately, the Great Thorn Forest was only a level 60 to level 80 map, so the enemies they encountered hadn't been ridiculously powerful. Even so, they had fought for over 10 hours before they reached the Empire. The team then arrived in a border town in the Black Dragon Empire with the help of Shi Feng's space movement. From the border town, they teleported to Black Dragon City. After such a long fight, every team member was mentally exhausted. Since there was still some time before his agreement with Phoenix Rain, Shi Feng let his adventurer team get some rest. Besides, he still had a few matters to see to, and moving as a group was too troublesome. "All right, we'll do that. I wonder how many experts are here. I'm going to the Divine Colosseum to take a look." After Shi Feng's dismissal, the team members excitedly left the teleportation hall. Lifeless Thorn, in particular, dashed straight towards Black Dragon City's Divine Colosseum. After the team split up, Shi Feng hailed an advanced carriage and made his way to the city's auction house. During his time in the Ice Crystal world, he had purchased many of the other world's unique, rare materials. Including the items his Asura adventurer team had gathered, his bag space and epic-ranked spatial bag were full to the brim. Although he had been absent from God's Domain's continent for some time, Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose had sent him regular reports. The various large guilds had been busy trying to equip their members with mounts by offering their elite and expert members subsidies. Mounted players could explore distant resource maps, gathering more resources for their guilds. They could also level up faster due to fewer competitors. Naturally, Zero Wing couldn't fall behind. Although Zero Wing earned a lot from Stone Forest Town's Battle Arena and Auction House and White River City's Candlelight Trading Firm and Teleportation House, it didn't have much to spare to purchase mounts for its elites due to its expansion on two fronts. Hence, this was a good opportunity to earn a quick buck from selling the Ice Crystal World's rare materials and set some aside for guild mounts. Many of the materials he had gathered during his trip were ice-type items. Not only could they be used to craft weapons and equipment, but they would also be useful in brewing potions that increased ice resistance and ice-type damage, both of which God's Domain's continent sorely lacked. Mainstream players had already begun to encounter leveling maps with various environments, and as a result, increasing one's resistances had become a necessity. Without those resistances, players' leveling speed and combat power would suffer. Frost steel ore, in particular, was the main material to produce ice resistance armor kits and mysterious iron and secret silver with ice resistance. In the Ice Crystal world, a stack of 100 frost steel ore only sold for 1 gold. In God's Domain, a stack could go for more than 5 gold. Shi Feng had intentionally collected a large stock of the material. He had planned to sell the materials in Zero Wing's auction house. But at the end of the day, Stone Forest Town didn't see enough traffic. It was no match for Black Dragon City. Moreover, only a high-population city like Black Dragon City could exhaust his stock. If he tried to sell the materials in Star Moon Kingdom, he'd saturate the market, and the prices would eventually fall. Half an hour later, Shi Feng arrived before the Black Dragon auction house. He saw far more players than his visit a few days ago. There were several times more merchant players from other kingdoms and empires specifically. These merchant players hawked their wares outside the building in an intense competition. After entering the auction house, Shi Feng found a secluded corner and took a seat. He then called up the auction house's system interface and began to place various items up for sale. He had bought almost every ingot of frost steel ore Cold Wind City had to offer, collecting over 5,000 stacks. Aside from the frost steel ore, Shi Feng had over 3,000 stacks of ice-capped grass, a required component for brewing intermediate ice resistance potions. Each stack had sold for 60 silver in Cold Wind City, but in the Black Dragon Empire, they could sell for 3 gold. Overall, Shi Feng had over 16,000 stacks of materials. Among them, over 13,000 stacks were common materials in the Ice Crystal world. For now, he only sold the common materials, saving the more valuable items for the Candlelight Trading Firm. Someone selling frost steel ore for 5 gold per stack? That's so cheap. I finally found the ice-capped grass I've been looking for. It wasn't long before players bought out the first batch of materials Shi Feng had scheduled in the auction house. Due to the intense competition for the items, Shi Feng made more than the marketplace even after deducting the processing fees. Overall, just the first batch of materials had earned Shi Feng a net profit of over 3,000 gold. At this rate, he should be able to earn over 30,000 gold, and this was his profit after a single visit to the Ice Crystal world. If the various super guilds learned his secret, they'd pop a blood vessel in envy. After he finished dealing with the common materials, Shi Feng used a guild transfer scroll and teleported to Stone Forest Town. He stored the remaining materials in the town's Candlelight Trading Firm. He also collected the magic crystals the town had stockpiled while he had been gone to upgrade the Titan Guard. He had spent most of his magic crystals during the battle with the Titan Warrior, so he only had a few hundred crystals on hand. It wasn't enough to upgrade the Titan Guard. The number of magic crystals Stone Forest Town's advanced auction house and battle arena had earned stunned Shi Feng. Even after deducting the town's expenses, Stone Forest Town had earned over 60,000 magic crystals in just 3 days. However, upgrading the Titan Guard wouldn't be cheap. After spending 1,000 magic crystals to upgrade the shield from bronze to mysterious iron rank, he spent another 3,000 crystals upgrading it to secret silver rank, 6,000 to fine gold rank, 10,000 to dark gold rank, and 18,000 to epic rank. Unfortunately, upgrading the shield to fragmented legendary rank would cost 100,000 magic crystals. In the end, Shi Feng could only afford to upgrade the Titan Guard to epic rank. He'd have to save the last upgrade for the future. Guild leader, you're finally back. I bought a large stock of flame potions as you asked. Do you want me to send them over? Aqua Rose asked, smiling. Aqua Rose and her team had grinded for flame potions in the Flaming Rain Mountains while Shi Feng had been gone. Since it was a neutral map, it had an abundance of extremely powerful monsters. If not for her leadership, they might not have completed their task. Furthermore, due to the map's difficulty, she had leveled up, reaching level 51. Good. Shi Feng nodded and glanced at the time. It was almost time for his appointment with Phoenix Rain, and he said, "Let's meet up in Black Dragon City and notify Snow to pick a team of experts." "We're going on a trip to Apocalypse City." "We're heading out on another excursion?" "All right." Aqua Rose was instantly overjoyed. She then disconnected the call and contacted Gentle Snow. Chapter 1474, Zero Wings Auction. Shi Feng didn't hurry to return to Black Dragon City after the call disconnected. Instead, he left the candlelight trading firm and headed to the Zero Wing auction house. The Titan Guard would be of immense help when the guild raided dungeons. If he upgraded the shield to fragmented legendary rank in time, it could also help them capture the Manatite Vein on Karna Island. However, 100,000 magic crystals were not easy to come by. So he decided to sell some of the more valuable materials he had obtained in the ice crystal world in Zero Wings auction house. Coins were the main currency in NPC auction houses, but Zero Wings was an advanced auction house. Players were allowed to use other currencies in their transactions, including magic crystals. This was also the reason that the various major powers in the past had sought their own, as expected of an advanced auction house. The place has developed quickly. It's no wonder why Ouroboros rose to power so quickly in the past. Before Shi Feng reached the building, he spotted massive crowds wandering in and out of the auction house. It was far more lively than Black Dragon's auction house. Based on Aqua Rose's reports, Stone Forest Town's player population had stabilized at over 1 million due to Zero Wings auction house. It was enough to rival a major NPC city. Such a high number of players also allowed the various large guild spies to investigate the establishment. Some had even tried to bribe Zero Wings core members to learn how their guild could obtain an advanced auction house. Among the guilds trying to probe for information, Aqua Rose had discovered a few shadows from super guilds. Unfortunately, although these players' bribes were tempting, not even Aqua Rose knew how they had obtained the advanced auction house design, much less the core members. In the end, these spies had returned empty-handed. As soon as Shi Feng entered the auction house, several level 20 to 30 merchant players stepped into his path before he reached the counter. Moreover, he wasn't the only player they had interrupted. These merchant players in luxurious, non-attributed clothing approached any player that tried to enter the auction house. "Fellow friend, do you intend to sell items here?" A female oracle in a light blue dress asked after approaching Shi Feng. Softly, she continued, "I can help you sell and purchase items. If you have items to sell, I'll help pay a portion of the processing fees. If you're looking for items, depending on the item's value, I'll help cover the cost up to 1 gold. Shi Feng had intended to ignore the woman, but upon seeing the oracle's name, he paused. "Why is she here?" Shi Feng stared at the smiling player in shock. The female oracle's name was Susie. She wasn't a fighting expert or some upper echelon from a guild or top adventurer team. Rather, she had been a famous merchant in the Black Dragon Empire and its neighbors. Shi Feng had conducted various business deals with Susie in the past. Through her, he had secured a steady supply of various resistance potions, which had been very rare at the time. The potions had helped Shadow pioneer a neutral map and encounter plenty of opportunities. Unfortunately, Susie hadn't had a powerful background. After amassing immense wealth for herself, some of the large guilds had targeted her. In the end, they plundered her coins and resources. Although Susie had tried to take revenge, she hadn't had any influence or strength. Eventually, she had been forced elsewhere to develop. After that incident, Shi Feng had lost track of the woman. Shi Feng had never thought that he'd run into her here. "What benefits do you offer for helping foot a portion of the processing fees?" Shi Feng asked curiously. "I'm trying to join Zero Wing's auction. To do so, I need to meet a certain transaction quota. I'd like to use your items to meet that quota," Susie explained, without withholding anything. Hearing this, realization dawned on Shi Feng. An advanced auction house would periodically hold NPC auctions. During these auctions, players could bid on all sorts of precious items. However, not just any player could participate. Players needed to complete a specified number of transactions first. Fulfilling these quotas might be easy for adventurer teams and guilds, but they were quite demanding of individual merchant players. "How many are you missing?" Shi Feng asked. Susie frowned at the question, but she offered an answer. "I'm roughly 500 gold away from qualifying for the intermediate auctions." Although she put up quite a few of her own items in Zero Wing's auction house, many of them hadn't sold due to the intense competition. She was forced to resort to other methods to fulfill her quota. "All right. Help me sell these items then, but I'll only accept magic crystals." Shi Feng handed the woman 10 ingots of the absurdly rare Arctic manatite. The market price for Arctic manatite was over 50 gold per piece, and even then, no one willing sold theirs. "Arctic manatite?" Susie's jaw nearly hit the ground when she saw the material this swordsman intended to sell. Ordinary players might not recognize Arctic manatite, but merchant players were very familiar with the material. Many of the various large guilds were preparing to pioneer neutral maps, and they all needed various materials to craft resistance items. Arctic manatite was one such example. One ingot could easily sell for 180 magic crystals or more. Meanwhile, magic crystals' current market price had climbed to 30 silver each. Even at such a high price, guilds would fight over the metal, yet Shi Feng wanted to sell 10 ingots. "Are you sure you want to consign them with me?" Susie asked, giving Shi Feng a surprised look. She understood what it meant for a player to so easily collect 10 ingots of Arctic manatite. With Shi Feng's wealth, he likely wasn't worried about processing fees. Every coin counts," Shi Feng said, nodding. Susie had more or less helped in him the past. Since he had encountered her in this life, he didn't mind returning the favor. Upon hearing the swordsman's agreement, Susie stopped wasting time talking with the man. She pulled a pre-prepared contract from her bag and began to fill in some of the blank areas. Since this was a consignment, the consignor would have to receive the materials to put them up for sale in the auction house. To protect both parties, they'd sign a contract. Within minutes, both players signed the contract. Once the arrangement was complete, Shi Feng turned and headed up to the second floor. Meanwhile, Susie was ecstatic as she looked at the 2 copies of the contract. Once she sold the Arctic manatite, she would complete her quota. All she would need to do then was prepare for the intermediate auction. However, when Susie read the consignee's name, she was dumbfounded. How is this possible? He's Zero Wing's Shi Feng? Susie spun around, spotting Shi Feng as he walked toward the staircase leading to the second floor. Everyone in Starmoon Kingdom knew about Zero Wing. It was, without a doubt, the kingdom's #1 guild and overlord. The names of the guild's upper echelons was engraved on every player's mind. Although Shi Feng wasn't as famous as Aqua Rose and Fire Dance, everybody knew that he was one of Zero Wing's core upper echelons. It was rumored that even Aqua Rose, one of the guild's vice leaders, had to follow the man's commands from time to time. To an insignificant player like her, Shi Feng was far out of her reach. She could only ever gaze up at someone like him. When she thought about how she had engaged such a man for a business transaction, she was speechless. Chapter 1475, Gathering of Experts. On the auction house's second floor, Shi Feng followed an NPC to a VIP reception room. He had treated his transaction with Susie as an investment. Aside from her keen business sense, Susie had made a name for herself in the Black Dragon Empire as a merchant due to her resource channels. The various first-rate guilds in the past had struggled to secure a steady supply of various resistance potions, yet she had succeeded where they had failed. It was hard to imagine a merchant player with no background obtaining so many resistance potions. Moreover, she had also sold various rare items that had tempted the large guilds. Hence, forming a connection with this merchant player was a wise move. "Boss, do you wish to sell all of these items?" the advanced manager NPC asked as he examined the large pile of materials on the table. "Yes. Sell them in batches. Only accept magic crystals as payment." Shi Feng nodded. An advanced auction house offered two methods for selling items. With the first, players could manually decide when their items went up for sale, while the second option allowed them to leave that up to NPCs. NPCs would then sell the items based on the player's requirements and the current demand, putting them up for sale when they could generate the most profit. However, only the auction house's advanced members had access to the second method. Every player dreamed of accessing this option. Not only would it save them the hassle, but their items would also sell at an appropriate time. Usually, players increased their profits by at least 10% with this method. 10% might not make a difference for a transaction worth dozens of silver coins, but it was a different story for those worth hundreds or thousands of gold. This was one of the advanced auction house's trump cards. However, Shi Feng had no intention of offering this function to the public just yet. Otherwise, the various superpowers would become even more eager to obtain their own establishment. They might even attempt to steal the building. After all, God's domain had certain tools that could return a building to its design even after its construction, but doing so was difficult and costly. Although the rare materials he wanted to sell wouldn't earn 100,000 magic crystals, he should be able to earn around 60,000. Including the income from the auction house fees in the battle arena, he should have enough to upgrade the Titan Guard. Once he finished in the auction house, Shi Feng glanced at the time. He then used a return scroll to travel to White River City before making his way to Black Dragon City. Black Dragon Empire, Black Dragon City. The teleportation hall had fallen silent due to the arrival of a particular player group. "What? They're actually from Zero Wing? They're so strong. Aren't they Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose? Why are Zero Wing's Vice Guild leaders here?" "Is that the Flame Witch? I've heard that she recently taught the Dark Guilds lurking around Lakeheart City another lesson. With no way to deal with her, they had been forced out of the city. Why are so many people from Zero Wing here? Are they going to declare war on some guild?" When Gentle Snow and the other core members of Zero Wing arrived in the teleportation hall, everyone turned towards the party. Every player in the area felt an immense pressure weigh down on them the moment the group arrived. Many people unconsciously stepped out of the way, opening a path for Zero Wing's members. The Black Dragon Empire's players hadn't been particularly familiar with Zero Wing several days ago, but after the ranking competition and the Siege War, it had become one of the most popular guilds in the Empire, with countless players attempting to join. However, after the ranking competition and the Siege War, Zero Wing had already become one of the most popular guilds in the Empire, and many players desperately wanted to join. With such a large group of the guild's experts before them, why wouldn't they be surprised? In the past, almost no one knew how strong Zero Wing was, but looking at these members, every player in the teleportation hall sighed with admiration. Not only were Zero Wing's members sitting atop their mounts, but their levels were also awesomely high. The lowest leveled among them was level 48. Even the number one expert on the Black Dragon Empire's ranking list was only level 48. Guild leader, everyone's arrived. "We can set out at any time," Gentle Snow said when she noticed Shi Feng approach. "Good." Shi Feng nodded in satisfaction at the strict, orderly 100-man team before him. "Take a quick break. The others will arrive shortly. We'll head over once everyone's here." "There more?" Gentle Snow was a little confused. As far as she knew, they were here to help Phoenix Rain raid the Sunset Forest. She hadn't heard of the woman asking for other reinforcements. As soon as Gentle Snow finished her question, a team entered the teleportation hall, approaching her group. Every player on the team wore a black cloak hiding their levels, but she felt the threat of death around all of them. When Gentle Snow looked a particular berserk with a dark purple spear across his back, she felt as if she were looking at a ferocious beast that had been released from its cage. The berserker's aura was also as sharp as a blade for a moment. Gentle Snow sensed the thread of death radiating from this berserker. A peak expert? Gentle Snow was surprised and alert as she quietly examined the berserker. In fact, Gentle Snow wasn't the only one who felt it. Aqua Rose and Zhao Yueru were also aware of this particular player. This berserker was none other than Cold Wind City's #1 expert, Lifeless Thorn. Lifeless Thorn also felt a great deal of pressure from Zero Wing's team. Although he had never fought any of these players, his senses as an expert told him that few were strong enough of rivaling his strength among Zero Wing's 100-man team. Let me introduce you. These two are Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose, Zero Wing's Vice Guild leaders. This is Lifeless Thorn, who hails from the Ice Crystal world, Shi Feng said. He could not help but chuckle as the players eyed each other. Both of your teams will be involved in this undertaking, Guild Leader, Commander. All three players turned to Shi Feng in unison, confused. Shi Feng then patiently explained Zero Wing's guild and the Asura adventurer team to both sides. The news shocked all of them, and both teams struggled to digest the information. Guild Leader, just how many secrets are you hiding? Shock overwhelmed Gentle Snow as she watched Asura's members. Although the black cloaks prevented her from gauging the adventurers' strength, based on their movements, she could tell that every member of the team was an expert. The various large guilds would offer insane prices to recruit such experts, and even then they had only succeeded in convincing a small number to join them. Yet Shi Feng revealed one ally after another. Now, he even had a top-tier adventurer team. For a moment, Gentle Snow wondered if the man was backed by some super guild. What other explanation was there for the continued emergence of so many experts in Zero Wing? Once Shi Feng confirmed that everyone had arrived, he smiled and announced, "Since we're all here, let's head out to Apocalypse City." Chapter 1476, Zero Wing arrives. Apocalypse Empire, Apocalypse City, Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's residence. As the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's main headquarters, the residence was lively as members often came and left. At this moment, however, tension gripped the residence's front courtyard. Both pavilion masters and their respective forces stood in the courtyard, each occupying one side with a clear divide between the two. The smell of gunpowder wafted between the forces. Most of the uninvolved guild members were too afraid to enter the residence. It was common knowledge in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion that Phoenix Rain and 9 Dragons Emperor were in a constant struggle for the great pavilion master's position. At this point, neither side held anything back. If players weren't careful, they could get caught in the crossfire and die without know what killed them. What's going on? Why are both pavilion masters here? Don't you know? I've heard that a historical site is going to open today, so they've gathered here before setting out. Look, some of the guild's more elusive experts are among them too. Our guild's experts aren't the only ones here. Look at those players. They aren't wearing our guild's emblem. They must be hired help. I've heard that the historical site they plan to raid is particularly powerful, a Grade 1 ancient ruin. The treasures in the ruin will definitely help whichever side gets them first. The 9 Heavens Pavilion's 9th floor master raided a Grade 2 historical site. Nobody knows what items he found, but the elders promoted him to 8th floor master. It caused quite a commotion in the guild. It's no wonder why our pavilion masters are so desperate to compete for the ancient ruin. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion members chatted quietly as they watched the guild's 2 major factions stare each other down. The requirements to become the next great pavilion master had already been announced to the guild as a whole. Now, all they had to do was wait and see which pavilion master completed the requirements first. Since they had found a Grade 1 historical site, the 2 factions would spare no effort in obtaining the first clear. After all, this competition over the ruin might affect the outcome on Thunder Island. Big Sis Rain, those people seem to be from Bloody Paradise, Blue Phoenix said, her expression darkening as she watched the several dozen players behind 9 Dragons Emperor. One thing separated these players from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's members, a blood-red pattern on the back of their hands. Bloody Paradise was not a guild, but a famous adventurer team in the virtual gaming world. Although Bloody Paradise was only an adventurer team, it had outlasted many large guilds. However, Bloody Paradise was powerful because, to the adventurer team, strength was everything. The adventurer team had become famous in the gaming world due to its history of provoking super guilds. The adventurer team had even foiled these super guilds' attempts to eliminate the team. Bloody Paradise would do anything for money. For a high enough price, they'd even strike out against a super guild. 9 Dragons Emperor really has gone all out. Phoenix Rain could not help but frown as she watched a black-clad, middle-aged man chat merrily with 9 Dragons Emperor. She was very familiar with Bloody Paradise. Although it wasn't a super guild, its experts were no less powerful than many of those in the various superpowers. This was especially true for the adventurer team's current commander, Undead. Undead had ranked 18th on the God's Domain experts list, but he had recently risen to rank 11. Even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's old monsters were afraid of the man. The black-clad man beside 9 Dragons Emperor was none other than the monster known as Undead. Phoenix Rain also noticed quite a few familiar experts among her competitors' team. Only these great experts were not as famous as Undead. Although she had recruited quite a few experts herself, even inviting Quiet Melody, the Vice-Temple Master of the Super Guild, Sacred Temple, they were insignificant compared to 9 Dragons Emperor's recruits. Furthermore, Quiet Melody was only helping as a good friend. Phoenix Rain hadn't been able to borrow the Sacred Temple's true strength. 9 Dragons Emperor flashed Phoenix Rain a gleeful smile. He could already see the Sunset Forest's treasure in his bags. 9 Dragons Pavilion Master. Your opponent seems quite formidable. She's invited quite a few exciting experts to help her, Undead said, smiling as he glanced at the people beside Phoenix Rain. True, she has recruited a good number of experts, but how can any of them compare to you, Commander Undead? Your team will likely have an easy enough time defeating them, 9 Dragons Emperor responded. He had already investigated Phoenix Rain's allies. Only Quiet Melody and the few experts she had brought with her were worth any concern. Moreover, this was a historical site raid, not a PvP battle. Once we enter the ruin, I'll rely on you to take the lead. The team Undead had brought with him was leagues above Quiet Melody's. Bloody Paradise was precisely the reason that the Nine Heavens Pavilion's 9th floor master had secured the first clear of a Grade 2 historical site. On his own, the 9th floor master would have failed. Rest assured, I've already collected quite a bit of information on the Sunset Forest and seen to ample preparations, Undead stated. However, 9 Dragons Pavilion Master, you have to fulfill your promise as soon as possible, of course. 9 Dragons Emperor nodded. As the Sunset Forest's activation time approached, both sides completed the final groundwork for the raid. A historical site was far more dangerous than a dungeon. Multiple team wipes were normal. Players would also go through resources such as stamina, concentration, and mana far faster than outside of the ruin. Without preparing, a team could easily waste the opportunity. Big Sis Rain, it's almost time to depart, but Zero Wing isn't here yet. Should we contact them? Blue Phoenix asked anxiously. Although every team entering the historical site would have the same amount of time, the sooner they entered the ruin, the sooner they could secure the first clear. Glancing at the time, Phoenix Rain noticed that they only had 15 minutes before the Sunset Forest opened. All right, give them a call, Phoenix Rain said. Just as Blue Phoenix pulled up her communication interface, a large group of players rode through the residence's entrance. The moment these people arrived, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion members in their way instinctively parted to open a path as the pressure the team radiated swept over them. Zero Wing? A cold glint flashed in 9 Dragons Emperor's eyes when he saw Shi Feng at the head of the group. Due to Zero Wing, the resource towns he had invested in had been destroyed. Although Zero Wing hadn't captured the 2 towns, they had flattened them. They would be incredibly expensive to rebuild. Even if he had the funds, Zero Wing could simply destroy them all over again. As a result, he had been forced to watch as those 2 resource towns had gone to waste. 9 Dragons Emperor wanted nothing more than the guild's extermination. Zero Wing's members are so high-leveled. Crap. Isn't that the Flame Witch? Look, she's Aqua Rose. Didn't she defeat the Shadow Dragon Legion? The Phoenix Pavilion Master is amazing. She actually hired Zero Wings members. The competition for the historical site's first clear will be interesting. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion members in the courtyard erupted into a fevered discussion as Zero Wings members walked into their residence. Everyone had heard of Zero Wings experts. Chapter 1477, Unknown Adventurer Team. Not only had Zero Wings' arrival attracted the guild members' attention, but the experts Phoenix Rain and Nine Dragons Emperor had hired also turned towards these experts. Most of God's Domain's ordinary players hadn't heard of Zero Wings experts. After all, God's Domain had only launched a few months ago, and countless guilds rose and fell each day. Most players were only familiar with the veteran large guilds that had been founded many years ago. But it was a different story for players of their caliber. They were privy to far more information than ordinary players, and they were all familiar with what kind of guild Zero Wing was. Not only had Zero Wing become Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild early in the game, but it was also one of the Black Dragon Empire's top 6 guilds, excluding the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Some time ago, a rumor had spread about Zero Wing's victory over the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's Shadow Dragon Legion. The Shadow Dragon Legion was one of the guild's trump card legions and very formidable in large-scale battles. The fact that Zero Wing had defeated such a powerful force proved its extraordinary combat power. Big Sis Melody, what is the Phoenix Pavilion Master thinking? We're raiding a Grade 1 historical site, yet she invited so many players from Zero Wing? Is she so desperate for manpower? A male summoner named Lonely Fantasy asked, dissatisfied as he watched the 200 players Shi Feng led. It was common knowledge that a Grade 2 historical site was more difficult than a 100-man Hell Mode team dungeon of the same level. Needless to say, a Grade 1 historical site would be a greater challenge. If that hadn't been the case, Phoenix Rain wouldn't have recruited so many experts. Meanwhile, the Sunset Forest only allowed each team 1,000 members per raid, yet Zero Wing had dispatched 200 members, taking 1/5 of the available slots. I doubt that. Rain might have her own ideas on the matter. Quiet Melody could not help but reveal a playful smile when she saw Zero Wing's members. But the guild is interesting. Despite knowing how important this is, it didn't dispatch most of its main force members. Most players didn't have a clear idea of Zero Wing's structure, but she did. She had thoroughly investigated the guild, memorizing almost every face in Zero Wing's main force. Although Zero Wing had sent a lot of players, Fire Dance, the main force's commander, Kola, Ye Wumian, and Turtle Dove, the 3 top MTs, were absent. Other important individuals such as Violet Cloud, Flying Shadow, Shadow Sword, Rampant Blade, Black Cloud, Minor Wind, and Alluring Summer weren't here either. Without these experts, Zero Wing's main force would be nothing but a joke in the various superpowers' eyes. You've finally arrived. Phoenix Rain frowned as Shi Feng's group approached. Team leader Ye Feng, do you plan to bring all of these members to the historical site? She could ignore the fact that Zero Wing hadn't mobilized all of its top experts, but the guild had gone a little too far if they expected to bring all 200 players to the Sunset Forest. It was not that she doubted Zero Wing's strength. Rather, it was impossible for the guild to gather so many players who qualified to challenge a Grade 1 historical site with its current capabilities. All of the players participating in this operation were top experts in their guilds or adventurer teams. In her opinion, only Zero Wing's main force members were qualified to stand beside them. This operation was of utmost importance. She couldn't afford to lose because of such a minor issue. Moreover, she had long since prepared the 1,000 members required for the raid. Zero Wing's members were nothing more than reinforcements. Of course. I wouldn't have brought them otherwise. Shi Feng could hear the ire in Phoenix Rain's tone. Immediately, he explained, let me introduce you. This is Lifeless Thorn, the vice commander of the Asura adventurer team. I specifically invited Asura to help us. Hello? Lifeless Thorn nodded in greeting, confusion gripping his heart. Since when was he Asura's vice commander? Lifeless Thorn wasn't the only confused player. Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose shot Shi Feng disdainful looks. The Asura adventurer team, Phoenix Rain examined Lifeless Thorn before glancing at the cloaked players behind him. She had assumed they were from Zero Wing, but upon closer inspection she realized that their appearances were foreign to her. She had never heard of an adventurer team called Asura. Yet Shi Feng had invited this unknown adventurer team to join such a crucial operation. For a moment she was at a loss for words. "Relax. I can vouch for their strength." Shi Feng was fully aware of the questions plaguing Phoenix Rain's mind. He chuckled and said, "Moreover, Asura will be absolutely necessary if we want to raid Sunset Forest." When he had established the Asura adventurer team, his goal had been to recruit the various independent experts that detested guild restrictions, since he didn't want others to realize how closely tied the team was to Zero Wing. He had named it Asura. After all, any adventurer team that had a guild behind it would struggle to recruit members. In addition, Zero Wing's enemies might target Asura, which would be a detriment to the adventurer team's development. He intended to develop Asura separate from Zero Wing. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's operation was a good opportunity for Asura to make a name for itself in God's domain, creating a foundation for the adventurer team to grow. With this, he could save himself the trouble of trying to promote the team secretly. Since they had Shi Feng's vote of confidence, Phoenix Rain sized up the berserker before her. Although the black cloak hid Lifeless Thorn's name and level, it did nothing to conceal his killing intent. Even she felt slightly threatened when subjected to this stranger's aura. As for the purple spear on Lifeless Thorn's back, although he had hidden the weapon's glow effect, she guessed that it was at least dark gold rank based on the design on the shaft and the small arcs of electricity dancing around it. It was very likely that the spear was in fact an epic weapon. The black cloak hid most of the berserker's equipment as well, but after a close look she noticed that every piece had a unified theme. In addition, a distinct pattern flowed from one piece to the next. Its glow proved that it was dark gold rank, proving that Lifeless Thorn wore a dark gold set equipment. Moreover, it was an 8-piece set, the level 40 8-piece barbarian set. Phoenix Rain guessed. No, the barbarian set is silver. This one is crimson. Could it be a level 45 dark gold set equipment? When Phoenix Rain considered the possibility of this man wearing an 8-piece, level 45, dark gold set equipment, the gaze she gave the berserker changed. Although the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had level 45, dark gold set equipment as well, the guild had only collected a dozen or so 6-piece sets. Naturally, they weren't as strong as an 8-piece set. The fact that an adventurer team had obtained such a set in addition to an epic weapon proved Asura's prowess. "Fine, have it your way. We'll enter the Sunset Forest together." Phoenix Rain still questioned Shi Feng's claim, but when she thought about her agreement with the man, she gave in. "However, we need to finish the raid as soon as possible. Nine Dragons Emperor has invited Bloody Paradise. I've heard that they helped the Nine Heavens Pavilion raid a Grade 2 historical site. They should know what they're doing." Bloody Paradise. Hearing this, Shi Feng could not help but turn towards Nine Dragons Emperor's group. He quickly spotted Undead, Bloody Paradise's commander. Bloody Paradise had been a top adventurer team in his previous life. Although it hadn't achieved as much as the Midnight Tea Party had, the adventurer team had been absurdly powerful. This was especially true for the adventurer team's commander, Undead. He had been a madman who had dared to kill a super guild's leader and countless players from the Midnight Tea Party. Eventually, however, the various super guilds and Midnight Tea Party had hunted the man down, removing him from God's domain entirely. "In any case, we need to raid the Sunset Forest as fast as possible. If you need recovery items, let me know," Phoenix Rain offered as she glanced at the time. Only a few minutes were left before the Sunset Forest opened, and even though Shi Feng now knew about Bloody Paradise's participation, nothing had changed. All they could do was rest up and prepare for the raid. When Nine Dragons Emperor's players saw Zero Wing's members join Phoenix Rain's forces, they laughed. Phoenix Rain has lost her mind. She actually let Zero Wing bring 200 members. Blood Dragon, the guild leader of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's branch guild in the Black Dragon Empire, could not help but laugh when he looked at the opponent's team composition. "Have you looked into these 200 members yet?" Nine Dragons Emperor asked as he glanced at Shi Feng's group. Although he didn't think that Zero Wing could make much of a difference, there was no harm in being cautious. After all, this raid was incredibly important. "I sent someone to probe for information. Among those 200 players, 100 belong to Zero Wing, while the other 100 are from an adventurer team called Asura. Unfortunately, we don't know anything about this adventurer team. My guess is that they've only recently established. Many of Phoenix Rain's experts aren't happy about the situation," Blood Dragon reported, chuckling. "A new adventurer team?" The news stunned Nine Dragons Emperor, but after a moment he laughed uncontrollably. "Phoenix Rain is trying her best to sabotage herself. Have someone leak the information to those obstinate elders. Let them know who they should truly support." "Understood." Blood Dragon began to compile the information and sent his subordinates to spread rumors. The last few minutes passed quickly. When the Sunset Forest activated, both Phoenix Rain and Nine Dragons Emperor retrieved a silver crystal ball from their bags at almost the same time, shattering it. The crystal balls then opened a spatial tunnel that allowed Phoenix Rain and Nine Dragon Emperor's teams to enter. Very quickly, 2,000 players entered their respective spatial tunnels, vanishing from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's residence. A breath later, the spatial tunnels also disappeared. Chapter 1478, Asura's Edge. When Shi Feng entered the spatial tunnel, a glaring light blinded him for a moment. When his vision recovered, he noticed that he stood in a familiar yet foreign location. System: You have discovered the historical site. Sunset Forest. System: You will be teleported out of the Sunset Forest automatically after 8 hours. It seems we've gotten pretty lucky. We were actually teleported to the werewolf zone. After taking a quick look around him, Shi Feng had a general grasp of their location. A historical site was like a special secret land. It only opened at certain times. Players had to complete the key quest each time they wanted to enter a particular historical site. In addition, players would be teleported to different locations every time they entered. The Sunset Forest was massive, no smaller than a leveling map. The map was divided into 8 zones, and each time players entered the historical site, they'd be teleported to one of the areas randomly. Naturally, each area's danger would also differ. Among the 8 areas, the werewolf zone was considered the easiest to get through. Each of the Sunset Forest's 8 zones offered varying challenges. For example, the swamp zone would drag players down, drowning those who weren't careful. In the Stone Forest zone, players weren't able to use spells. The darkness and hail zones were the most dangerous. Random orbs of ice would rain down in the hail zone, claiming players' lives. In the darkness zone, players could only see 8 yards around them, making them easy targets for monster ambushes. The reason the werewolf zone was considered the easiest was that its main threat came in the form of a larger monster population. The zone's monsters were also quite organized. All 8 zones had one thing in common. They eventually led to the Sunset Forest's center. However, players didn't often get that far. Once the team was accounted for, they adjusted the team's formation. Phoenix Rain sent scouting parties of assassins and rangers ahead to determine their next move. Unlike dungeons, players didn't have access to a system map in historical sites. They had to explore the available routes. This was also why the system gave them 8 hours to clear the ruin. If a team wasn't careful, they could venture into a different zone, bypassing the historical site's core after 15 minutes or so. The scouting parties reported back with what they had discovered. When Phoenix Rain read the reports, she was astonished. So this is a Grade 1 historical site. Phoenix Rain frowned deeply at the reports. Their current location was extremely dangerous. Based on the scouting party's investigation, they were surrounded by werewolf caps. Moreover, a large number of werewolves patrolled the various paths leading to the Sunset Forest's core. If they tried to advance, they'd march straight into these werewolves' den. 30 werewolf squads patrolled the straightest path to the core, and each patrol consisted of around 100 monsters, led by at least one great lord. The more powerful patrol squads were commanded by Grand Lords, even the weakest werewolf in the zone was a chieftain, and they were all level 52 and above. Dealing with one werewolf patrol squad would be difficult and time-consuming, much less dealing with 30. Furthermore, if they weren't careful and disturbed any of the nearby camps, they'd be overrun. Each werewolf camp had at least 11 Grand Lords, including a specialized Grand Lord. Attempting to face such a force would be suicidal. After several evolutions to God's domain, even monsters of the same rank had varying levels of strength. Monsters that failed to evolve properly tended to upgrade a portion of their basic attributes first, such as their strength, agility, and defense. These monsters were known as specialized bosses. They were much stronger than bosses of the same rank and level, but they were extremely rare. Once they knew what they were up against, even Quiet Melody was shocked. She had raided a Grade 2 historical site in the past, but compared to this Grade 1 ruin, that experience had been child's play. Even extremely rare specialized bosses were common here. Although players would only lose 20% of their EXP if they died in the ruin, it would add up after multiple deaths. I see why they say that historical sites are even more difficult than 100-man Hell Mode team dungeons. This Grade 1 historical site really knows how to render players powerless. Phoenix Rain smiled bitterly. She then turned to Shi Feng and asked, "Team leader Ye Feng, do you have a way to break through?" "I don't have any ideas either. We'll have to fight our way through," Shi Feng stated. "Players in other areas might be able to rely on their wit to overcome the zone's challenges, but the werewolf zone didn't offer that option. The only way to the core was to kill their way there. Fight our way through?" Phoenix Rain rolled her eyes at Shi Feng. She had asked him precisely because that wasn't possible. "Since we don't have other options, I guess we have no choice but to use the 4 Tier 3 summoning scrolls earlier than expected, to raid the Sunset Forest." She had prepared plenty of trump cards. However, she hadn't expected to use them so soon after entering the historical site. No one else on the team voiced an opinion either. With their team's strength, fighting 30 werewolf patrol squads was pushing it. They'd have to face over 20 level 55 Great Lords and several level 55 Grand Lords. There were thousands of weaker monsters as well. If they had 4 Tier 3 summoned creatures to hold off the Grand Lords while they defeated the rest of the monsters, they might have a chance of making it through. "It's too wasteful to use Tier 3 summoning scrolls right now," Shi Feng commented as he stopped Phoenix Rain. "That's easy for you to say. How are we supposed to get past the Grand Lords if we don't use the Tier 3 summoned creatures to distract them?" Lonely Fantasy snapped, clicking his tongue when he heard Shi Feng. However, Quiet Melody quickly silenced Lonely Fantasy, turning to Shi Feng. "May I know if Elder Ye Feng has a different plan?" "We'll just force our way through," Shi Feng stated. For a moment, the team fell silent. If they could force their way through, they wouldn't need to use the Tier 3 summoning scrolls, yet when they saw the look in Shi Feng's eyes, they knew he was serious. They were stunned. Team leader Ye Feng. "What about the Grand Lords?" Phoenix Rain asked when she saw the man's expression. "The Asura Adventurer team will distract the Grand Lords in our path. Everyone else can worry about the other monsters as we advance," Shi Feng explained. "Leave them to Asura?" Phoenix Rain shot Lifeless Thorn a glance based on the scouts' reports. 4 Grand Lords guarded the easiest path. A measly 100-man team could never deal with 4 Grand Lords at once. Besides, other monsters littered the area. "We don't have any problems with it," Lifeless Thorn declared. Initially, he had wanted to veto the idea, but Shi Feng had sent him a whisper, instructing him to agree. With no other choice, he did as he was told. Hearing Lifeless Thorn's lack of hesitation, Quiet Melody and the others were stunned. None of them had ever heard of the Asura Adventurer team before today, yet the team claimed that they could distract 4 level 55 Grand Lords. This was simply inconceivable. After some reluctance, Phoenix Rain eventually agreed and said, "All right then, let's try it. If we fail, I'll use the Tier 3 summoning scrolls to assist you," following which the team prepared to move out. Meanwhile, Shi Feng made his own secret arrangements. 9, you'll tank 2 Grand Lords. Madness, you'll tank one of the remaining 2, and I'll take the last. Healers, focus on the 2 MTs, Shi Feng whispered to Asura's members. I'm dealing with 2. Solitary 9 was beginning to grow nervous. Relax, Shi Feng said, chuckling. After all, he had lent Solitary 9 the epic ranked Titan Guard. The man was also a level 53 shield warrior wearing an 8-piece level 45 dark gold set equipment. If he couldn't hold his ground against 2 Grand Lords, he didn't deserve the equipment. A moment later, the 1,000-man team moved out under Shi Feng's command. First, he sent the scouting parties to lure Grand Lord's werewolf patrol squads to Asura's members. He instructed the rest of the team to focus on moving towards Sunset Forest's core. Every player in this raid was an expert. They had long since grown used to luring powerful bosses. It wasn't long before the scouts ran back with 4 werewolf patrol squads behind them. Go, Shi Feng commanded when he saw the oncoming monsters, taking the lead. Solitary 9 ran up to one of the Grand Lord-ranked werewolf captains and executed a shield bash. He then activated charge on another werewolf captain. In seconds, he had aggroed 2 werewolf captains. Werewolf captain, humanoid creature, Grand Lord, level 55, HP 72 million, 72 million. A woo. The 2 werewolf captains howled in anger as they swung their clubs at the shield warrior, peng, peng. Both clubs struck Solitary 9's shield, emitting 2 loud buzzing sounds. 2 damages of over minus 10,000 appeared above the Solitary 9's head, devouring nearly 2/5 of the man's HP. Fortunately, the 4 healers in the rear restored him back to full. How is this possible? As Phoenix Rain and the others fought their way towards the distant core, they were stunned when they saw the scene. Chapter 1479, Brutish Team. How did he do that? Did he activate a life-saving skill? Lonely Castle gaped at the recovered Solitary 9. Everyone who had underestimated the Asura adventurer team was stupefied. Normally, the strength of a team's MT was synonymous to the team's overall strength. Solitary 9's performance proved that Asura's claim of being a powerful adventurer team was clearly more than just arrogance. Even the game's current top-tier MTs would lose more than 15,000 HP against a casual attack from a level 55 Grand Lord. It was the equivalent of 1/3 of most MT's HP. Yet Solitary 9 had only sustained a little over minus 10,000 HP from each werewolf captain's attack, which totaled less than 2/5 of his total HP. However, their shock after seeing the damage Solitary 9 had received was nothing compared to what they felt after watching the man block both attacks with his shield. While their respective guilds' top-ranking MTs could block a level 55 Grand Lord's attacks as well, it normally took several MTs working together. If they sent a single MT to tank the Grand Lord, they'd send the player to his death. Even when a peak MT blocked an attack from a Grand Lord of the same level, they'd stiffen momentarily from the impact. The outcome was the same when the MT used a defensive technique. If MTs didn't deal with the momentary stiffness properly, the Grand Lord could use its high attack speed to break through their defenses, landing a direct hit. Even with a group of dedicated healers, most MTs wouldn't survive the hit. Hence, teams usually sent in multiple MTs to manage the boss's attacks and dampen the resulting impacts. Yet Solitary 9 had blocked attacks from 2 werewolf captains, and by the looks of it, he had energy to spare. It was inconceivable. However, Solitary 9 was more surprised than anyone. Isn't this shield a little too powerful? Solitary 9 could not help but glance at the crescent shield on his arm. He couldn't believe that he had just blocked 2 Great Lords' attacks without slowing in the least. Elsewhere, Dark Madness had secured his own werewolf captain. Although he had a harder time than Solitary 9 with his 8-piece dark gold set equipment, he held his ground as he focused on his defense. Naturally, Shi Feng had little trouble with his boss. Although he wasn't an MT, his attributes rivaled a Grand Lord's of the same level. At level 60, distracting a Grand Lord that was 5 levels lower than him was a piece of cake. With the 4 werewolf captains distracted, the rest of the team had an easier time dealing with the remaining werewolves. Every player that Phoenix Rain had recruited for the operation was a top-tier expert. The MTs were more than capable of holding their ground against a level 55 Great Lord, let alone High Lord-ranked monsters and below. With the MTs forming a wall around the team, the various DPS classes launched frenzied attacks at the werewolves in their way. Hundreds of spells and arrows rained down on the werewolves, killing a few chieftain-ranked werewolves instantly. As the patrol squads thinned, the team slowly advanced. Melee players assist the MTs. Ranged players prioritize the werewolves directly in front of us. Don't waste your attacks. Healers coordinate and make sure there aren't any long breaks between heals on the MTs. Phoenix Ring commanded hurriedly as more werewolves converged on their location. Don't prioritize the werewolf captains and ignore the mobs. Shi Feng interjected. The mobs are increasing by the minute. If we don't clear them out soon, we won't be able to move forward. Quiet Melody snapped as she glanced at the approaching werewolf squads. She strongly disapproved of Shi Feng's plan. It would take too long to kill the Grand Lords. They simply had too much HP. Rather than targeting the Grand Lords, they should focus on killing the weaker monsters. That way they could break through the blockade sooner than later. I have a plan to deal with the mobs. For now, prioritize the werewolf captains, Shi Feng said, chuckling. Even the weakest of these werewolves have several million HP. If they swarm us, the MTs won't be able to hold them back. Quiet Melody growled when she saw the swordsman's calm expression. His plan wouldn't be an issue if they were fighting common or elite monsters, but the werewolves coming at them were chieftain rank and above. Even if they bombarded those monsters with one AoE spell after another, it would do little to thin their numbers. Only large-scale destruction spells would be useful. Even then, the spells would be of limited help. If they didn't get rid of these monsters soon, the werewolves would overwhelm the team. But before Quiet Melody could respond, Phoenix Rain got ahead of her and said, "All right, you have command of the team now, Yi Feng. Rain, this is too risky." Quiet Melody spun towards her friend in confusion and shock. "I know, but I want to see what tricks he's got up his sleeve. If things go south, I have a backup plan," the Phoenix Pavilion Master softly explained. While Quiet Melody had been correct about needing to deal with the weaker monsters first, there was an issue with her plan. If they ignored the 4 Grand Lords and advanced, the pressure on the team would only increase as they moved forward and more werewolf patrol squads joined the fight. On the off chance that they came across another Grand Lord squad, the team would be annihilated. Hence, prioritizing the werewolf captains was a sound idea. In addition, she could use the opportunity to gauge Zero Wing's strength. Phoenix Rain handed Shi Feng the leadership rights. He instructed the team to focus their fire on the werewolf captain in front of him. Although the werewolf captain had 72 million odd HP, its HP steadily decreased as hundreds of players bombarded the monster. Most of the team members dealt around minus 5,000 damage, occasionally dealing double that due to critical hits. Gentle Snow, Aqua Rose, Zhao Yueru, and Lifeless Thorn, however, dealt over Meganith 10,000 damage on average. They even dealt several times that every now and again. Aqua Rose's damage was particularly frightening. She was already a Tier 2 player, and after she gained the Sea Dragon Staff, her Tier 2 spells had gained the power of Tier 3, each capable of dealing several 100,000 damage. Zhao Yueru had a similar benefit with her staff. Despite only being a Tier 1 player, her spells were on par with Tier 2 spells, with Shi Feng distracting the werewolf captain. Both women could attack freely, dominating the team's damage output ranking and leaving the rest of the players in their dust. Crap, this is insane. Their combined damage is more than the next 7 players combined. So this is Zero Wing. Aqua Rose and Zhao Yueru's damage stupefied many of the team's experts. Even Lifeless Thorn and his companions from Asura were surprised. They had never dreamed that Zero Wing was this powerful. It wasn't long before one werewolf captain after another fell. However, a tremendous number of werewolves had converged on the team's location. The monsters had already blocked the path ahead, making advancement impossible. "Good, Aqua, Yueru, you two can begin," Shi Feng shouted as he glanced at the clogged path ahead. He then switched the aura of wind for the aura of fire. Aqua Rose and Zhao Yueru exchanged smiles as they cast the Tier 2 spells, Rising Flow and Frost Flame Hell, simultaneously. Meanwhile, Shi Feng activated Flame Domain. Suddenly, the werewolves blocking the path screamed in pain as their HPs plummeted. In seconds, they turned to dust. When the spells dissipated, only a small portion of the werewolves remained. Every chieftain-ranked werewolf had been eliminated, and the lord-ranked werewolves had less than half of their HPs remaining. For a moment, both players and werewolves had fallen silent. Chapter 1480, Historical Sites Treasure. What destructive power. Am I seeing things? All of the chieftains are dead? An indescribable shock overwhelmed the team members as they stared at the clearing in the enemy lines. Moreover, after the deaths of so many werewolves, everyone's experience bars had risen by a significant chunk. They still have 3 large-scale destruction spells of such power despite so many of their main force members missing. Quiet Melody stared at Shi Feng on the front line in confusion. The various large guilds constantly searched for large-scale destruction spells, but such spells were extremely rare. Even a super guild like the Sacred Temple only had 30-plus players who could wield such power, and she was one of them. Players in guilds who didn't fully understand large-scale destruction spells treated them like war weapons or powerful tools to use when grinding monsters. Only players who had large-scale destruction spells knew that there were differences even among them. An ordinary large-scale destruction spell might be useful against players, but even 3 of such spells might not be enough to kill level 50-plus chieftain-ranked monsters and above. Only curse-grade large-scale destruction spells could achieve the feat. However, such curses were even harder to find in the Sacred Temple. Only 6 players possessed such curses, and the guild's upper echelons fought over every one of them. Quiet Melody found it hard to believe that, despite the majority of Zero Wing's main force missing, the guild could still employ 3 curse-grade, large-scale destruction spells. It's no wonder why Ye Fang claimed that we can clear the Sunset Forest. It seems he had hidden his guild's true power. Phoenix Rain shook her head and smiled bitterly at the empty plot of land before her. Curse-grade, large-scale destruction spells were extremely useful when raiding a dungeon. It was especially true as players took on the dungeon bosses. Although she had prepared her own curse, that was it. None of her subordinates wielded such a spell. She had never expected to see 3 players from Zero Wing use one. The path ahead is clear. Everyone charge. Ranged players, use your control skills on the monsters. Don't let them fill the gap, Shi Feng shouted in the team chat. If Tier 1 players tried to grind all of the Werewolf Zone's monsters until they reached the Sunset Forest's core, they'd never reach it. The only way through this zone was to run, avoid as many battles as possible, and only stop when they came across a Grand Lord. The Werewolf Patrol Squad respawned very quickly. Moreover, their hunting range extended throughout the zone. If they discovered players, the werewolves would chase them to the ends of the earth. Fortunately, Shi Feng's command snapped everyone out of their daze, and the team began to advance. With the team's MTs on the front lines and everyone following closely behind, the team soon broke through the werewolves' blockade. Although the team had encountered plenty of werewolves as they moved, they hadn't run into any Grand Lords. Hence, the MTs had remained within their block limits. Including their mobile turrets, such as Zhao Yueru and Aqua Rose, the team knocked aside the Grand Lord-ranked werewolves that had stood in their path. This allowed everyone to approach the ruin's core relatively easily. After a little over 4 hours, Phoenix Rain's team reached the isolated area separating the werewolf zone and the center of the Sunset Forest. Some players had even leveled up during the past 4 hours. Those who hadn't had seen a 30% rise in their experience bars. These players were a little reluctant to leave the werewolf zone after realizing their leveling speed. Big Sis Melody, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, has pretty good luck. Although the Sunset Forest is a Grade 1 historical site, it's much easier than the Grade 2 historical site we previously raided. Even after gathering so many experts, the Sacred Temple had only reached the core after using all of our allotted time, Lonely Fantasy enviously commented as he gazed at the dense forest before them, which was currently protected by a magic barrier. Unfortunately, despite all of the EXP they had obtained, the historical site's monsters hadn't dropped any loot. To secure a historical site's treasure, they had to search its core. With over 3 hours remaining, They could recover some of the Sunset Forest's items even if they failed to clear it. In contrast, when the Sacred Temple had raided the Grade 2 historical site, they hadn't returned with anything. To top it off, they had team-wiped twice. Easy? Quiet Melody glanced at the werewolf army standing near the edge of the isolation area before turning towards Shi Feng, who had sat down to rest. It seems I'll need to report to the guild leader. Their journey might have seemed easy, so much so that Phoenix Rain hadn't had to use a single trump card she had prepared for this trip. But they had only come this far due to Shi Feng's efficient command and Zero Wing's incredible DPS. If the Sacred Temple hired Zero Wing to raid historical sites in the future, their chances of success would increase tremendously. After the team rested for a bit, they marched towards the protected forest ahead of them. The moment they pushed through the magic barrier, they felt as if a great weight had dropped on their shoulders. They also struggled to concentrate. Everyone, be careful when we face the monsters in this area. The mana here is very thin, and the gravity is 3 times that of other zones, Shi Feng warned his companions in the team chat. Scouting parties, be wary of traps as you explore ahead. Report back immediately if you spot monsters. The Sunset Forest's mana was paper thin. After factoring in the high gravity, players would struggle to display their full combat power in this area. Even experts would be fortunate to exhibit 60 or 70% of their total combat power. Ordinary players might not even display 30%. Fortunately, the Corps didn't have many monsters. Each group the team encountered only consisted of several hundred forest dryads. Meanwhile, the strongest among these dryads was a level 58 Grand Lord, whereas the weakest were level 55 Lords. While exploring the Sunset Forest, the team annihilated over a dozen dryad groups. They had discovered 3 dryad nests as well, each of which was like a miniature treasure trove. Although numerous dryads protected these nests, the strongest fortified nest they had found only had 6 Grand Lords and a single specialized Grand Lord. Seeing the potential harvest she could obtain from these nests, Phoenix Rain used all 6 Tier 3 summoning scrolls she had prepared. Each summoning scroll had a 3-hour duration, just long enough to last them until their time in the Sunset Forest came to an end. With the 6 Tier 3 summoned creatures, Solitary 9, and Dark Madness tanking the Grand Lords, the team swiftly cleared out the dryad nests, taking roughly 30 minutes to do so. Meanwhile, each of the nests they found had contained over 30 treasure chests, the lowest rank of which was secret silver, while the best they had found thus far was a dark gold treasure chest. After raiding 3 dryad nests, the team had obtained 11 dark gold treasure chests and 43 fine gold treasure chests. In addition, the team had found various materials the dryads had collected. Among the materials, they had found precious ancient origin wood. Even Quiet Melody was a little jealous. The Sunset Forest was a level 50 to level 60 historical site. Needless to say, its treasure chests would drop level 50 to 60 weapons and equipment. At this stage of the game, level 50 plus fine gold equipment was still incredibly rare, much less dark gold rank. "Commander, we've discovered something," a scouting party suddenly reported. "It looks like a dryad nest, but there's a shrine inside it. A lot of dryads are patrolling the nest too. I don't think we can investigate further without being detected." "Good. We'll make our way there right away." Shi Feng was ecstatic. The scouting party had found the Sunset Shrine. The Sunset Shrine hid most of the Sunset Forest's treasure, but its location wasn't static. The shrine's location would differ each time the Sunset Forest activated. Every time players teleported to the historical site, they'd have to search for the Sunset Shrine all over again. Shi Feng quickly led the team to the Sunset Shrine, but when they arrived, they gasped at what they saw. How is this possible? Didn't the records say that Grade 1 historical site's final boss is supposed to be a Grand Lord-ranked archaic species? Phoenix Rain unconsciously balled her fists when she saw at the gigantic living tree blocking the distant shrine. When everyone saw this massive treant, they could not help but shudder. The giant tree was the Sunset Forest's final boss, but its rank wasn't what they had expected. Rather than a Grand Lord, the treant was a mythic monster, the king of trees.